Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to the Town of Greenwich Planning and Zoning Commission. This is a virtual meeting on Tuesday, May 20th, 2025. We will begin with the regular meeting. And before we do so, Mr. McRae is absent and Ms. Jones will be seated for him. In addition, we have 5 postponements. These are items 5, 6, 11, 12, and 13. Item 5 is 240 Greenwich Avenue LLC for a zoning map amendment. Item 6 is 240 Greenwich Avenue for a final site plan and special permit. Those both pertain to first getting an HO, historic overlay, and second to building an apartment building with that zoning benefit of that historical overlay, an apartment building of 12 units and 2 levels of parking. Item number 11, Pickwick Property LLC for a final site plan and special permit. That's to amend the conditions of a previous approval from the commission. That item has postponed. It is at 1 to 3 Greenwich Avenue. Greenwich Park LLC, item number 12, has also postponed. That was a zoning text amendment for the conversion of an office building to residential, as is item 13, Greenwich Park LLC for a final site plan and special permit to modify that office building. And with that, we will begin. Our first item is 11 Ledge Road for a final coastal subdivision, subdividing a 1.032 acre lot into 2 parcels, where one will equal 18,506 square feet and another will 18,507 square feet. Those are in the R12 zone, so they are oversized, and the applicant is also providing 15% open space with that. Mr. Haslam, I believe you listened to the hearing, to the briefing yesterday, but please proceed as you would like.
I did. Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the commission. I'd ask that Derek Dene of Rocco V. DeAndrea be promoted to panelist.
Got him.
Okay, and if Matt Pop is on there, I've been chasing him, but he was trying to make it at 4 o'clock. If you see, he's our landscape architect, and if you happen to see him,
Derek, if you would accept. Yeah, Derek is joining. Have you found Matt? I don't see Matt.
Mr. Pop isn't here yet, Chip, but we will keep an eye out.
Okay, great.
Hello,
I think I can
Mr.
address
Dene.
the issues that relate to him in his absence. Yes, I did listen to the briefing yesterday. The first thing I just want to talk about DPW engineering, and Derek has been in communication with Juan Paredes at DPW. We know that there's some issues still to be worked out. We heard you yesterday with concerns. Obviously, it's an area that historically has had some flooding issues. We are trying to minimize the impact on the site with fill, et cetera. But the goal obviously is to meet the drainage manual requirements and be sure that we don't exacerbate an existing condition, hopefully make it better. So we know you're going to have to leave this matter open until those issues are resolved with DPW and we understand it.
In addition to those issues, Mr. Haslam, we struggled a bit with the open space. And given the fact that you have to have the gas line easement in it, we wondered if you would consider with your applicant potentially moving the open space to another location, one that would not require the kind of accommodation that the gas line will require in the future. You're going to have to keep the clearance area around it. You're not going to be able to let vegetation grow naturally. It's a different thing, I think, when we've allowed some drainage infrastructure or when we've come in post complete development of a site and we've had to accommodate, which was the situation with Eversource in Bellhaven. In this situation, you're subdividing prior to further development. Would you consider an open space that lends itself more to the purposes of the open space?
We heard you yesterday. We looked at that issue. This is really the best space for the open space set aside. I just want to clarify that This is not a gas main. It is an easement in favor of CNG, but it provides service to only 2 other properties. So it's a fairly passive
Yeah, but you
gas
still have
service.
to keep, as was explained to us yesterday, you still have to keep the area around it clear of vegetation, is what was explained to us yesterday.
Well, I looked at the original easement, which actually just dates to 2023. It's not that old. And it doesn't mention that specifically, although
Okay.
obviously they have the right to come in and repair, maintain, etc., and also the obligation to restore. But we
So
would,
the other thing is, Mr.
as well.
Haslam, this is we're going on a slippery slope, and I think that in the past, you would have agreed with some of these points that first we began allowing some drainage infrastructure in the open space. Then we kind of had no choice with the Bellhaven one, and little by little, open space gets utilized for infrastructure, and that is not the purpose of open space. And so as a result, since you're coming back, I would really urge you to consider. Mary Jenkins?
Yes, just on that point further, your open space declaration actually the grantors retain the right to provide additional utility easements. So I guess that kind of adds to the slippery slope issue, even if it isn't a main gas line, if that's being kind of mentally set aside for further utility easements that the grantor's retaining. I think that adds to the degree of discomfort that Madam Chair's expressed.
And it goes on to say the right to install, maintain, repair, and pre-place any such utility lines and any drainage structures. You see where we're going with it. So if you would look at it, we would be better served if you split the open space if it was necessary, but that you were able to do something that could remain fully in its natural state. Also, I believe you have some lawn in the open space, and definitely we would not want to see that. But again, and you're doing some grading, which apparently is to match the topography, to align with the topography. Mr. Janae is probably nodding, but just again, minimal disruption, keep it in its natural state, and we're going in the opposite direction.
Just point out the fact that I had drafted that declaration, and I basically used a template that had been successful in the past for the commission. As far as
for easements, but it might not have been for easements in open space.
well, no, I want to say that it was, but I want to say that I will amend that declaration
Okay.
so that there won't be any additional easements granted to anybody. We won't be reserving that right. It would just be for the existing gas line. That would be it. So
Okay.
I will change that section of the declaration.
Thank you.
Okay. I don't have anything else. The rest you've got, Mr. Lowe.
There was also the issue of the demarcation
Right.
of the open space.
Yep.
Yeah, we're discussing that. I think Conservation Commission said that something has to be resolved after
Yeah.
approval, but we're talking about fences, stone walls, stones,
We
whatever.
always ask you. I think we've been leaning for several years to stones. To the
Right.
big
Boulders.
Thank you. Stones.
I think
boulders,
that's
yeah.
probably the direction talking to my
Yeah.
client that he's going to take, but we'll resolve that with conservation and your
Yeah.
staff.
All right. Mr. Wells.
Yeah, I had a
I was
question.
just,
Go
can
ahead,
I?
please.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Lowe.
I
You took a
I just
breath.
had one more having to do with the rain gardens. If you
Uh-huh.
heard our discussion yesterday,
It did.
okay, can you
To
comment on
enlarge
that?
get rid of the generic planting and enlarge them.
Right. That's what I heard. And we will put that to paper.
Okay,
And I'm assuming that that is going to be in your discussion with DPW.
Yes.
got it. Sorry, go ahead, Art, I'm sorry.
No, that's okay. So I had a question for Mr. Denice. It also came up yesterday, and I guess the question is, with a rain garden, if it's under a coastal flood, number one, how effective is it? And if you are in a flood zone, would you be better off having underground infiltration systems as opposed to a rain garden? Because I'm concerned, it's underwater, it's not draining, and then you're getting more flooding coming from the increase in impervious surface. If you could comment on that.
Yes, good afternoon, members of the board. Derek Donay from Rocco DeAndrea Incorporated. Unfortunately, this happens with all of our low-lying flood-prone areas. In certain areas, you can do subsurface detention, like you can put more Cultec units or something like that underground. But you're also in other areas, such as this site, we're limited on how deep we can go beneath the ground due to soil conditions. So we have to do most of our treatment towards the surface of that. And it B1, you know, this area is prone to flood conditions, and like any landscaping bed or something like that, you know, the owner will have to go back. There's drainage maintenance agreements to all the infrastructure will be fine beneath the rain garden, but you know, they'll have to fix up their mulch and stuff afterwards if during those type of situations. But in this area, we would love to have done some more subsurface, but we are unable to on this site.
Okay, and do you have a high water table? Are you fighting that as well in terms of your plans?
Yeah, I mean, that's what kind of limits us. We have some modeling and some high water. They're at low enough elevations where we can get nice infiltration at the top levels of the soil. But typically with a subsurface retention system, you have coverage, and then you have the depth of the system, and then the distance to the restrictive layer, and that's what's limiting us on this one.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Next, I believe, is Mr. Yeski, then Mr. Lowe again.
Yeah, let me pick up on this subsurface because I have another project unrelated that I have the same problem on. Could you explain what it is underneath the surface that's preventing you from going deeper? Is it rock? Is it, what is it exactly?
Water.
Yep. Hold on, I'm just grabbing the test pit information, but it
You
was.
know what would help? Can you throw up the zoning location map? I think if you see how it's located, it'll help, Dennis.
Okay.
And well, if we could read the topo, that could, now the zoning location map is probably better, right?
The one that has the test pit information would be sheet 2 of 6, the storm drainage layout plan, if you want to see the rain gardens and stuff, but
Yeah, but
I can generically talk to
show
him.
Mr. Yeski exactly where
Sure.
where the lot is located, because I think he knows he knows the conditions in the area.
Yep.
And we filled him in. I think Patrick filled him in on the briefing, but this point he may have missed.
But to answer his question while we're bringing it up, all right. And so you have on the top side of the page, so that's the western side of the property. That's where we have our 2 rain garden areas. And that's the low spot of the site where everything's draining down to those areas. And we have modeling at elevations. That's what you call seasonal high groundwater. So that's where groundwater wasn't found during the test pit, but there's evidence of it getting up to certain elevations. And that's only a few feet below the surface. Our design we currently have, we are filling a little bit in that area there for our rain garden to work so that we can still maintain separation between the bottom of our rain garden and the seasonal high groundwater in order to get some infiltration. But this was designed, we have infiltration in other parts of the site, and in certain sites we have under drainage beneath it. So we'll get all the treatment that you would get out of a rain garden. But then if the it becomes too high, then it would overflow from a under drain beneath the system out of the site.
So it's basically the groundwater level?
Yep, that's here. Hold on
Yeah.
a second.
And it's not always the groundwater at existing conditions, but you know, like a static groundwater, but every once in a while the groundwater may raise to a certain elevation.
Got it. But what is the soil there?
Hold on a second, Dennis. I want to show you this.
Yep, it's mostly depending on where we are, but it's a lot of silty loams.
Okay. So Dennis, here's the location that I wanted to show you. So
Okay.
this is Old Greenwich. So one of the issues here is what's your low, they have also an elevation change that's pretty significant. What's your elevation again, Mr. Donay?
The elevation around the property is, what is it, around 6 and change at the low spot, or 5, no, it's around 5 at the low spot, and then it goes up to, 10 in the backyard area.
So what happens is their low spot, they have a low spot that on the existing topo is around 4.9. And I think
Right.
it goes up to as high as 13 somewhere that we were looking at yesterday.
Mhm.
And given where you are, what Patrick was explaining to us yesterday was that you have, and Tracy, they were both telling us what you tend to have in this area is you have a bowl that forms that the water runs into. And so you have to work with that. And you have, as you can see from this, you would have the high water table.
Yeah, just curious. I
That
just
is
happen
correct.
to have a different project, not P and Z,
Yeah,
and they put tanks in. We had no choice. And I know of another project in town where they've had to put tanks in and pump them out after the high water. So I don't know. I don't know how it basically gets to how severe is the flooding.
very hard to have tanks with enough storage capacity to address the kind of situation you have on the
Well,
slot.
one of the
Yeah.
projects has 2 big tanks. So, all
Yeah,
right,
but I mean, what are you
I
gonna
got my
have?
answer.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Lowe, go ahead.
Yeah, you were discussing, essentially, we're talking about the degree of, a degree of disturbance and the balance between that and the provision of adequate protection from flooding and, et cetera. When you say, and I think you use these words, you were unable to do so on this site. Is that because of the size of the scope, the large size of the scope of this project that prevents you from doing something on this site?
Oh, I think you were referring to when I was talking about subsurface retention systems and what
Yep.
we were able to do. No, not so much the scope of it, because we have the area. It's more where we need to put them in the low-lying areas of the site. The subsoils weren't um, uh, the restrictive layers were too high in the soils for us to put subsurface. So that's why the rain gardens work out nicely, because they're more at the surface. So we can take advantage of our filtration at the top at the surface level, as opposed to going deeper into the soil to try to store water. That was the reason.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not, I know you're way more familiar than I am with the site and what is going on in all of that area. And we've talked about the bowl effect, et cetera. But at some point, I mean, do you all consider maybe this is, is this really pushing the edge of the envelope here with regard to trying to protect the assets here from flooding and excess water?
Well, we would run into the same condition with any project that you do on this site, just because the property and
Right.
where it's located and stuff. So it's not so much that this is an overdevelopment or anything. It would be, even if you replace the house that's there, you'd now have to put in all new drainage systems for a new house, even if it was in the same location as the existing one. And all the low-lying areas, you'd have the same issues with, putting in rain gardens. And our design worked well. Our initial pass of submission, we met all of the standard town's criteria regarding water quality, peak flow reduction, runoff reduction volume. So we met all the standard ones. And then Mr. Paredes brought to my attention the low-lying bowl area, and that's where he asked for the additional measures, which we'll be addressing.
Thank you.
All right, and no?
I think that one other question or note that was in the DPW notes that they wanted us to just make sure we brought up, which I think we did bring up yesterday, was the construction phasing, because it looks like both of these would have to be developed at the same time, and to have that in place.
Yeah, since it's kind of a little bit unusual because we have a subdivision application before you right now, but we actually have development plans for both the lots too, which will come through an administrative CAM applications. And we anticipate that development will take place simultaneously and that the phasing plan would be a part of that application. as to the, the CAM approval, not necessarily a subdivision. But yes, we take notice of this and we'll make sure that that's a part of that application.
Okay.
Thank you.
Anybody else? If we could turn to public comment then. We have
I think Mr. Hamilton has his hand up, expected.
Mr. Hamilton has his hand up, but Mr. Bristol has his hand up as well. Is he representing a client?
Mr. Bristol is, I don't think Mr. Hamilton is intending to speak on this item, so, Mr.
Oh,
Hamilton,
Mr. Hamilton has his hand up.
I understand, but he's related. I know he's
I'm going
interested.
to promote Mr. Bristol because he's an attorney, so I will let him go first if he's representing a client. And then we will. And then you're thinking he's representing Mr. Hamilton?
No, Mr. Hamilton is probably interested in another project on the agenda. That's all I'm saying.
Ah, okay. Sometimes people want to talk about whatever. Okay, Mr.
Understood.
Bristol.
Good afternoon, Christopher Bristol. I'm just been engaged last evening, actually, by the Ledge Road Tax District, because they're very concerned about the application. Obviously, they own the roads and manage the roads, and the owners of which comprise the neighborhood surrounding here. The main concern, obviously, here is drainage and how that's going to impact the neighborhood. I think everyone's widely acknowledged that, there's flooding concerns there. And again, there's a low-lying area that retains a lot of water. So I guess at this stage, we'd ask that, I could keep bugging staff, but any responses and additional information that's provided by DeAndrea to the town, we'd appreciate getting copies of, just so I can go through it with my client, make sure that they have no questions and they are okay with what the drainage scheme is. Obviously with the amount of fill and the amount of flooding that goes on, these things are very important to them. Also, as it pertains to the capacity of drainage in the roads, so we want to make sure that's okay. Actually, for the record, I think DeAndrea had prepared in the past some sketches of drainage improvements for the tax district on Minerva Place down to Ledge Road. So hopefully that will be scrutinized as well to make sure that everything is going to hopefully improve the situation going forward. We do have some concerns, obviously, with construction phasing and everything else. We understand that it might have to be developed simultaneously, but in terms of, where contractor vehicle storage and site management and stuff, given this is a somewhat tight, close-knit neighborhood, that's going to be of a concern too, but we can sort of reserve comment to that for the next meeting. But that's about it. I just wanted to make a record and then say a few words.
All right. Thank you very much. Well, you
Sure.
heard that we're on it and DPW is on it, so it should work out.
Yep, we
But
saw. And they basically
please-
echoed all the stuff that my client was concerned about. So that's
Yeah.
I just want to make sure that we have time to go through everything and monitor it and see if we're okay.
Well, please plan on coming back when it returns, and we'll
Certainly.
see if it's gotten to the right place. Okay, thank you. Then, Mr. Hamilton, it's not clear, Don Hamilton, if you want to speak or not, so I am going to allow you to, and you tell us if it's on the Ledge Road application. Mr. Hamilton, you'll have to unmute to let us know if it's the Ledge Road application. Okay,
Hang on. Can you hear me now?
yeah, I can hear you now.
Yeah, I'm
Okay,
sorry.
did you
yeah.
want to talk about
trying
Ledge
to-
Road? Because you've got your hand up.
No, I just I'm here by myself with no help or assistance. And so I just clicked into the wrong one. I'm speaking on 515.
Okay,
Pardon, I'm
5:15 has been postponed. It's not on tonight. I announced it a little while ago.
My goodness.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm
No,
sorry.
no.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I don't know why I said that. It's Greenwich Office Park that's been postponed and they just merged in my head as being on the Post Road. I'm sorry, Mr. Hamilton. It is still on. You are still good to go. It's far down in our agenda. So when we get to it, we'll call on you again.
Thank you so much.
Thank
Commissioner.
you. All right. Bye-bye. All righty. Okay, so he's going to come back. I don't know. I just suddenly thought the office park. No idea why. All right. Okay, so Mr. Haslam, I think where we've got it is you're on a good road. You're going to look at the open space. You're going to work with DPW and you'll be back.
Sounds good. Thank
And
you.
conservation. Don't forget to talk to conservation because they weren't too happy with your plan.
Okay, noted.
A lot of the comments we're making about the drain, the grading in the open space, the lawn in the open space, the easement, it's also in the conservation comments. So it comes in a couple of times. So just if you would touch base with them and if you could work out something that satisfies them. Thank you, Mr. Haslam.
Thank you.
Mr. Donay. And you got him. No, you didn't. Okay. I'm getting him. All right. I'm still not seeing Kelly. Patrick.
She's labeled.
I'll reach out to her.
No,
No,
she's here. He says he's here, but she's labeled court reporter. I got her. I'm just gonna let her in so she's in. Because it's okay, so our next application is number 2, OG Island Life Investments for a final coastal site plan for construction of a new single-family residence within the 100-foot, within 100 feet of the coast on a 29,000 square foot property located at 40 West Way. The applicant? Oh, I'm sorry. I threw out Mr. Haslam.
I thought it was Mr. DeAndrea. So we're both.
Yeah. We probably need to put it on the app. Yeah, I write it down in my notes and then I leave my notes downstairs. That doesn't help. Hello again, Mr. Haslam.
Hello again. I was going to say something, but I didn't get in time.
It's not personal.
Thank you. And actually, Derek Donay is joining me on this one again, too. If you could make him a panelist as well.
All right. Okay. Hello again, Mr. Donay.
And if we also have in attendance today, Robert Brevin, who's the landscape architect with Granoff, and David Moore, who's the architect with Granoff.
Robert
David Moore and Robert Brem.
Okay, I got one. Do you remember when we had trouble doing this? If you would accept, Mr. Brem. Okay. And then who was the second landscape person?
No, he's the landscape architect, then David Moore, who's an architect with Granoff.
Oh, good, because I have questions for him.
We assumed you would.
He is not here. But that's okay, because you can carry forward these questions. They're not a big deal. They're really not zoning related. All right.
Oh, okay. So just to clear up a couple items that were on the staff comments and which is about the zoning location survey showing different setbacks in the architectural plans. I thought I'd cleared that up on April 4th. We submitted a slip sheet. We recognized that there was a discrepancy and I thought I'd cleared that. And the other was a comment that we hadn't filled out page 2 of the coastal use policies. But I see that as having been filled out. And I think that even on your materials on for the agenda today, that it's there. So I'm not really sure why it's stated as missing. We did provide those 2 things. I tried to confirm that with Bianca yesterday, but I haven't heard back. But that's just a couple of small housekeeping matters. As far as Connecticut Deep issues and DPW, what I heard from you yesterday is that we have to get the 2 agencies in accord, essentially. And Derek has been in touch with John Goucher.
It sure seemed like a good idea.
Yeah.
DPW says, "Oh, this is fine," and Deep goes, "Maybe not so much." So yes, if you would get them in line, whatever works to have one answer.
Do you want to have Derek just tell you where he is in those discussions
Sure,
right now?
sure.
Okay,
Go
Derek,
ahead,
would you-
Mr. Dumay.
Yes, good afternoon again. So with first thing I got was the deep comments, and I was a little perplexed by them because he misread the test pit data on our plans because he assumed by a color that of the soil that it was a certain type of soil. And it was not the right assumption for this project. So with this one, because we actually had very good, unlike the last project we were talking about, this project, we had fantastic soils as far as infiltration goes. So I spoke with him about that. He understood. He said, fine, just add a note saying that the color gray was not representative of seasonal high groundwater. that was not witnessed because we had no mention of any modeling or groundwater for our test pits. So I spoke with him. He was good with that. His other comment had to do with adding some soil amendments at the bottom of our Coltex systems, actually because the soils drain too well to slow them down a little bit. But that was it. He was fine with everything else. He's asked me to do that. I don't know if that's something that can be a condition of approval to add that information and get back to him, because in speaking with DPW engineering, he's okay with the overall design. He asked for
Right.
a little bit
No,
extra
we saw that.
information, and so but that was fine for zoning building permit. So if any way I can combine the two into
Yeah.
responding to
it's
them
like-
both would be great.
I would be much more comfortable if John Goucher would come back and say that his questions have been addressed and resolved. There is, he's raising a concern because of the location. We're also going to ask you for some revisions, which I think go to partially to Mr. Brem. But I would personally rather see, given the sensitivity of the area. And just so you know, yesterday, I think it was yesterday, the Connecticut Senate passed the bill, either the House or the Senate, one of the houses passed the bill that zoning commissions, zoning regulations will be required to take account of sea level rise. So as we move forward, we need to start, that's what we're hearing from DEEP, is a lot of sensitivity about the coastal applications, and that's going to continue to grow. So I think it'd be better if you do have their blessing, if you will. That brings us to the other question that we had discussed yesterday, which is for Mr. Brem, that there's some that are about the construction process, that that conservation has asked and reminded that our regulations do ask for coastal buffer zones. And they recommend implementing some sort of coastal buffer consisting of native planting along the shoreline for further mitigation and of runoff. And they have given us, I think they've suggested the native, that you replace the non-natives with native species in this. They also apparently commented on the tree removal being replaced only by really basically just foundation planting. If there was a way that you could do more, as I remember, there's really only that one significant tree that's on the water side, and you are preserving and protecting that. Mr. Lowe, do you want to build on that, or? do you
No,
have a
I'm
different
sorry. I
question?
was going to wait until you finished.
Okay, I did, but did you want to add? I'm done.
Oh, yeah. With regard to the coastal buffer, I think there was an emphasis saying that they're recommending a substantial buffer. So we will need some greater detail, since I don't think we have much of any on that issue. What was it?
Was your next thing EMAC?
Well,
no, before you move on from the coastal, if I could, Mr. Brem can respond in greater detail, but there is a seawall, existing
I know,
seawall.
we saw that. We saw the seawall.
Okay, so that a lot of, I think what Mr. Brem is going to say, that a coastal buffer won't be able to serve the purposes as intended when you have
Right.
an existing seawall that you're implementing.
Interestingly enough, and people have told us that before, but interestingly enough, conservation then comes in and says, yeah, we know there's a seawall, but we still think there's an environmental benefit given the amount of impervious you're putting on the site, to add some filtration and some additional native planting to enhance the biodiversity of the site as well as its sustainability. So that's their recommendation. So if that's something feasible, I see Mr. Brem's kind of thinking. So You look like you're thinking
But
anyway.
do,
if
do
I'm
we,
muted.
excuse me, but don't we have did we develop a regulation with regard to this?
Yes, we have
coastal
a
buffer?
regulation, but um, I'm just answering Mr. Haslam that on top of the regulation that is in our coastals, that conservation is aware, we're all aware of the seawall. And yet, and there is less benefit when you have a seawall, but conservation feels there's enough benefit to be asking for it. That's what I was trying to say.
No, I think in the past, you've given consideration to the seawall
Yeah.
situation, but obviously
We've
that's changed.
softened no, not entirely. If you go back and look, we've said, yeah, you have a seawall, but why don't you go ahead and do this and this? We have compromised. We haven't backed off completely. We've normally softened the requirements. So consider that our previous practice is a guideline for you.
Okay.
We're not going to mandate what we would mandate if you didn't have a seawall. That's been our practice, Mr. Haslam. We really try to be consistent about these things. You know,
No, I wasn't implying otherwise. I was just saying
no,
that.
but that's just a commitment that we have, that we try to be as predictable as we can, even though, Nick says we're all nuts, but so we get it. We know there's a seawall, but there is also a benefit to adding planting. So if there's something more you can do to that, it would be good. Mr. Lowe, you still have your hand up?
Yeah, well, no, I'm just, I was going to jump to a couple of other issues, and Mr. Haslam wanted to stay on that one. So you probably heard one or actually two of us yesterday speak to our collective observation that many issues seem to be pushed to the absolute limit, be they GFA or FR or height, green areas, setbacks. And also with EMAC, you seem to be doing the bare minimum. I wonder if you all would like to comment on that. We don't normally see applications that cut this quite so closely to the bone.
Is David Moore on yet?
No, I've kept checking. I've got the D's up and I'm not seeing him, but that's okay. You're going to come back. So, we're throwing the questions at you.
Yeah, no, I can. So we did have a discussion yesterday about EMAC and what other things were considered. So we'll give it some more thought. I mean, I think that the whole exercise of EMAC is to get applicants to consider what things they might do to make things more energy efficient. And talking to Mr. Moore yesterday, he indicated that this house will, be very energy efficient, as are most houses that are built nowadays. But and they did consider the solar, but they thought, given the location of the house, that aesthetically it really detracts from the beauty, pretty when it's located this closely to the sound. But in any event, we'll be prepared to talk about that in greater detail next time. As I said, I think the idea is to have the applicant give consideration to these kinds of energy savings.
Yeah.
So.
Okay. Also I'm sorry, Arn, you're next, and then I'll jump in again.
Yeah, just take it with EMAC. One thought could be, get it on the aesthetics, but if we're going to lose on that, maybe we could eliminate the gas furnace, which is going to be pumping out greenhouse gases, and replace it with, air source or ground source heat pump. Something to think about, kind of a bone, and it'll certainly help your energy efficiency. I mean, right now you're targeting to meet Connecticut code. Well, you have to, so that's not really saying too much. Enough on that. I just had two questions for Mr. Denay. The first is any stormwater draining into Long Island Sound, or is it basically all with your Cultex and everything being kept on the property?
Like most coastal properties, it gets treated first prior to draining to Long Island Sound. So in the front part of the property, we have the permeable driveway with it. So you get filtration and treatment there, some infiltration, and then the overflow from that goes out to Long Island Sound. And same with the back with the roof drains and pool patio. You get your initial water quality volume, retention, filtration, and then the overflow goes out to Long Island Sound.
So basically that would be not the water that's being directed to your underground Cultex, right? That would stay on the property? Do I
Yeah,
understand?
once it goes in the Cultec, it stays there, and those soils infiltrate pretty well. So a lot of the water will end up. We're not allowed to use infiltration in our town calculations for town policy, but a lot of the water will stay on the property. If soaking through the soil. But any overflow would go out to Long Island Sound after
and
those treatment measures.
The concern that conservation raises here, Mr. Wells, as you noted, the concern that's been raised is that this is one of the areas where we have a concentration of shellfish.
Yep.
Of shellfish farming. And in fact, the Shellfish Commission is getting additional funding to augment the oyster farms. So it's anything we can do to clean the water as it
Correct.
filters in. So,
Yep.
but they're aware of that. So we know you'll work on that and you'll consider the buffer planning if it can help on that. There was also my last comment. Is anything else, Mr. Wells?
Just a final one. Is the soil better than in your other application because the home is
similar.
elevated higher? Would that have any effect? Or are you still at the 4 or 5 to 10 feet elevation?
No, yeah, the elevation of the site is still it's higher than that other property. This one is more at like elevation 7 along the seawall area.
Yeah.
But the soils in general just are better in this, even to deep elevations. When we dug the test pits there, there was a lot of soils that were of the sandy nature, and we didn't hit any groundwater or seasonal high groundwater. So this is a different site than the other one.
Thank you.
Madam Chair,
Okay.
may I just ask a question with
course.
regard to Connecticut Deep? As you know from the past, typically when a matter is resolved with Deep, they just send a letter saying that they have no comment for the comment.
Right, that's fine.
That's fine. Okay, thank
Yeah,
you.
we're grown-ups. Come on, Mr. Haslam, how long have we been here?
Just
We know
just
that.
wanted to be sure. Okay.
We're just all we're saying to you is that when Deep writes and says we have we're nervous, we don't like it, we have some concerns, we would really like you to address that.
Right.
Because
Okay.
often they have no comment. When they have comment, we'd love to see you. And if, as Mr. Domey says, they misread the test pit results, that's an easy solve.
Good.
Okay. Architecture. Could you put up, Tracy, the first floor plan? So, question here. Oh, I can't read it here. All right. Can you do it so I can read that? Yeah. So in the kitchen, if I have this right, I still can't read. I may have to do it on mine. Yes, I can read it now. So you have on the left-hand side, you have, first of all, you have exterior kitchen, just reminding you that that can't be a full kitchen. And then when you come inside, you have something called an expo kitchen, and then something called a working pantry, and then you have a butler's pantry. Baffled what a working pantry is, how that functions, and what an expo kitchen is. I have no idea, and I was just curious what all these kitchens were. So you can return to us with that. We won't forget. And then, so just to make sure you're in compliance, because it was puzzling. It reads as if you have 3 kitchens on the main floor. And then if you would just go to the second floor, Tracy, for a sec. And if you could make it as legible as this is. All right, and if you would go to the primary suite. And Mr. Haslam, this is not, just scroll up just a tad. Okay, so Mr. Haslam, this is not a zoning question. It has nothing to do with your approval, but I was just so struck by this. So if you are in the primary bedroom, you wish to use, I can't remember how there's a primary bedroom, and you wish to use Geraldine's water closet. You have to walk through Steve's closet vestibule, and either that middle area that looks like go over, you have to walk all through those vestibules, or you have to walk through that center area, which I can't quite figure out what it is, in order to get to that WC that's in the left corner there. Obviously people can do whatever they want, but it just struck me as a strange journey to have to walk through all those vestibules. So I'm just making the comment. I mean, I had never seen closet vestibules before, any more than I had seen expo kitchens, but I suppose if you have a large closet, it might as well have a vestibule, but it just seemed awkward placement. Not my business, but just mentioning it in case someone had not seen it. Okay, that's all.
Thank you.
All right. Does anybody else from the commission have comments? Does anybody from the public have comments on OG Island Life Investments LLC, which is at 40 Westway? And Dennis, if you didn't get to see this, the mapping of this one, it's a peninsula right on the water. It juts into the water. It's a very, but again, that's part of the drainage issue, is that it's surrounded by water. Okay, no, I'm not seeing any public comment on this. So Mr. Haslam, we'll see you when you come back. Mr. Brem, you didn't get to say anything. Did you want to add anything about the landscaping, or you want to just wait till you come back?
I can just let it go. I mean, there are three trees that are being preserved. There's, 2 pines in the corner, in the east corner, and then there's the one in the back. The ones that we're removing are to introduce screening to the property, so that we're not just doing foundation planting, but planting the borders with screening plants.
Yeah, and I didn't go back when I read that comment. I'm sorry, I didn't go back and check that conservation was right. Mr. Yeski?
Yeah, to answer your observation to me, maybe at our next planning session, we can talk about, and I think we were talking about flooding. You know, we go through the manual, everything's fine, they build it, and there's flooding. It's kind of like the traffic reports. No problem until there's problem.
Yeah.
So I just happened to have a project that there was a major problem, and they had to come up with some radical solutions way above the drainage manual.
Yeah.
And maybe we just add it to a planning session.
Yes, and the other thing is, let's see as well, if this, it's an environmental bill, that zoning commissions must take, it's an amendment to the zoning statutes, that we must take into account sea level rise in our applications, because that also is a game changer for us.
Yeah, those are all good points.
So because in town, when there's a bad storm, there's a lot of inland flooding as well. And so we have to think about, if sea level does rise, as they're saying, how would you adjust to that? I don't know. I don't know the answer. Okay, thank you, Mr. Brem. And again, if you didn't have any comments on the coastal buffer, we'll talk to you when you come back.
Good, thank you.
Thank you. I'm working on this. All right, now for Hagney, I have to wait till he's in to announce it. You got him in?
It should be coming.
Yeah. Okay. Our next application is number 3. Sabine Doverton LLC for a final site plan for proposed construction of a residence, carriage house, screen porch, patio, porte cochere, garden house, and studio with associated improvements on a 0.54 acre property located at 45 Doverton in the RA2 zone. Mr. Hagney.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the commission. For the record, Tom Hegney on behalf of the applicant. We were before you back at the March 11th meeting. There were a few things we needed to address. One of them was to provide a report from a structural engineer that the timber bridge could actually handle a fire truck, which we did submit for the record back in March after that meeting. To revise the landscape plan, which we did submit and was reviewed by the Conservation Commission staff. They asked about showing tree removal. We actually have that plan as part of the engineering documents, and it also showed the tree protection that was provided, which is on that site plan.
So, and conservation didn't get those engineering documents, so that's why they have not seen the tree protection plans?
Probably so.
Okay,
I
so
don't know what they look at.
We're gonna
frankly.
go ahead and ask you to make sure that everybody's got it. Okay.
Yep, that's fine.
Mhm.
And the third one was to show the riding trails, delineate them on the site plan, which we did submit, and also to meet with the Riding Trails Association. We met with one of their officers a couple of times, actually, Rusty Parker, who is an officer of the Riding Trails Association.
Mhm.
And he interestingly brought up the comments that you had at the briefing yesterday, that there is one of those trails on the southerly portion of this property that is very wet at certain times of the year, and that that would probably not be one that they would use on a regular basis because of the soil conditions and it's being so
Okay.
wet.
Well,
So
you've made you've made everybody happy.
And the other thing I want to comment on, he mentioned that the riding trails go from King Street to Taconic Road. So just because we didn't show it connecting to the riding trails that go through, for example, on the Boy Scouts property, doesn't mean that they don't continue, because they continue all through the back country. And it's something that they work with homeowners and property owners about as part of attempting to maintain those riding trails throughout town. So, and my client actually will be meeting with Mr. Parker later this week to discuss all of the riding trails. The main ones that he wanted to focus on were the ones through the open space parcel, and those we're not affecting at all because they're in the open space.
Okay. Okay.
I think
Got
that
it.
covers what we had open to present to you.
Any questions from the commission on this application? Mr. Wells?
Yeah, and maybe you sent it in and we missed it. Staff wasn't aware of it. Was there an energy narrative prepared?
No, there was not.
Okay.
And the reason for that is this subdivision was adopted in 2013. And under state law and under an appellate court case called Poirier, only regulations that were in effect at the time the subdivision was adopted apply, and other subsequent regulations that are adopted do not apply. So this regulation does not apply to this property.
When you
or this
say apply,
application.
do you mean require or require?
Yes, yes. It's not required. You're not required to meet. It was a law that was adopted to protect subdivision developers so that they wouldn't get the subdivision approved and then have a zoning regulation adopted that would prevent them from developing the property that they just got the subdivision for. So it's probably 20 years ago now, adopted a case
Poirier is
titled
longer than
Poirier. Oh,
Mm.
yeah, I always try to make it longer, and it seems like I never go back quite far enough.
Yeah, I think it's 20.
The court said you can't change the rules after a subdivision is adopted. You have to stick with the rules that were in effect at the time that subdivision was approved.
Not a welcome answer, but it is what it is. Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah, my follow-up to that would be that what you describe as not applicable, it really is, it's not required, but that there's nothing preventing you from providing an energy narrative, correct?
Well, that's true. And what will be required as part of submitting the plans to the building department is that it has to meet the building code. And of course, that's the requirement under the energy mandate that you have to meet the building code. And certainly we will do that.
Poirier was decided in February of 2003.
Okay, I have another question. What about the stone wall?
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
That stone wall is in an area on the property that we will be increasing the grade in order to provide for two things, our septic system and our drainage system. The original development that was proposed when the subdivision was originally approved had the septic and the drainage some 900 feet away to the west on this site, in another area that we're not proposing to disturb at all. By reducing the development of the house itself, the house is third the size of what was originally proposed. We were able to reduce the size of the septic so that we could put that right behind the house rather than 900 feet away. And same with the drainage. And so by bringing in the fill, we're able to have that development envelope restricted to really where the house is rather than elsewhere on the 20-acre parcel.
So what happens to the stone wall?
We can use some of the stones for, and this is only a portion of that stone wall. We can use some of them as part of demarcation features along the conservation easement areas. And that's probably what we would do with them.
So basically, the subdivision plan, which was approved, did not touch the stone wall. And then this revision will basically destroy the stone wall. So you're certainly, if I understand correctly, I mean, it will still exist, but you'll be moving, there will be no more stone wall. It'll be other fill, or you'll be using it for demarcation. How old is that stone wall?
Well, I frankly haven't been out there and walked the site. To a certain extent, looks more like a pile of rocks than a stone wall. It doesn't look like the stone walls you see along the road or along farms. It's sort of shale stone that's piled and not very big. We're talking something a couple of feet high at the most. In some areas, not even that. But the stone wall was going to be gone with the last development because that was a much more intense and larger area that was going to be developed.
Okay, 0 for 2. No energy narrative and no stone wall. Congratulations. I'm done.
I'll try to give you something else, Mr. Wells, later.
That'd be great. I'm waiting.
Mr. Lowe.
Yeah, just on that wall for a second, you make, and maybe it's my interpretation, but you make it sound like it really wasn't ever a wall. But I mean, we know how how walls in New England came to pass. Land was cleared, and they created these walls to mark off areas and use the stones to line property lines, etc. And the way you're sounding, it sounds as though, well, there's a bunch of kind of slate stuff that's just been dropped haphazardly around. Is that, or is this in fact a case where, due to inattention to maintaining what was an old stone wall, it's fallen into sort of a disarray?
Well, it really wouldn't rise to my definition of a stone wall, but that doesn't mean other people wouldn't see it as such.
Well, can you recognize it as a former stone wall?
Perhaps. I, this is a 20-acre parcel. It is there are a lot of walls and paths that go through it, and
Okay.
we're going to retain and maintain all of the rest of them on the site, other
Okay,
than the
also-
2 acres where we're building.
Okay. Also, yesterday we were looking at the various trails and how they were marked on the map. And I'm not sure if I have this right, but those that were colored in red, color red, were not to be used by the riding people. Is that correct?
That's true. Yes, and that was part of the declaration of restrictions when the subdivision was approved. That those would be removed, and the others throughout the open space and to the south would be retained.
Yeah, I yield to Ms. Jones.
Okay,
Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Law. I actually want to clarify that because I thought the red ones could be removed or could remain. I mean, there's some flexibility. So you're saying that on this parcel, all of the trails marked in red will be removed?
Yes, and there will be one that's marked in yellow that will replace
I've got-
those to link the one riding trail to the other.
Can you throw that up, Tracy, again?
It was just not clear, I think, from what was happening with the red ones from the materials. And we just wanted to clarify that the blue one with the link with the yellow one is the only one that's on the southern part of this property, is the only one that will remain with regards to this application and this property.
Yes, on this particular lot, there's 40 acres that is either conservation or open space, and the trails will be retained through all of that.
No, I'm not asking about those. I'm just asking about this map that we have here. Thank you.
Yes, then that's true.
Clarifying that, but
A slightly different version,
Yeah, because
but it is,
yellow
it
is
has,
a different yellow. The yellow
no,
has a
the
different-
colors are the same. The colors are the same.
No,
Yeah.
but the route of the yellow looks different than it did in the other.
No, this looks very similar to me.
No, it's
Okay.
very
Same.
similar. This is the one that
And
was
you-
attached to the letter.
The orientation of the map may be slightly different. If we tilted it, it may look more familiar to you.
But this one actually shows how the blue connects with the properties that are
Right.
not the one under consideration right now.
Right, yeah,
So-
this map does show other adjacent properties and how the trails go. But this is the letter that was, this is the map that was attached to the letter from Mr. Hegney explaining the riding trails.
And this also shows that northernmost yellow trail that I don't remember seeing in the other map. But it at least it explains how these trails can continue to be used. If not going through this property, there is access east and west and north and south, right?
Right.
Around the property.
Yes, it shows how they continue in this direction and then up.
Right.
Yeah, they don't draw them on all parcels, but yes, these lines show other continuations, yes.
Can you also, as long as you have, when we're done with the trails, can we also look at the septic relative to the stone wall and the regrading relative to the stone wall? What Aaron's question was.
While we have this on the screen, this was the development that was approved as part of the subdivision. And you can see the house is much larger, occupies a greater area. There was a stable and paddocks, a pool house and pool. And those are not included in what we're submitting to you.
Are we done with this map, Ben?
You guys good with the trails?
Yeah.
I am, yes, thank you.
All right, I'll go search for the other.
While we're waiting, can I ask a question to Madam Chair or Pat?
Probably Pat.
All right, Pat. Historic District Commission seems at times to exhibit extreme concern about like 100-year-old walls and maybe along property lines. Do they don't care about walls within a property? Is that how it works, or how do they get involved?
Well, I think it has to do with the significance of the property and the condition of the wall. So, a common, farmer's wall or whatever may not be significant unless there's something related to it that contributes to the historic nature of the property, I would say. But if you're asking why they did not comment, on this, it would not be standard practice for them to be receiving a plan like this to comment on. They're welcome to an advisory capacity, but it wouldn't be it's not the regulatory process to include them in this.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so the existing stone wall at elevation 200 something, and you are regrading to what? Along in here?
This doesn't have all this is not the version with all the grading. Hang on.
Yeah.
Hold on. Well, it was the most revised. Hold on. It's the most revised version. Hang on one sec. Go back.
I just wanted, because Arn had asked a question, I just wanted to
Yeah,
see.
no, I understand. Yeah, I understand. I went to what was labeled revised, and it's not the full set.
And I didn't include that as part of our presentation materials because it hadn't been an issue when we were before the commission in March.
So Tom, the version then would be the March 10th. Would that have it? Because what is labeled as May 13th is just the one sheet, correct?
Yes, that was just to provide the overlay of the riding trails on the site plan.
Yeah, because what I'm trying to do is actually show you not the flattened versions, but the clearest versions. And now I'm getting folder empty errors. Oh, come
Tracy, what sheet can I help out?
I'm trying to pull up, it looks like what I'm trying to pull up is the March 10th revision to the site plan, but I may have to just pull them from the staff report and they'll just have to be a little blurry. We've got to come up with a standard naming.
Isn't we actually had a conversation about it in the office today. So
Yeah, and there's a couple of times when I've opened files and I've gone, really?
Well, it's really hard here on the fly to open up 77-page staff report.
No, so don't worry about it. Don't worry about it right now. I just wanted to see the point that Mr. Hegney was taking. Why don't we just, I have a way to address it that'll be fine. I think it'll work.
I don't get it.
All right, let me just then turn, does anybody else from the commission have comments?
Tracy, the revision on the 13th is only one sheet. Is that the one you're looking for?
No, that's why we're not looking at that one. No, I'm looking, there's a March 10th, I think, but I couldn't get it to open.
Okay.
I'm now cruising through the staff report to try to find it.
Okay, so Mr. Holsworth has his hand up. If you would go ahead.
Sure. Hi, good evening. I could try to help you out. It's sheet SE2, the site grading plan. The last dated was September 16th, 2024. So if that helps, but to answer your questions, we are filling in that area for the septic and the storm, somewhere in the magnitude of 8 feet at times because of the nature of the soils in that area and how we need to accommodate that for those two systems. And, you know, going back to what was previously
Yeah,
designed.
so this comes back to the comment that gets made, I forget, Mr. Holsworth, who makes it, but in order to do this, because, and I get that you've had drainage sign off and all that, but the drainage relies fairly heavily on net fill, and you have 10,000 cubic yards of net fill. And that's what, now it's a big piece of property, but you are doing a significant amount of grading, and that's what's impacting this stone wall. So it really comes back to, and the question, I think it was conservation raises, whether the intent of the subdivision was being met in its minimal disruption. I forget how they word it. Hold on. You've probably looked at it, right? But they talk about a minimal disruption of the existing contours in the subdivision.
I mean, the original subdivision would have been way more disturbance than what we are proposing for the storm and sanitary. Like Mr. Hegney commented, would be 900 feet worth of trenching down to another area that has, you know, more suitable soils. But, you know, as we go through the process, we tried to eliminate that and bring it closer to the site, which makes sense. But as a repercussion, since the site area is not, you know, as suitable for the soils, we had to elevate the site in that area, and as a consequence, the amount of fill was increased.
And there's no other way you could work with it in your mind?
No, we needed to elevate, and you know, we needed to have septic, which is actually much smaller than what was originally proposed. This is only a 3-bedroom home, so the septic is relatively small in terms of, you know, houses that you tend to see on these large properties.
But it is 7,000 square feet.
Yep, but septic, you know, is based on number of bedrooms, and it's mostly all one floor by design.
Brett, I can't find your site plans
Okay,
and our materials. If
you
you
know what,
want to be able to share them, that would be fabulous.
No,
I don't know
I tell
why
you
I'm
what,
not
I'm-
finding them.
I can if you'd like me to, but
They're just not, they're not labeled in the materials in a way in which I can find them.
would you like me to share?
Sure, that'd be awesome. Sorry.
Okay. You see my screen?
Yep.
Okay. So yeah, this is the grading plan that we submitted. So this box is the infiltration system. These boxes are the septic primary and reserve systems. So you can see, you know, it's kind of tucked in towards the southern portion of the site where you have more fill needed. And after those systems, it kind of tapers down to existing grade. But you can see the heights of the walls ranged, you know, about 8 feet or so. And you can see the stone wall here, you know, that we're trying to that you were asking about.
Yeah.
And then, you know, in comparison, I think this was what was originally proposed, much bigger system. We didn't have the stone wall located, but you can see the continuation, and it would have been, you know, right in the middle of these storm pipes, and the house was much larger and much closer to that stone wall, so that would not have been preserved.
And Brett, could you zoom out and show where the prior septic system and drainage were located?
Right. Yeah, so all the way down here was the septic system and the storm system, and you can see the size of the septic system, even though it is in better soils, it was much larger. Same thing for the storm system. So we are eliminating all this trenching, about 900 feet to get to that system, to keep it all in one development area.
Okay. I- All right. Okay. Mary, you have a question.
Yeah, I was just going to comment. I guess I'm a lover of stone walls too, and it's a shame to not retain it. But given the fact that the disturbance in the site has been reduced so much from the original subdivision when there were stables and driveways and a larger house and everything, I'm in favor of the fact that less of the entire property is being developed and disturbed. And if the balance is working in that direction, I mean, it's something that I would personally favor is less disturbance of the entire site. And if the cost is a stone wall, I'd prefer that to, stables and driveways and additional development.
Okay. Yeah. Okie doke. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
If I could turn to public for comment. This is 45 Doverton Drive. If anybody from the public has comments on this application. Not seeing any virtual hands being raised. Does anyone object to closing this application at this time? Seeing no objection, this application is hereby closed. As a reminder, voting on this application will be, actually, the last time we heard it, Jones was seated for Yeski. So we will keep her seated, and Mary, you would seat for Wells unless Dennis wants to take it back.
Sorry,
No.
I
No.
was seated, so.
The last time we heard this, Jones was seated for Yeski. Wells
Not-
is seated.
Macri.
And Macri, and did I not say Macri?
No, you didn't.
Oh,
Else-
okay.
Okay.
Okay. And so Dennis, if you want to take it back, you can. Otherwise, Mary will seat for Macri. Yes, I did do that. I see I did it.
I don't want it back now.
Okay. So Mary, you'll be seating. So the seating is Albin, Lowe, Jones for Yeski, Wells, and Jenkins for Macri. As to the application of Sabine Doverton LLC for a final site plan for construction of a residence carriage house, screen porch, patio, porte cochere, garden house and studio with associated improvements on a 20.54 acre property located at 45 Doverton Lane in the RA2 zone. Whereas the 2013 subdivision approval for the subject property required that initial development be reviewed by the Planning and Zoning Commission. Whereas the drainage has reliance on fill coming to the site with a proposed net fill of 10,049 cubic yards. Whereas DPW engineering approved the application for zoning building permit in its 3/6/25 comments. Whereas phasing and S&E design is emphasized in the DPW comments with a request that the project engineer monitor the site regularly. Whereas water service is available from Doverton Drive and is planned to connect with this project. Whereas the Inland Wetlands Agency issued permit 20-24086. Whereas the Health Department, in an email dated 2/27/25, stated its approval of a 4-bedroom septic system to serve both buildings. Whereas the ZEO issued comments dated 3/6/25, pointing towards relevant zoning regulations. Whereas Conservation issued comments on 4/1/25 requesting that the planting plan be clearly delineated to show which trees are proposed for removal and which are designated for preservation. Whereas Conservation further requested protective measures, including tree protection, fencing, root zone reservation, and construction buffers be strictly enforced to ensure that retained trees, particularly mature specimens, are not inadvertently damaged by construction. Whereas Conservation also commented on the value of incorporating native species into the planting plan. Whereas the applicant provided a memorandum dated 3/31/25 explaining which riding trails must be maintained pursuant to the conditions of the subdivision approval. Whereas the applicant proposes a new linking yellow bridle trail to maintain a coherent network at the southernmost edge of the property. This proposed trail passes through a wetland area and goes near a vernal pool. Whereas conservation recommended that this area of the trail not be used between March 1st and 4/15 of the year to avoid disturbing amphibian life. Whereas the applicant provided a letter from a Connecticut licensed professional engineer dated 3/13/25, noting the proposed timber bridge is structurally adequate to support a fire truck or other emergency vehicle. Therefore, be it resolved that the subject application is hereby approved, subject to the following conditions and any other outstanding staff comments. Prior to the issuance of a zoning permit, the following must be submitted to the Planning and Zoning Department for sign-off: a final landscape plan, including a listing of trees to be removed and proposed protection plans for those trees, for trees to remain. Trees remaining, sorry. An S&E monitoring plan. And finally, the applicant shall explore with staff whether it would be possible to reduce the grading and fill in any way, particularly with an eye to retaining the old stone wall. I mean, I know the answer to that is no, but we'll still ask you again, Mr. Holsworth, to think about if there's anything you can do, because it's always sad. Do I have a second?
Second.
Ms. Jenkins has seconded. Mr. Lowe, how do you vote?
Aye.
Madam Jones?
Aye.
Mr. Wells?
Aye.
Madam Jenkins?
Aye.
Albin is also aye, and with that, the motion passes 5-0, and we go to the public hearing. Thank you, Mr. Hegney.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Kelly, are you good for sound? I just want to make sure we can hear you this time. No, we still can't, but I can't hear you. Okay, so if you need anything, we'll be watching. Just let us know, okay? And at worst case, just turn on your video and go like this. Especially if we have Mr. Tessie and, oh, he's not coming, right? Okay, so you won't have the Mr. Tessie mumbling, which is always what Mr. Basili complains about. Okay, good evening, Ms. Costa-Cohi. I have not had a chance to write you. I apologize. Congratulations on your promotion.
Thank you.
She's now the number 2 big kahuna in DPW. Our next application now in the public hearing is the Town of Greenwich Department of Public Works for an alteration and improvement to the Binney Park Loop Scenic Road to install a rectangular rapid flashing beacon at the Wescombe Wood Road Bridge pedestrian crossing. Additional signage on Arch Street between Wescombe Wood Road and Sound Beach Avenue, and 3 yield marking, striping, and signs at 2 crosswalks around Sound Beach Avenue and the crosswalks at the Wescombe Wood Road Bridge. That is a mouthful. All right, Madam, if you would go ahead, Mr. Costa-Cohi.
If you wouldn't mind promoting Finn Sweeney as a panelist,
Finton Sweeney, sure.
He's going to present. Thank you.
I see. She gets promoted and now she doesn't present anymore. That's the way it goes. I just want to not have to write motions. I go on strike. Hello, Mr. Sweeney.
Hello, how
You're
are you?
presenting. Hi.
Yes, thank you. May I share my screen?
Patrick, you have to do that. For some reason, I can't make people co-host tonight.
Should be working now.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the commission. Good evening. My name is Finton Sweeney. I'm a civil engineer with the engineering division of the Department of Public Works and leading the effort of implementing these safety improvements in this area. This application was submitted to request recommendations of the Planning and Zoning Commission for this improvement, so that the Commissioner of Public Works shall give due consideration to the proposed alteration or improvement of a scenic road related to safety improvements presented here. In September of 2020, the Planning and Zoning Commission approved the Binney Park Scenic Loop. This loop includes Sound Beach Avenue, Westonwood Road, and Arch Street. Per Town Charter Article 3, Section 1113C, procedures for making alterations or improvements, which reads, any proposal for alteration or improvement of a scenic road, whether by public or private applicant, shall be submitted initially to the Planning and Zoning Commission, along with a map showing in detail the proposed alteration or improvement. It also reads, the Planning and Zoning Commission may hold a duly noticed public hearing on the application and shall submit findings of facts, the minutes of any hearing, and a recommendation to the Commissioner of Public Works. This is the third presentation to the Commission related to an alternation and improvement to a scenic road for this specific Binney Park Scenic Loop. The first was held December 15th, 2020, requesting recommendations related to the replacement of Westonwood Road Bridge. And the second was held on February 1st, 2022, requesting recommendations related to sidewalk curbing, ADA pedestrian ramps, crosswalks, and RFBs. The safety improvements proposed in this current application include the installation of rectangular rapid flashing beacons, also known as RFBs, and related yield markings and signage at the existing crosswalk at Westonwood Road Bridge. Between other safety improvements proposed include additional striping and signage to prevent wrong-way drivers on Arch Street. These proposed improvements are a result of requests made by frequent users of the park and roadway. DPW's main priority is safety for both pedestrians and drivers, and the improvements requested here will benefit all. Following receipt of the recommendations from the Commission, a public hearing will be held by the Department of Public Works. If a decision is made as a result of that public hearing, DPW will be proceeding with the installation of these safety improvements. Therefore, the goal today is to provide an overview of the project and receive recommendations from the Planning and Zoning Commission. The proposed RFBs are to be installed at the existing mid-block crossing located at the intersection of Westonwood Road Bridge, which can be seen in the yellow stars here, which connect the north and south sections of Binney Park. There are two RFBs proposed at this location, one facing each direction of traffic. An RFB is the form of traffic control that uses flashing yellow lights located on both sides of the crosswalk to warn motorists or pedestrians wanting to cross the street. The flashing lights are only activated when the button is pushed. There are RFBs already installed on the Binney Park Scenic Loop, such as the mid-block crossing at the Parrott Memorial Library and the mid-block crossing at First Church Preschool. There are also several RFBs located on Sound Beach Avenue within Old Greenwich. DPW has received several complaints from park users and residents feeling unsafe crossing due to potential high speeds of vehicles traveling on the roadway. Crossing at night is also a concern without street lighting present. Two-way traffic counts at this location calculate 2,493 vehicles per day, and the roadway is posted for a speed limit of 25 miles per hour, and the 85th percentile is calculated to be between 26 and 30 miles per hour. Being that there are several RFB locations throughout town, the DPW communications specialist releases an educational clip each year on RFBs. As can be seen in these photos here, these are some examples of prior years. She does this in conjunction with the Greenwich Police Department. It explains what they are, how to use them, and references the pedestrian laws related to marked crosswalks. The proposed RFB is consistent in model and make of those already installed in the vicinity and throughout town. The proposed RFB will be solar powered, and the Highway Division maintains this infrastructure, and it's important for them to remain consistent as they keep spare parts on hand if something needs to be repaired quickly. The pole finish will be black, which is consistent with RFBs in the vicinity. This picture shows a silver RFB, but the proposed for this location will be black. In addition, there will be RFBs proposed, as they are around the park already, the other locations are also black. Low-lying plantings installed as part of the bridge project create a buffer without blocking the ADA pedestrian ramp. It is important to DPW to maintain the look and feel of the surrounding area when incorporating these types of safety improvements. When the button is pressed by the pedestrian, the lights will flash for a set amount of time based on the roadway width, and an audible message is played indicating when it is safe to cross. If the video will play here. So the lights flash and audibly, it's kind of, you can't really hear it that well, but in the video, it's much louder in person.
Yes.
What you see here are the locations for the existing mid-block crossings within the Binney Park scenic loop. The proposal is for the installation of yield mark striping as well as yield here to pedestrian signs at each location. These are to communicate to vehicle operators where to stop. As typically it's like where, they stop before right at the crosswalk, how far before, so they tell them where the vehicle needs to stop. These signs and yield markings are MUTCD compliant and must be installed in conjunction. You cannot have one or the other without the other, sorry. Only MUTCD compliant signage can be used for a public roadway. Other types of signage which have green backgrounds or different fonts or images are not MUTC compliant and cannot be used here. Those are only permitted in private rights of way. It is crucial that the signs remain consistent with what is installed throughout town and the state to maintain and preserve driver expectations. As can be seen in the above map, the locations that these are being proposed for installation are at the existing mid-block crossings around the loop, which include the intersection of Wescombe Wood Road, Binney Park Lane, at the Parrott Memorial Library, and the First Church on Sound Beach Avenue. The purpose is to increase awareness to the pedestrian crossing and ultimately improve safety. The third safety improvement we are proposing is for Arch Street, which is a one-way road with northbound traffic starting at intersection Wescombe Wood Road and ending at Sound Beach Avenue, sorry. Arch Street is a two-way road just south of Wescombe Wood Road, continuing to the other side of the railroad tunnel at the roundabout. Shown here are the proposed signage and striping locations for Arch Street. DPW has received several complaints from residents that live on Arch Street and Pell Place that vehicles do not abide by the one-way that is creating that on the road, and it creates a safety issue. DPW has had temporary traffic counters installed on Arch Street in the past, along this stretch, which have collected data proving vehicles traveling southbound, which is the wrong way. While this side is for information purposes only, it is also noted that this proposal, this proposed crosswalk here was not included in the existing application, but it was in the second application that I mentioned prior. Recently, the DPW Highway Division milled and paved and will be paving soon this stretch of Wescombe Wood Road. This work did not require to be included in the planning and zoning application because there was no change and it was just road maintenance. Once the roadway is paved, a decorative sidewalk will be installed at the intersection of Wescombe Wood Road and Sound Beach Avenue in lieu of the white striped crosswalk previously in place. Again, this was already included in the second application but was never implemented. This proposed crosswalk is identical to the crosswalks found at other locations around the scenic loop. We felt that the decorative crosswalks around the park would not be more appropriate for this area and consistent. This type of decorative crosswalk, as I mentioned, is already at the Parrott Memorial Library and at the mid-block crossing at the First Church, as well as both crosswalks at the new Wescombe Wood Road Bridge. What you see here is a plan showing the locations of all existing decorative crosswalks, and the proposed location is in red. And finally, this is the third public hearing hosted by Planning and Zoning for the alterations and improvements for the Binney Park Scenic Loop. This slide shows all the safety improvements previously installed as a result of those hearings and decisions. Thank you for the opportunity to present these safety improvements. We now look forward to any recommendations from the commission and answering any questions.
Anybody on the commission have questions or comments? Mr. Lowe.
Yes, you mentioned, I believe, if I heard it correctly, something in excess of 2,000 odd daily vehicles. Yes. And where was that? Was that at where this proposed site for these
yes,
RFBs?
That study was taken along the site here, west, you can see on this slides too, still, I don't know if you can see my mouse. See my mouse? I don't think so.
Yes,
But on the
no, yeah, I
west,
can. Go ahead. I see the cursor.
on
Yeah.
Westcomb Wood Road Bridge, road here, that study was done for the bridge project. So that was pretty recent within the last couple of years, yes.
How does that compare to the volume along Sound Beach?
It is definitely lower than the volume on Sound Beach, but it's still decently significant. And a main concern I've seen from residents is cars going on Sound Beach and turning onto Westcomb Wood, and keeping their speed and just basically, not braking, as what Sound Beach Avenue is a higher mile per hour zone. And
Right.
they just fly right over the bridge. And yeah. So it's definitely a lower
And they come launching into another little intersection, right? So
Yes, yes. And there's like people with strollers. I've had multiple. I did that bridge down there, that Westcomb Wood Bridge, and I spoke with a lot of residents in person as well
when
as
you say
with,
you did it, you were part of the physical team
well,
that was.
AVD was the contractor, but I was helping running that job.
Yeah, you were on site.
Yes. And so I got a lot of residents in-person communication, and that people, they come off of Sound Beach, which is the faster road, and two, they come down the hill, Westcomb Wood Road that continues down this hill, which is no stop sign here.
Yeah.
They did a study at one point, if I was told correctly, and like it was hard to have people stop. So there's no stop sign. So people just let off the brake and let the momentum carry them down as well coming from the west.
So there's no stop sign as you come across that bridge, and where Westcomb meets Arch, there's no stop sign? There must be.
There's no stop sign coming down this hill. There was a study at one point, and they've found it infeasible as it was like right at the bottom of the toe of the hill or something.
So I'd like to correct that. There is a stop sign going westbound. There is no stop sign going eastbound.
Yes.
Yeah. So when he says down the hill, it's coming from the west, coming
Correct.
down Westcomb, the hill that is Westcomb Wood.
The
And
very
there's
steep
no
hill.
stop sign there. So
Yes.
how is that even possible?
Yes, we did a stop sign warrant analysis, and the warrants were not met for that location. There's very limited sight distance because of that steep slope. So we're not permitted to put the stop sign there.
Okay, and I asked during the briefing yesterday about whether we had data on the incidence of accidents or with pedestrian or bicycle contact at these sites since the scenic road designation. I appreciate that, and I mean this sincerely, the anecdotal experiences that you had while this bridge was going up. But I'm just curious whether we had actual data and whether there is some record of any contact with strollers or pedestrians, vehicles, bicycles, etc.
We do not have the police reports proving the accidents. There were no fatalities that we know of. I'm pretty certain that there were no fatalities at this in this area, but just from complaints that we received and visually seeing people cross from one side of the park to the other, and just complaints is what triggered this.
Got it. Thank you, both of you, so much. Appreciate it.
Who else has questions? Mr. Wells.
Yeah, just two quick questions, Mr. Smith. If you could comment on, it looks like Westcomb Road curves going east to west. And could you comment on the visibility of a car coming down there, given the curve? And also, does the bridge have any elevation, or is it just flat with a road? So does the car sort of elevate going up the bridge, or which might hurt visibility or not, or is it just same elevation as the road?
So we did an analysis when we put the crosswalk in initially. We put that in during the second application to planning and zoning, that crosswalk. So we had to take a look at the sight distance and prove the sight distance was met in order to put in that mid-block crossing. And there is adequate sight distance for that crosswalk.
Okay, thank you. And the bridge is flat with the road, I guess. It doesn't elevate.
We did not elevate the bridge during the replacement. It's maintained with the roadway. It is a low point, but it is pretty much in line with the adjacent roadway.
Thank you.
Arn, it's Tracy. I do have a picture of that I took standing before the bridge looking west if you need to see it.
I think we're good, but
Okay.
thank you.
And I sent it to you earlier today. It's the one with the DPW workers in the yellow jackets in the background.
Thank you.
Yep.
Okay, any other questions from the commission? Gabriela, I came across, I'm sorry, Mr. Costa Cohi. I came across over the weekend some studies on, just for the record, because it is a public meeting, some studies on the kinds of improvements in safety statistics and results. Oh, by the way, I think you think we can take down this screen share?
Yeah, sorry.
All right. There's marked improvements apparently when you install the RRFB. So before we go to public comment, could you just talk about the data on that? Like something like 98% on pedestrian. Do you have it? Did either one of you have it handy?
So in that advertisement that we release once a year with the police department, it does list on that slide what the decrease in accidents recorded by Federal Highway proves to be. Finn, do you have that number?
RFBs can reduce pedestrian crashes by up to 47%.
Okay, and then there was a second statistic that was even bigger. Okay. And do you guys have handy what the number of what the crash data is here? I know you said residents have asked for this. Do you have the crash data handy?
I do not. I know that when we came through planning and zoning for the roundabout, very long time ago, we did have lots of crash data at many of the intersections and conflict points, but not recent.
Patrick, did you have a comment?
No, I just wanted to make sure you're Madam Chair, you're asking about current, like we did receive a traffic study with the before the loop was in that.
No, I know that when we did the loop, I know.
I just want to make sure I understood what you're asking. Yeah.
I was asking, so the RRFBs were requested by residents that people were complaining about the speed. And I know as you're going to Parat, as you're crossing to the Parat library, that that's where I know that people had complained that they were bringing their kids across. But I was just curious whether we knew how many actual incidents we had in town at that intersection.
I do not have that information, I'm sorry.
So what you might want to do, since you're having the public hearing, my guess is it would be a great thing to share at the public hearing. Is to say to people, look, we had 4 or 10 or 30, whatever we had, and just let people know, because there's a 47% improvement, and so X number of those would not have happened. And there's a piece of data that was a 98% improvement.
Yeah, I was just about to say, I remember a 98 number.
A 98 number.
Tracy's got it.
Tracy's got it. There's a number that's a 98% improvement.
Yep, hold on one sec. I just gotta flip to the other screen to read it. RRFBs can increase motorist yielding rates up to 98%. That does vary by speed limit, but that's where the 98 comes from.
And that means, and that is a fantastic thing, because it's just the danger, even if you're not going to get hit. It's just
if you're not yielding, it's not a good thing.
Right. And that is from the Federal Highway Administration website on RRFBs.
Okay. Ms. Jones, you had a question.
Just wanted, I guess, to follow up a little bit on some of our discussion yesterday. I think, Mr. Sweeney, you answered some of this, I mean, it sounds like there are no plans to consider potential signs that might be, the colors or design might be more fitting within sort of the scenic route. I mean, I think whether the signs might be different, but you could still, for example, have the flashing lights or other that would cause people to slow down. It doesn't sound like that's under consideration or discussion now. I don't know if you can address, either of you could address that at all.
So the signs that we're proposing are MUTCD compliant, and the signs have to be within a public roadway, MUTCD compliant. Unfortunately, a lot of those signs that you see out there that have like a green backgrounds and different fonts or different images on them, those they might be reflective, but they're not MUTCD compliant. So we have to stay with the compliance so that driver expectation is maintained, and that everyone is aware when to stop, and we keep everything consistent.
Okay, thank you.
Anything else, folks? All right, I'm going to turn to public comment. Anybody from the public who wishes to speak about this application, would you kindly raise your virtual hand? We have Candace Garthwaite. And I'm going to put you first, Candace, followed by Rita Baker, followed by Bill Rutherford from the Conservation Commission. Candace, go ahead.
Good afternoon, evening. Candace Garthwaite. I live on Park Avenue in Old Greenwich. I was one of the organizers for the Scenic Loop around the northern section of Binney Park. Honestly, I do know how pedestrians feel. Cars are intimidating. My husband and I feel it all the time on Park Avenue as they're dodging parked cars, etc. And it's just too bad that drivers don't have that sense of pedestrians. I would very much like to understand if alternative ideas have been considered for pedestrian safety at this location. The charter does state about changes to the road, and here's the quote: "Any alteration or improvement shall be made so as to minimize any adverse impact on the scenic character of the road." So I realize this is challenging because the pedestrian safety is really important, obviously. And yet we do have this gorgeous park right there. And every time I go down that hill, and I go that way very often, I'm always just amazed at how beautiful it is. So on the advice of Peter Urie, an expert on Binney Park, I spoke to longtime Arch Street resident Robert Silby. And when the new Westcombe Road Bridge design was underway, Robert did go to town hall to meet with the project engineer. And he wanted the town to understand the importance of pedestrian safety. And he's lived there, I know his wife has lived on Arch Street for her whole life, and he's lived there many years. And pedestrian safety is so important. And with his background there, he's in the park almost every day, walking dogs and taking walks. His advice to DPW was that the crosswalk should be moved west from the bridge towards Arch Street, because that would improve the sight line, especially for those cars coming from Sound Beach Avenue, which, it was alluded to that Sound Beach Avenue drivers are, gunning it when they go around the corner. Now, Mr. Sibley felt that, well, in other words, DPW didn't agree with him. They don't like crosswalks in the middle of blocks, and they wanted the crosswalk to be part of the bridge project. his feeling is that could have been done with very careful measurement, just to move that crosswalk away from the bridge. And I'm using Mr. Sibley's words here, quote, "They were stubborn and wouldn't change it." And he was disappointed that he felt that DPW was thinking more about vehicles and perhaps dollars and not pedestrians for roadway changes. And so my suggestion is, hey, move the crosswalk. You're going to make all these decorative changes to it anyway. And if the crosswalk could be seen from both directions with the decorative and the triangular markers, then maybe we don't need these flashing beacons. Now, I think the flashing beacons are amazing on Sound Beach Avenue. And I agree that they do. I mean, pedestrians are just not seen, especially on a roadway like that. So I would just really like to know, for the public hearing, are there ways to be more creative and really blend the scenic road character and the safety of the pedestrians? And then I'm also curious where the money comes from. Is it in this next budget line? Did it come from somewhere else? So I was just curious also about the budget. So anyway, that's it.
Thank you, Ms. Garthwaite. Don't leave. Mr. Costa-Coe, since there's other people going to speak, why don't you go ahead and address the questions that she's raised, that Ms. Garthwaite has raised now, unless you want Mr. Sweeney to do that.
So Ms. Garthwaite's comments are related to another person, and if that person would like to reach out to me directly, I'd be happy to have a conversation with him. But it's in regards to the location of the crosswalk. While we're here today for the installation of an RRFB, and I understand also the question is with regards to, are there other alternatives considered? We do know that there are RFBs in the surrounding scenic loop. DPW uses these often throughout town. We feel that they are the safest measure, especially in an area where you have high pedestrian traffic. There has been noted during construction observing many families and children in strollers crossing. I was glad to have included the sidewalk on the new bridge, which was not there previously. During the design process, I observed many people, women with strollers, the families with strollers crossing the bridge within the roadway in the travel lane, which was extremely dangerous. So adding that sidewalk on the bridge and adding the pedestrian ramps where they are today to connect the two parts together, we observed in the field where people cross. And we looked at alternative locations for the crosswalks. We did the site distance study and we determined that there is appropriate site distance to where that crosswalk exists currently. As far as alternatives to an RRFB, I'm not aware of any alternatives that would compare to RFBs. Like Madam Chair noted, the 98% alertness to the drivers, to the flashing lights, as well as the 46% reduction in traffic as a result of RRFBs are the most effective. It is the most effective option, but we can comment more at the public hearing.
So one of the things that I'm just going to go ahead and throw this in, one of the things we talked about yesterday, the trade-off is that the intrusiveness of RRFBs is what makes them effective, and therefore more people see them and slow down. It's the seating, the data point that Mr. Lowe raised. It's the seating to pedestrians. And because it's the intrusive nature that works, while it's new to you, I think once you get habituated, you know, that like that sign, "Don't eat ice cream" on your refrigerator, you start ignoring it after a week. So, oh, you took that sign down anyway. But anyway, the point is you get used to, you initially have a huge surge in safety because they're intrusive and they get attention. Municipalities have struggled, Ms. Garthwaite, we did some research, the Planning and Zoning Commission have struggled with how to integrate this effectiveness into their scenic roads, their scenic byways, and their historic districts. Because if you make them blend in better, they're therefore less intrusive and less effective. What I was gonna do was suggest to the commission that we ask DPW to continue to explore this issue, to potentially reach out to other towns for best practices and see, we know that other towns with historic districts with scenic byways, they've tried to address this, and whether, as we look at our own situation, whether we can come up with some best practices that can be implemented over time. A partial answer from DPW is they've already done some of this work. And so do we want to do it different here, or do we want to be consistent? But at some point if you're going to change horses, you got to do it somewhere, whether you're midstream or not. But that was our key question at the briefing yesterday is there a way to be both effective and attractive? Is there a way to work it? And we know that towns with historic districts have looked at this especially, and also, the scenic highways. So that's what we were going to ask DPW, because we've asked them as well in the context of Greenwich Avenue. When we do improvements on Greenwich Avenue, can we make sure it's consistent with the National Register Historic District, that it emphasizes the history? So that was what I was going to suggest to the commission we go ahead and put in writing. Anything else? All right. Okay. Thanks, Ms. Garthwaite, as ever. All right. Our next speaker is Rita Baker, followed by Bill Rutherford of the Conservation. Mr. Rutherford, I'm going to go ahead and promote you, but you'll just wait till Ms. Baker's done. Hello, Ms. Baker.
Hi. Am I on? Can you hear me?
Yes, you are. We can hear you.
Excellent. Thank you so much. I'm Rita Baker. I'm a member of the Eastern Greenwich Preservation Association, as well as a neighbor of the Scenic Road. Most of what I wanted to say was covered by Candace and also by your comments, Madam Chair, but I just have a couple of thoughts. I walked the Scenic Loop today, and I crossed from my house over onto Sound Beach by the church and went to the crosswalk and pressed the button. I agree, those crosswalks and the beacons at the Parade and also at First Church are absolutely crucial. I stood there for 3 cars who did not stop.
Yes.
My only problem with those beacons is the voice. I have to say, I've never heard that it speak to me before. I'm wondering if that is something new, or I've just tuned it out. But it very loudly says the flashers are flashing or something to that effect, which I know I've pressed the button, and the people in the cars can't hear that over their engine noise. So I'm not sure what the purpose of the voice is. That would be, to me, it's all right on Sound Beach because it's a lot of traffic, there's a lot of noise, but on Westcombe Wood, it's the park. You were going right through the middle of the park, and the flashing lights are bad enough. But if you tell me that that's, going to stop the number of accidents and reduce any problems there as far as people going the wrong way on the one-way street, then that would be fine. But as you said, I would very much like to see some other alternatives that are more in line with the Scenic Road. If there are no other alternatives, then, at least get rid of the voice. I mean, that's just noise pollution, and it's just was very disturbing to me today. So I think for the public meeting, I speak for members of my association, I think we would really like to see other alternatives that are more in, more in custom with the scenic beauty, if possible. Also, I think we would very much like to see specific data that was presented to the beta consultants that made them come up with their recommendation that DPW followed. Exactly how many cars are going there now. I know it was when we were doing the scenic road, Wescombe Wood had 10 times fewer cars per day than Sound Beach. So I'm saying, then why do we need the Sound Beach type of beacon? I think we'd also like to know, have there been any accidents there? The sight line is not good coming over the bridge, or before the bridge. You can't really see the right side of the street before you get to the bridge, where the pedestrians would be standing. So if we had some data on the number of accidents, what kind of accidents, and also, exactly how many cars have gone the wrong way. I've lived here for almost 40 years. And the only time I saw cars going the wrong way was during Sandy, when the fire trucks had to go the wrong way down Arch because a tree was blocking Sound Beach. So I'm not, maybe I'm wrong, but I really don't think it's a huge number that warrants more signage. There's signs there now. One is covered by trees. The one at Sound Beach and Arch Street is covered by trees. So that, and it's very high. So I can see how that might not be seen, but maybe that we could have, some different signage, or, lower on the pole or whatever, so that it is more in keeping with the scenic road. So I'm hoping that that's okay, and that the DPW would be kind enough to come up with some of those answers for us at the public meeting. Thank you.
Mary and Peter Lowe may have questions for you, Ms. Baker. So.
Yes. Actually, just a comment, not to justify really ugly voices, but the reason for the audio is for the visually impaired who can't see that the lights are flashing.
I understand.
But that doesn't mean it doesn't justify something being really horrendous either. I'm sure.
Yeah. I mean, you do press the button and they flash. I noticed up at the Parade, up at the Parade. Before I even got there, I don't know if there's some sort of remote device, but before I even got there, and I was the only one on the street, no one else was there. It told me that the lights are flashing.
Wow.
And I don't know, I was just trying to.
Anticipating that you're going to cross there too, which is kind of.
Yeah, I was just trying to enjoy the scenery, and then I don't know when those things came to be. I'm sure that the first ones that were put up did not have that voice.
And it may very well be that also they can adjust the volume.
Something like that. Because can you imagine living on that scenic road and the flasher is going to be bad enough for you, but then hearing this person in the middle of the night.
One of the things
to be unpleasant, but
I'm wondering about that. Patrick, doesn't it have to respect the noise ordinance?
I'd have to look at the language in there. I mean, there is things for public safety, and so it may be, if it's a state law, it may supersede. But we have, we don't have to hyperbolize. We can actually ask, maybe Gabriella knows the installation date of the noise. The sound, and get that answered, at least here in this setting.
Okay, Ms. Sircosta-Coie.
Sure. So the audible message that you hear, on the RFB was installed with the initial device. That is the only device that has been installed. It hasn't been replaced. It was installed immediately after we were approved, or we received recommendations from the Planning and Zoning Commission, and then had a public hearing following. So the audible message has been in place since its inception, and it's required for the ADA compliance, so that blind people are aware that the lights are flashing and that it's safe to cross. The only message that you are allowed to place on the RFB is, and I quote, "Yellow lights are flashing," and it has to be spoken 2 times. Another thing is that when you push the button, it's the same message actually that's heard at all ADA compliant crosswalks. When you push the button at a signalized intersection and you want to cross the roadway, it's the same exact message. And it's all ADA compliance, and there's a certain decibel that you're allowed to go up to answer Patrick's question, and it's all for safety. It only comes on and the lights only flash when you push the button. So there's no automatic sensor or anything like that on the RFB. Someone has to actually physically push the button in order for it to come on. In all of the RFBs that we've installed throughout town, they vary by location. We have one outside town hall. We've never received a complaint for the loudness or the decibels of the sound. I know, Miss Baker, you live in the vicinity, and it was the first time that you've ever heard it. I'm not an expert on how these devices are created, but I know they are designed in a way so that it is very loud when you're standing at the crosswalk, but not meant to project very far. So it is meant for blind people, as the
Visually
alternate
impaired.
member, Ms. Jenkins, noted, for those that are visually impaired.
Okay, Mr. Lowe.
Yeah, I was going to say.
I'm going to take you out, Ms. Baker. I think you've spoken. Go ahead, Mr. Lowe. Unless you wanted to talk to Ms. Baker.
Well, I think we should, if she could remain for a second.
Sure, I can leave her.
I wondered whether these this voice recording that comes on, is it designed to penetrate the closed vehicle? Is that part of its purpose, and therefore contributing to how loud it is? I don't know. I've never gone through one of these things. I've never experienced it, but I wondered. And arguably, because it's arguably as important as it is for the visually impaired, it's pretty important to get the message to the driver to reinforce those lights, perhaps with a voice announcement. So I don't know anything about this, but I'm just wondering whether that's a factor in their design. But we don't seem to have nobody here is a part of any design team, so I appreciate that.
So the RRFB is not meant, the sound, the audible message is not meant to be heard inside the vehicle. They are looking at designs so that when you push the button, the Bluetooth would automatically be heard in connected vehicles. We haven't gotten to that point in technology, but hopefully it's something that will happen soon. But at the moment, it's not meant to be heard within the vehicle. It's only for those in the crosswalk.
And thank you for that, because that's another point I was going to make, is that this technology will clearly evolve over time. And what it is today, for sure, will morph into something that will be more efficient, more effective, presumably. We hope.
Yes, hopefully.
So we have to remember that this is, all of these things are subject to change, and hopefully for the better, improvement. Thank you. That was it.
Okay. All right, Mr. Rutherford, or Rita Baker, would you like to answer this?
Muted.
I didn't really. It's nothing to answer. I just thought in case.
Oh, I
wanted.
muted her. Oh, go ahead.
It's a terrible thing to do.
Don't unmute a former language teacher. I agree with what everyone is saying. I mean, that's fine. But again, my point is, well, first of all, I really never did hear that voice before. But in any case, I'm not in the country half the year, so that could be part of the reason. But that's all fine and good. That's great on Sound Beach Avenue. There's a lot of traffic. Not extensive, but there's a lot of traffic and there's a lot of noise. And okay, okay, fine, that's great there. But on Little Wescombe Wood, where, that it's the houses are right there on the street. I mean, where the signs are at the Parade and the First Church, I mean, that's the church, it's the Parade, there's a lot, it's not somebody's house. So that whole side of the street is lined with houses. And, these big flashing lights, today, in my opinion, it really took away from the beauty of the park. So I think hopefully in the public meeting that, we can maybe get some alternatives that are more scaled down for that specific location. If they don't exist, they don't exist. And then we would, to, of course, take safety first. But I just would really like to know if there are any other possible things one could do without having to install those beacons.
Ms. Baker, and I had asked earlier of Mr. Sweeney, and that's why I wanted to know what the incidence was relative to Sound Beach. I was assuming that it is way less, that the vehicular numbers are way less than Sound Beach, but his answer was something along the order, it's still a significant number to warrant this precautionary step. I believe, not to put words in his mouth, he's here, he can dispute what I said.
Well, if I recall from the Scenic Road days, the Wescombe Wood compared to Sound Beach had 10 times more traffic than Wescombe Wood. And so just, with that, and I just think that it's really would be important for DPW to explain to the public, give us some numbers, give us some facts, give us some possible alternatives. I mean, people are reasonable. If it's going to save a life or a dog, that's great. That's great. Everyone would be in favor, but I think we just need to have some more facts and perhaps some alternatives should they exist.
I agree.
Well, thank you.
Thank you,
Ms. Baker. Tracy, you wanted to add something, and then Mr. Rutherford, Chair of the Conservation Commission, will speak.
Right, just quickly for Mr. Lowe, the data was 2,493 vehicles per day on Wescombe Wood Road.
Versus Sound Beach.
Sound Beach, our last count showed 12,000 vehicles a day.
So it was between 12 and 14,000, but yeah, 12,000.
Yeah.
And to answer the previous question about the information provided to Beta, in order for them to complete their review, it was exactly the information that is found in the planning and zoning packet.
That's also correct. Beta got the same information that you guys got.
Okay. Thank you, Tracy. Mr. Rutherford.
Thank you, Margarita. Just so you know, 3 months ago, I was made president of the Friends of Binney Park.
Oh, congratulations.
Thank you. Just another thing on my shoulders.
One of my top favorite parks. We have so many beautiful parks. We're so
I know.
blessed.
And we're doing a lot. Greg Kramer has been spectacular.
He's awesome.
I've been working with him. What we've done this spring is unbelievable. So anyways, we did talk about it at our last meeting last Wednesday. And just so you know, Robert Sibley is on my board, and he agrees with what I'm going to tell you. Is our concern is safety first.
Okay.
And one of the big reasons is we presently have a path which is 2/3 completed on the south side of Binney Park. And it has alleviated pedestrian walking on Arch Street. It's on that side of the park. And we are looking to encourage people to use both segments of the park walking. And having a crosswalk is, we need it. And it has to be safe. And we want to, we're looking, we've got 2/3 of the pathway done, and one of our programs is working with Greg Kramer is to complete the loop, which would bring it back to the bridge and then use the crosswalk. We're encouraging people to walk within the whole park and just not around the pond. So that's, you know, where the Friends of Binney Park come from. I did drive from Sound Beach to the bridge, and presently where the crosswalk is located, it's hard to see until you get to the bridge, which does have a hump to it. And so there is a lot of danger. And naturally, when you have a new bridge that's wider, the cars go a lot quicker. So, you know, I'm all for seeing if there's other alternatives. That was my original concern. If we think about moving it, I still have concerns about safety. Just speaking on behalf of the Friends of Binney Park.
Yeah,
So-
thank you very much. That's really the trade-off. And
Yeah,
I,
yeah.
you know, again, the point that our research, you know, that we found is you got to be intrusive to have an impact on distracted drivers. Yeah, okay. But thanks so much for joining us, because that was
Okay.
very valuable. Thank you.
Okay, thanks.
Alex, somebody had their hand up who's taken it down. So I think, does anybody else wish to speak from the public? There were 2 other hands up that have disappeared. I'm sorry if we discouraged you. All right. Everybody sees the trade-off. I'm saying this to you, Mr. Costa-Coe, because both you and Jim Michael have heard it from this commission a million times. Folks are complaining a lot about pedestrian safety, and at the same time, they move here for the beauty of the community and the semi-rural feel. And it's how do you balance those? And we'd love to see you find some best practices on something that's less intrusive and equally effective, or at least blends in and has, for example, as you're doing already, I think you're doing the black poles already, as Mr. Sweeney mentioned. And that was a point Nick made yesterday, that one of the things that the black poles are less intrusive. And still you have that. It's a tough one. And it is one of the drivers for Binney being turned into a scenic road was just that people wanted so badly to make sure that the character of the community looked rural, looked at least semi-rural. And we heard hours of testimony on that in 2020, hours of testimony. And again, you know, when we wrote the POCD, that's the thing we heard the most. Back then, the driving wasn't as crazy. And so we didn't hear about pedestrian danger. In 2018, when we were working on the POCD, we heard about losing the character of our community. And we do recognize, as Jim Michael often reminds us, that 63,000 people is a pretty large town, and that we are not being realistic in wanting to look rural. But we know that that's what why our residents bought here and what they want to maintain. But at the same time, Bill Rutherford is a great voice for Binney, because he's the president, and he is saying he would put the safety over. So I think I've recapped everything. Does anybody want to add to that? All right. Ms. Costa-Coe, would you like to add anything?
Yes, I would like to add that the crosswalk is consistent with the Binney Park master plan. And we worked tirelessly with Peter Ury and the Friends of Binney Park during the design of the Weston Wood Road Bridge.
And
And
the 2003 one, right?
Yes.
Okay, I still have a copy of it.
Mhm.
And I'm not giving it to anybody. But I didn't look at it over the weekend. I did when we did the the scenic road.
Yeah, so I know Peter, we worked together, and we incorporated a lot of things to make sure that we were consistent, especially with their proposed path, which Mr. Rutherford was just talking about. But at the end of the day, DPW, our main priority is safety, which I'm sure is the priority of this commission as well. I just had a question about the staff report and comment number 5. I know that it does say that after the Commissioner of Public Works public hearing and the elements have been finalized, the Planning and Zoning Department staff will need to review and approve an administrative coastal site plan application.
Yes.
I don't believe that was the case for the first 2 rounds.
Yeah, but
of
it's
going
only
through
the
this
planning.
process.
It's only the Planning and Zoning Department. It's an administrative
Okay.
approval. So you don't come back to us for that. That's quite clear. It's just an administrative approval. It's in order to get anything that
Okay.
you would do.
Okay, no problem.
Okay, all right. So seeing no further comment, are you guys okay with closing this application at this time? Does anybody object? No objections. Okay, this application is hereby closed. All right, thank you very much.
Thank you so
both,
much.
for making the time.
Thank you.
I keep looking at, I got hungry during that. I'm sorry. Okay.
You're gonna have to wait.
I know, I saw that. All right. All right, so let's go to application number 7 now, which is the Brunswick School. Mr. Haslam.
Yes, good evening again, Madam Chair.
Hold on a second. Let me just announce it. Brunswick School for our final site plan and special permit to modify the previous decision for PLPZ 2023, et cetera, to modify the approved faculty housing in buildings 1 and 4 to include 2 additional units and 8 additional bedrooms on a 16.27 acre parcel at 270 Lake Avenue in the RA2 zone.
Thank you. Yes, Chip Haslam for the applicant. With me tonight is Tim Peck, the architect on the project, David Ginter, the engineer, and Kathleen Harrington, who's the CFO for Brunswick. If you could promote them to panelists, that would be great. Appreciate that.
Tell me again.
Yeah, Tim Peck, who's the architect.
All righty.
I'm hoping this won't be necessary, but I just might as well do it while we're.
I don't think it is. Why am I not seeing him? Patrick, are you seeing him? Oh, there he is, because he's got his hand up. Okay, and who is the second person?
David Ginter, who's our engineer from Edison Mead.
Yeah, I don't think you're gonna have to go to all that. So I
Okay.
wouldn't bother. Look, they're there. You talk. We didn't have very many questions yesterday and they didn't relate to that.
Now,
Is your landscapey person here?
my landscaping person, well, David Ginter's our
Okay,
engineer.
let's bring in David Ginter. I don't think, Mr. Peck, we're gonna have much for you. Let's just have Mr. Ginter, because I know we have one question for him. All right, okay.
So essentially, you will recall that we had this as a discussion item with you last month, and you indicated that because it was a special permit, we needed to come before you in this formal setting. But essentially, what we're doing is adding 2 units in building 1. I'm sorry, in building 4, and then adding bedrooms. So that the total increase would be we're adding 2 units and 8 bedrooms, but it's all within the area previously earmarked by the prior site plan special permit to be for residential use by faculty as compared to the educational uses for classrooms, et cetera. So nothing has changed as far as any of the other zoning statistics. Nothing's changed with regard to the restrictions placed upon the property previously. That all remains the same. The only other comment I think that came up was I should mention too that we don't need additional parking because we've got plenty of surplus parking as found by Kinley Horn in their report. I think it's the only thing, and I have to say I honestly missed it until I talked to David Ginter today about changes to the site development plan with regard
Bingo.
to hardscape.
So yeah, okay. So that's why what I wanted to ask Mr. Ginter. I hadn't realized either. Staff asked that you confirm that this doesn't affect the drainage plan rather than put you through a whole lot of hoops. What I was thinking is, can we just ask you to review that with our staff and with that we condition you on, you review that there are no drainage or runoff or stormwater management changes as a result of you having made these interior modifications differently, because there should not be. There should
Yes.
not be an impact. I
Actually,
mean,
the
your
reducing,
modific-
go ahead, David. I'm sorry, you speak.
Yeah.
Yep, no problem. Dave Ginter from Redness and Mead for the record. So yeah, I don't think we have a problem with that being a condition. We're reducing impervious coverage by about 3,500 square feet as a result of these modifications. It's lessening the amount of patio and sidewalk around those buildings there. So there will be no drainage impacts, and we can certainly work with staff just to confirm that after.
Yeah, so
after
that's
this
all we're
evening.
saying. I mean, that was my gut too. I didn't find the reduction in impervious in the numbers, but that was my take that you shouldn't have a negative impact here. But since there are changes in both the hardscape as well as the planting, that you would just get staff sign off. Does Patrick and Tracy, are you okay with that?
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah. And
Yes, that's fine.
Yeah, and Mr. Haslam, I know it seems kind of a slog to have you come in for a special permit on something like this, but the bind is that when we don't have an application and it doesn't get into the files, somehow we then don't know why there are X number of bedrooms and blah, de blah, and everybody's scratching their heads. I'm thinking that at some point we need to figure out a better way to allow some approvals to be administrative, but make sure that that is captured better. I don't know, Patrick is really good at getting the process to work better and streamlining things. And so is Tracy, actually. So both of you, because what could you do with an interior change that doesn't really affect the exterior site plan on a special permit? Could you have made it administrative somehow and created a sufficient record? And I don't know the answer to that, Pat.
Yeah, so just right now, let's just say that there was an ability for them to go and make changes to the school buildings. That would be tracked with zoning enforcement and the zoning permit and the building permit. This, however, as a special permit use, it is a planning function. It is the commission's decisions. It's not really the zoning enforcement staff's ability to enforce. So I think there is an opportunity here to allow, as a condition of this approval or as a narrow definition for just this particular circumstance, to say that certain activities would be acceptable as an administrative, non application, but a review with staff of the department, and we'll track it with the file. It would be this file, and that way we're honoring the commission's decision. We're looking at it, and it stays with the planning and zoning department. It doesn't, get extended the powers
Yeah.
to other entities.
Okay. What else from the commission? Any other questions or comments on this?
Oh, sorry, one more thing. I would say I'm comfortable with that also because we have established a special permit here. The commission has made that decision. If
Yeah.
this was a new site and a new special permit, I wouldn't suggest that we do it administratively. I don't think we have the authority to do that for the commission. So
Okay. Anybody else from the commission? Any comments? Does anybody from the public wish to speak on this application at 270 Lake Avenue for the Brunswick School, changing how their apartments, their staff apartments are laid out? Any comments? 270 Lake Avenue, the Brunswick School. I see no comment. Does anybody object to closing this application at this time? Seeing no objections, this application is hereby closed.
Thank you.
Thank you. Oh. Oh, that didn't work. All right. And Haslam. Okay, our next application is Cherry Valley.
Mr. Brower.
Okay.
Good evening. Erica Brower on behalf of the.
Hold on a
the
second. I need to read it first.
Oh, okay.
Cherry Valley, sometimes I wait till you guys get in. Cherry Valley Road 6 LLC, an application for a final site plan and special permit for proposed replacement of an existing single-family dwelling with a new single-family dwelling, which shall be in excess of 150,000 cubic feet. This application includes an indoor sports court at 91 Cherry Valley Road in the RA4 zone. Okay, go ahead, Mr. Brower.
Okay, thank you. Good evening again. So this application had a pre-app hearing on it earlier in this year, and I listened in on your briefing session yesterday, and maybe it's best if I just start by addressing some of the comments and concerns that were raised. That sounds acceptable.
Yes, please, if you would do that, because we continue to have questions about how this functions. Go ahead.
Okay, so first item, just for the record to clear up, that we did submit revised plans that staff acknowledged, confirming that there's no problem with the FAR, as there was previously raised about the attic area, whether that needed to be included or not. And so there is no attic space. Everything is going to be cathedral ceilings throughout the building. So we are clearly and fully in compliant with the FAR. The other issue was raised, one of the commission members, and I guess shared by others, was the future use of the structure as a automobile storage area for the owner. And there was a question of access and an interpretation that somehow vehicles would have to drive through the great room in order to enter what would then become the storage area. And if we look at the site plan, the access to that rec area is simply will go from the parking court that's in front of the great room and continue around the northwest corner of the great room and then enter into the rec room. The area from the front driveway all the way through to the rec area is level, and there is at the closest point of the corner of the building and the new proposed retaining wall, at least 13 feet of level area in order to access that. So there's going to be no impediment whatsoever in the future to having that driveway modified. If and when that takes place, there'd be a zoning permit to confirm green area, and any related drainage would obviously then be incorporated in that plan as well. So that issue is clearly resolvable. There was a question internally about, okay, so you can see now if you start where the parking court is in the front, right there. If you were to simply proceed towards the top of the page and then around the back of the corner, you'll see that access. That's the tight point is 13 feet, which works. And then as you get towards the building across the patio area, there's an entrance to that rec area that has large openings, doorway openings, and an indication that one design option is the overhead garage doors. So that works. The other thing you'll note in driving off of the parking court, you will be driving over the septic system pump chamber and the septic tank right there. Those are below grade structures, and they're designed for H20 loading, which means they're capable of having vehicular traffic over them. So that's certainly viable. There were comments about the interior of the how the walls would be treated for the lacrosse play area. Previously, we indicated that the windows were going to be smash proof or smash resistant. The wall surfaces are going to have pads hung on them, as you see in a lot of gymnasiums. And the material for the interior surface of the wall board will be puncture resistant to absorb any impact there would be from lacrosse balls. So the designers, the owner, thoroughly thought this through, and it is completely workable and safe for their purposes. The next issue concern that was raised was relating to the tree removal. Maybe if you leave that back up. Sorry. Thank you. And what I explained in previous narratives about the project is that what you'll see here on the proposed grading plan, a number of X's that indicate tree removal, and that's where we came up with the count of 47 or so trees. Had a long chat today with our engineer for the project, Brian Muller, and he confirmed that the grading as shown is a little too rigid or uniform, if you will. All those contours that we're looking at, proposed and existing, are for the most part within a foot of each other. So as a result of creating all these nice parallel uniform contour lines, slight alterations in grade obviously impact the trees. So what I have previously said with respect to the trees going up the driveway on both sides, we're essentially using the existing driveway. So there's no need to have that entire area shown as with the new contours regraded. So it's a matter of just custom engineering to show every contour going from one place to another. And in this case, it's interpreted as creating a huge problem. So that grading is going to be returned to basically existing conditions, and wherever there are changes, those can be feathered in. So that allows for a tremendous amount of saving the trees, existing trees, in addition to the ones we're going to supplement. So we have no problem with tweaking that, mostly the graphics, just to make it clear that we're working with the existing conditions essentially. This project is proposing a new structure essentially on the footprint of the previous residential dwelling. We're keeping the existing driveway, curb cuts, all the vegetation that you see all the way along Cherry Valley, as well as on Highland Farm. All of that remains. More than half of the site remains untouched. As far as impact on the site, this has probably one of the greenest footprints in terms of balancing cut and fills at an absolute minimum. We have a cut condition of 350 cubic yards and a fill condition of 550. So the net difference in cut and fill is 200 cubic yards, which compared to the average site plans that you see for housing developments are in the thousands of cubic yards. So this site actually has been cleverly and well designed to utilize all the existing disturbance areas and limit it to that, and then enhance with a new septic system that's been improved, stormwater quality controls that previously did not exist, and essentially reutilizing the developed portions of a 1950s house that occupied pretty much the footprint that you're seeing today. So I think this is workable. We've committed to making clear what our intent is for the use of this property as being a single family home. With this rec room, we understand the regulations don't permit any other crowd generating activities, wedding venues, etc. As was said at the briefing yesterday, those limitations exist with or without having it put in writing. We have no objection to having an approval letter include whereas clauses that make it very clear what the underlying zoning is for this property. And I think also to point out the dwelling portion of this has been characterized as being about 1,400 square feet or so. But the residents and occupants of this building clearly are going to be accessing and making use of the great room, which is another 2,300 square feet. So the actual residential area of this property, aside from the gym, storage, and other areas, is about 3,800 square feet. So that's not atypical for a dwelling size. And as I pointed out in the narratives, we do comply with the all the special permit standards. The house itself is less in height considerably than what would be otherwise permitted in the zone. We're way over in green area in terms of what is required. And again, more than 50% of the site is going to remain as it is. And we're perfectly happy to work with conservation staff, planning staff on the planting details. So the number of plants obviously are going to be, new trees are going to be much closer to a 2-to-1 ratio, particularly if there's interest in having the orchard implemented within the meadow area, which is another unique habitat. So end of the day, this will be a much improved site. It will be zoning compliant. And we feel the special permit standards have been met. I'll be happy to answer questions.
Okie dokie. Thank you. Mary Jenkins.
Yes. I just need some clarification now. Mr. McRae raised the issue about the degree of grading yesterday. So you're saying that it's because of the way this was depicted on this chart, there's actually, it looks like more grading than you're actually doing. I'm not quite sure what the grading argument is here. You're saying now that this looks like a lot more than it is simply because it's been taken in 1 foot tranches?
Contours, yes. So what as I said, it's really a matter of convention of how you lay it out. And so usually when you do some grading, you're going to show existing proposed contours. There'll be a distinction between those numbers, and it's either going to imply cut or fill. The problem with how it represents itself in this area is if you look at, say, the south end of the house down that slope there where you see the contour numbers written. That just so if we move the hand over to right about where the circle is, you see that where the well is there. Okay, so that whole area there, and actually extending all the way to the west, is really not going to be graded. It doesn't have to be graded. The engineer just I wouldn't say overzealously, but he accounted for every inch of the property. And that reads as if every inch of that you're seeing will be disturbed, and it does not have to be. And a result of not moving things a foot or so in elevation means you don't have to impact trees. So we have a nice existing driveway that goes up, and the majority of it's going to be reused. So we don't need to do all that. So, and I think the cut and fill numbers kind of make clear that the 200 cubic feet is the net result of added fill. And so that does not require the amount of disturbance that is implied by this graphic.
I have nowhere near the expertise that Mr. Macra has, but it does look like there's quite a difference though, because the faint lines below the bold lines, they're quite different. I mean, you've got 36, 37 to 40. You've got it's not that there's a foot difference. There is a big difference between what appears to be there now and what would end up being what clearly is a very kind of gentle slope around the structure. So I'm hearing you, but I'm having trouble because I can see a significant difference not between the 42 versus 43 in the bold, but underneath the parameters are very different. The dimensions are very different. So I'm struggling here, not because of what you've said, but because I'm not necessarily seeing what you said on this particular graph, that it looks like there's actually quite a significant slope now that's going to be gentled, if you will, by having those lines be closer together.
That's right.
Well, if you look again, particularly from that series of numbers over to the left, and if you just go contour by contour, existing and proposed, we're essentially within a foot of what was being shown as proposed versus existing. So all that area on both sides of the driveway and moving towards the south end of the house. Once you get past that, yes, there's going to be adjustment, which is typical with any kind of a development. But as I said, this amount of disturbance is about the smallest you'll ever see on a piece of property. The slopes that we're working with are essentially existing from when the house site was developed back in the 50s. So we're not reinventing the world. This is not an atypical or extensive grading alteration.
Okay. But in terms of the tree removal, are you saying that the trees that are now crossed out, some more of them will survive? Or
absolutely, yes. So particularly if you go just straight up the driveway, you've got 5 on the right, and at least 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 or so on the left. Those absolutely are not going to have an adjustment to grade made anywhere around them. So that will be demonstrated in the final plan that we submit to the staff to confirm that.
So originally it was thought that 50 trees would be removed. Can you give me a ballpark on what you think would be removed under the current proposal?
Okay, so obviously down and around in the middle where the rain garden is, that a little further, so just the rain garden area, that definitely will have those trees removed. Going over towards where the level spreader is and the infiltrator area there, there's probably 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 that can be retained as well. So we'll go tree by tree and show what can be saved. And obviously if the grading and the drainage, which is pretty much fixed, requires that, we have no problem with a ratio of closer to 2 to 1 than the 1 to 1 that we have now approximately. So it's a heavily forested site. It's a whole mixture of trees. Conservation made recommendations on what type of evergreens they would like to see instead of what we were proposing. That's fine. So if you look at the photographs that were in the streetscapes as well as the GIS aerial, you can see that this is heavily wooded and is going to remain that way.
Thank you, Mr. Brown.
Anything else, Mary? No. Anybody else have comments? Patrick, go ahead.
Thank you. I will, just for the commission's benefit, I will agree that Typically, when we look at plans, we're looking at 2-foot contours. So if you're looking at a map like this, half the lines in other circumstances would be not displayed, and therefore this does make it look busier because of the 1-foot contouring. And I would just point out that lines tighter together mean steeper slopes, lines further apart are shallower slopes. But to not to counter, but to point out, there is, and I think this is probably what Mr. McRae was mentioning in our work session yesterday, there is 3 to 5 foot of fill at the top of the hill, and that is, I'm not saying it's significant, but it's obviously a change, and it's not, where I would agree with Mr. Brower's point that a lot of the sloping going north to south from where Tracy's pointing from the corner of the new house down to the street, it's by and large just following the current contour and maybe just straightening out the slope a little bit, for lack of a better description. But there is grading around the house that is raising the topography there, so it's not. I think the image is startling. I think some of it is nominal, but there is fill going in, and we obviously know that by the fill calculation. So
And Nick's, and what's the net? Patrick, do you have it in front of you? Does anybody have the net fill?
Eric, you just pointed it out. What was
Yes. So it's a cut of 350 cubic yards, fill of 550 cubic yards. The net difference is 200 cubic yards.
It's not. I mean, when you think about what we had earlier.
And the basement, again, they're the only portion that actually has a basement is the southernmost portion of the main the wing. The rest of the entire structure is a slab, and it will be on grade. So that also helped in terms of not creating more disturbance.
Patrick?
I'm good, Madam Chair.
Okay, so Nick's concern was the future use as a garage, and that it really doesn't lay it out to access a garage, and who has a huge garage all by itself with a very small apartment attached to it. And that's what it's the use that keeps troubling us. And honestly, the representations being made still trouble me. I still can't get my arms around this being a single family residential use. I'm still struggling with that. I'm open to being convinced, but if it is accessory to another property, I'm not understanding why it can't be viewed in combination to
Okay,
that.
so first of all,
and I just hold on a second before you answer me, Mr. Brower. Does anybody on the commission want to add comments? Because if I'm all by myself on this, still struggling, I'll stand down. So
no, I think we all were focused on how, and I think Nick and Mr. McRae articulated this as well as anybody could, that somehow this people are troubled that this doesn't quite hang together, for want of a better expression. And it's not just one thing, it's several things.
Mm-hmm. So with having said that, so we have taken care of explaining how it readily converts itself for an automobile.
And how many, I mean, but it's a huge automobile storage with a small apartment.
Well,
and
could
you're
we get
saying, I'm
the
sorry, that doesn't help me is all I'm saying to you, Mr. Brower. I'm
well,
sorry.
it was raised. No, I'm sorry. I only raised it because that was a huge struggling point for Mr. McRae. And the solution is simple and evident and 100% workable. As to the house, again, I pointed those numbers out because it was characterized as a 1,400 square foot small apartment. But I'll emphasize again, it is part of an entire building that those occupants, residents, are going to have access to, including the great room, which makes it a 3,800 square foot, much nicer house that they have the advantage of, aside from bedrooms and kitchens, a great family room with a fireplace and television area. So it,
And you remove the men's and women's bathrooms now, right?
well, so again, the explanation on this, and we're getting kind of technical, hyper technical, which is fine to make your minds at ease. The owner has a wife and 3 children, 2 boys and a girl. So when they're down there playing and they need to have take a shower after they've been playing the sport, they want the women, mother and daughter, to have their own shower changing room, and the boys and the dad are going to have their others. So is it men, women? Yes. Is it a restaurant, a hotel? No. So these are the kinds of nuances that usually don't become important. But we have is it atypical? Is it something that none of us experience as a dwelling with this accessory? Yes. Is it going to be a zoning violation? No. We have, as you pointed out, car barns in basements or as attachments to dwellings, and it's not an atypical thing. This owner has an opportunity to have future uses for this in terms of short term, long term. So again, just it being odd when it's fully compliant, it presumes a violation, which isn't a basis for denying a building permit or special permit in this case. It's a sizable apartment, and it complies with all the zoning regulations. So we've gotten into an incredible amount of detail to convince you how this different kind of a building works, but it is a single family home with either a rec room or a automobile storage area.
I have to interrupt the regularly scheduled programming to announce that Mary Jenkins is now seated on this application. Dennis just got called away for a medical emergency. I know, Mr. Brower, I articulated it more clearly the last time. When you read the zoning regulations and you read, it is a special permit and it is not a conventional layout, and we do see lots of unconventional layouts, but it is just it just doesn't, it looks like a layout that lends itself to being something other than a single family residential. It is not specifically geared for that, and that's what the zone is for. And it creates what I see as an at-risk situation, because it is so similar to what a party barn would look like. And in fact, it's just the way it's structured. And then the statement even that we're not going to use this in the long term, and if once the kids grow up, we'll turn it into car storage. It's not, it has to be repurposed, because at best it's a temporary use. That was why Mr. McRae kept saying, I need an explanation that makes it fit together.
Okay,
I don't know what to ask you to help me get there. I want to be supportive of people's families and what they need to build to enjoy family life and the activities of their children. I just don't know how to get there with this.
Well, I think you have to look to the regulations.
I am looking at the regulation. We
well, then-
kept looking at single family
Yes,
and what the
so
uses
read the
are in a zone.
Read the
I know.
definition of a single family what a single family is.
It's the layout has to be a
No.
conventional layout. That's what
No,
I read to everybody.
we're
last time.
reading words into that. We just had a coastal application with a totally unconventional layout with 3 kitchens and a weird closet. Now, those are not.
I know, but we sent them back, and
Yeah.
we did comment that we were kind of wondering about the layout.
Right, so they won't
but-
have 3
But
kitchens.
again, the house
Yes.
is otherwise laid out to be a conventional house. The only
And-
thing is you can't have a stomach virus in this house and be the wife. But okay, that's their call. But otherwise, it is laid out as a convention.
As is this. This has an entrance, it has a
Mary-
foyer, it has stairs, it has bedrooms, bathrooms.
Mary?
Nice big family room. I'm sorry, but to call this odd is not a standard in the regulations. It is absolutely within the clear black and white reading of the regulation, a single family home. If we cross this line and get into bedrooms, bathrooms, I mean, I understand. I'll acknowledge it's not typical, but that is not a basis for denying this project. And it would be absolutely unsupportable.
It is not typical, and the use is not clear because you have a use that looks disparate from what its underlying purpose should be. Mary, can you help me out? You've got your hand up.
I just to be clear, the definition of dwelling unit talks about a structure in which room or rooms are arranged, designed, used, or altered for one family. I think the reason that Madam Chair is struggling, and I'm certainly struggling too, and I totally appreciate the right of a property owner to do with their property what they wish, but this is a residential zone, and I have to say that if you had someone walk into a building that looks like this is proposed to look and go, what do I do with my family in this building? It's a big room and another big room and a couple of bedrooms. So if we're struggling, it is because a single family residence has characteristics of use and function that this doesn't, that this is so it's such an unconventional thing in terms of the size of the space and how it's used. It's not a lot of bedrooms. It's not a lot of typical residential uses. So yes, you can fit an awful lot into that definition. And yet I'm looking at a building of this magnitude and going, it'll make a great garage. Does it make a great one family dwelling? So, and I appreciate the arguments you're making.
And does it make a great party barn, which is a comment that I can't remember if it was one of the letters of something. I don't remember who said it or where it came from, but somebody commented that it looks like a facility for events.
Okay, so back to the definitions. The reason why the wording in single family dwelling is that way, it's because there's definitions for two family and then for multifamily. So there's nothing magic about.
But drop down to dwelling unit, to the last one, dwelling unit, what Mary just read, definition 18, solid 18, not 15, 18. Dwelling unit shall mean one or more rooms in a structure, which room or rooms are arranged and designed for, and they're out of proportion with each other. And as a result, it looks adaptable immediately to other uses, including being a party barn. And I know you represented in the application that you will not use it as a party barn, but wow. And we've had a problem with the short-term rentals being used for party venues. You know that we've had an issue with that. And here is something that looks laid out that way.
And
now,
it's not
if this
functional
was
for that.
joined, it is functional for that. And if you join
It does not function because it's limited as to its parking, which was intentionally designed this way. It doesn't have overflow parking. It doesn't have the ability to accommodate people. I put in the letter to you, when you do have gross, weird violations of zoning, it's very evident to the neighborhood. They complain and enforcement comes into play. The man with the baseball team competitive play area that he had up in the backcountry, the neighbors went crazy on that. There's no way that this is going to be a traffic generating party gathering spot because it can't support it. And to presume there's a violation as the basis for denying something is absolutely foundless.
No, I am not saying that. What I'm saying is it is not clear to me for what use this is intended in its design. Madam Jenkins, you have your hand up.
Yeah, I think just again that the issue you're saying, well, it doesn't have things that a a wedding venue would have. But you've just explained to us that when it gets turned into a garage, you're going to put more driveway in and have car access to the rest of the building. So again,
no, look at the site plan. It is a minimal connection between the two. The conversion isn't even noticeable. You're going to put cars in instead of children running around with lacrosse sticks. So
I understand that, sir. But my point is that because the building is such a large kind of undifferentiated space, it lends itself to the interpretation. And I think again, we haven't made our decision, so I'm arguing for and against myself here as well. It's not like, oh, you know, there's no way that this could be used as anything but a house. It's already being used as something other than a dwelling to the extent that you've got indoor lacrosse going on.
And
so,
people have indoor tennis courts, people have large indoor swimming pools. Let's go to the floor. Can we look at the floor plan, please? Because
so I'll tell you what, Mr. Brower, I think, let me ask the commission this question differently. I don't know what, we've looked at the floor plan a million times. I don't know what information I could ask Mr. Brower for at this point that would help clarify this in my own mind. The arguments he's making, I've put forth to myself over the weekend again. I'm sure you guys did too. I don't know what information to ask for. Does anybody have questions that they would like to have answered on this application to help them decide or whatever? Because I'm stuck. No. Okay. So basically, we're in a situation where we have no further questions at this time, except that we're a little bit struggling to get our heads around it. How about, let me just ask if we have any public comment. Do we have any public comment on this application on Cherry Valley Road? Anybody have comments on Cherry Valley? No. Mr. Brower, can you think of any additional information you might submit to make this matter clearer for us?
Well, I suggested that we look at the floor plan.
We have looked at the floor plan. We looked at the floor plan the last time. I think we know it by heart. I mean, it isn't that we haven't seen it. You can throw it on the screen. We reviewed it the last time we were before you. You were before us. You have eliminated the use of the attic, so the FAR is compliant. We're aware of that. And outside of that, you haven't changed the first and second floor uses, the groundeds. Okay, so we are familiar. This commission does do its homework. We've seen the floor plan. I think if you can't devise any further information that you would submit for this, if I might suggest to the commission, since we don't require any additional information, that we close this item but not decide it until everybody's had it. I need a chance to think about this some more. And that we close it and not decide it at this time, unless Mr. Brower would like, I need time to think because I've got all the data. I reviewed it all again. I need to think about it some more because I don't know where I come out.
All right. No, I respect that. And the only additional thing I would say is just a reminder that the dwelling unit is in fact 3,800 square feet of usable, livable, residential space.
So you're including the rec room.
No, the great room, which is
the great room, rec room, whatever.
Well, the rec room is the play space, and then the great
room is has this huge bar in it. When you have this little apartment, I mean, this is the. But this is all stuff you've given us. I'm familiar with the floor plan, and I need to stop talking and just think because I think at this point you've given us the data. And we're here tonight without any additional information, basically, except that you've explained the grading.
Right, grading, landscaping, the future use, the transition, the how it works, answered every one of the questions that were raised at the two different briefing sessions. And the bottom line is this is a house, and I agree, close the hearing, you can think about it, but you do have to think that the presumption of a violation is not a basis. It's not one of the standards. We meet all of the
Isn't the
standards.
presumption of a violation? You keep twisting my words. What I said to you is the use is not clear cut. If you showed me the floor plan and you said, here's a floor plan, and I looked at it, I would say, oh, a party barn, an entertainment space with a caretaker's apartment. That is the first thing I would think. It isn't that I'm looking for a violation, is if you didn't have a label on it, I would not jump to this is a dwelling unit. Therefore, this is a uses. So I'm trying to get my brain around what you're saying and try to think it through. Mr. Wells, rescue me,
Sorry,
please.
no, I'm sorry. We're trying to get above water, but you mentioned a bar area. Could you describe, is the bar area with the big fireplace, is that separate from
the rec room?
The rec room? Are there two?
Go ahead and
rooms
show
in
the
this
floor
big,
plans. Okay,
open
let's just
thing?
go ahead and put the floor plans on the screen and make sure that Kelly
Sorry,
knows
maybe
we're
I
looking.
missed that. Yeah.
No, it's fine. I always go through floor plans, so I thought I thought we had talked about it. Okay, so
This is the first floor plan.
Yep.
Which with the space labeled as great room, the wet bar,
mhm.
and the seating area over here. This is so.
And the bar, as I remember, seats 10 people.
That is a schematic layout. The
I
interior
just
designer
remember
hasn't.
from the description, I remember something saying 10 people. I just remember that. Just correct me, don't justify that it's only a schematic.
Okay, and where do they play lacrosse?
Go ahead. Now we go to the second floor.
No, it's still the same floor. So just to orient yourself, the door, the door
He
from
kept telling me
the,
this, and I kept telling him it's got to be okay. Go ahead.
so this is a portion of the first floor that we're looking at. This is
Yep.
the great room. It
Yep.
connects on the upper right. You'll see a doorway, upper right corner,
Oh, here. Yep.
that connects into the remainder of the living space. So now if you slide over, you'll see the balance of the first floor. These two areas are not on the same page, but they're on the same floor.
And so there's the apartment thing.
That's this. Stay on the first floor, please. It was asking the connectivity to the
Oh, I'm sorry, you
recreation.
meant slide over this way. Hang on. I gotta move all the people out of the way here.
No, don't move the people.
Oh yeah, I gotta flip you up because I'm losing my. I've lost my bar at the bottom for some reason.
Oh, there's the 98%.
Yep. Sorry. What did I just do?
That's what we were looking for earlier. Motorist yielding rates.
Yep. That's now you guys won't move. Sorry.
Okay.
We don't have flashing beacons.
No. We're
Just
gonna
go back because really what Arn just asked was the rec room. There's a great room and there's a recreation space, and the recreation space is on the second floor.
No,
Yes, we just go to the second floor, Tracy, please.
no,
Okay.
that is the ceiling of the second floor. That is not the recreation space. If you could put the first floor plan on, we'll have a better idea of what we're actually looking.
This is the one labeled first floor.
Yes.
In other words, we don't have another page.
So, well, maybe we do. You have to understand, Eric, these not plans that I've reviewed. So everybody has to be a little patient here.
Don't worry,
we find them.
we're
So is it
always
further in
patient.
the plans, Eric? Because this is the plans that you submitted.
There's a complete set of floor plans in there.
This is what we've been looking at. Exactly the sequence that Tracy is showing us right now is what we've been looking at, and why Nick and I had the big argument about where the rec room was, and I kept saying it's on the second floor, and he kept saying, no, it's all on the same level. So he saw
It is.
something
Yeah,
different.
the floor plans. Well, I'm scrolling through on my set. Just
All right,
bear with
give
me.
me Yeah,
Tracy,
hold on. I'm
I
gonna
think
keep
it's-
scrumming through to see if I can find them.
I
but
think
you
it's
have
the
to
other
understand-
way. I think it's
There
the
is no
other
other way. Here's the other way. Title sheet, folks.
She's pretty smart.
And sorry if I'm sounding frustrated, but
No, that's fine.
it's.
All right,
And then
so
we-
beginning on
On
page
45
70,
Doverton, the site plans were not even in the
Go-
in the
go
material.
to
so
76, page 76.
I am not on. I'm
There
not
you
in
have-
the.
you
si-
just
I'm
went
not in
past
the staff report because I am in the actual site plans.
Okay, you just went past the floor plan.
already.
You just
It
went
was-
past. Keep going.
Like page 3, maybe?
It was 76 in the.
You're
I'm not in the
breaking up,
staff
Ben,
report
no.
because that is
Page
very
3.
clunky on my machine to go through 76 pages. I'm in the.
Okay.
And
I'm
no,
in the
when
floor
you
plans. So
scrolling
where do
one
I
way or
keep
the
going,
other.
Eric?
and no,
just-
when you talk
I-
over Tracy, you break up.
Okay,
Sorry,
so
it's
that,
page 3.
that's the second floor.
Right.
Second, keep scrolling
Which way?
until we find it. That's the roof.
This is all I've ever seen.
I'm going to go
up,
page by
go
page,
up
folks.
page
I'm sorry. We're going
Yeah.
to do it page by page. All right. First page. Second page.
Basement. Okay, stop right
Third
there.
page.
That's it.
Go back to second page. Back, please. Okay.
Basement floor.
All right.
Okay. So it's not. All right. That's what I needed was I need to see the basement plan.
Okay, so that's the basement. Now scroll down one more.
So wait, for Arn's question. You have this big open space on the left
No, that's a slab. That's
and your slab there. Okay, so you have that big space and you have the basement with
No,
what you said.
there's no space. So what we're looking at is a basement.
I
plan.
understand that, Mr.
Yes.
Brower. And
Okay.
then you have this space on the right.
Yep.
Okay, which used to be where the bathrooms were.
No, that's always been on the first floor.
No, the two men's and women's were on this level.
No, they were on the.
All right.
Let's go with let's work from the plans of record. Can we scroll down one more? There's your basement. Scroll down, please. Okay, that is the first.
Oh,
floor.
there's your men's and women's. Okay. Got it.
Exactly. So
All right.
what this is now is a portion of the first floor.
Got
If you
it.
go down to the title block, that's where the great room is. It's 90-degree perpendicular. So that is an attached a match line. There's a match line across the bottom. And
Oh, here?
yes. So right where you see that door.
Oh, yeah, that's not marked real clear.
So you can see the door.
Okay, there we go. So this, okay, I get it now. So this
Yeah. So this drawing right here
matches
great room
that.
slides
Okay.
right against it. And
Not
that
clear.
one door that you
Nick knew, though.
see on the, pardon me?
Yeah, Nick got that.
So
He knew
you
that.
can,
Yeah, no, this door here matches
Is-
that door there.
exactly. So there is an appendage, a perpendicular appendage. So so you were in the great room. We were just looking at that. We're going to go through that door of the great room on the upper right, and now we're going to enter into the large portion of the building.
Answer Arn's question, which is all we're trying to do here.
Okay, so what you'll see,
There's the rec room, Arn, on the left. There's your bathrooms. Now go back to the other part of it. Good luck, Tracy.
I got it
And-
now that I know what I'm looking for.
And there's your great room, and there's your great room with the bar. And then you go one more.
Going down one more?
Yep. And now you have the apartment, which also has a living room, and all the rooms are in proportion to each other. Okay, now that we've put it on the record that everybody understands the plan,
and that everybody can see that the apartment, if you will, the two-bedroom dwelling is connected to a 3,800 square foot great room, which those occupants have the ability to use and occupy. So there's a 3,800 square foot dwelling unit, and then there's a 5,700 square foot, whatever, rec room.
but in reality, you have an apartment. Where's the door? There's the door. Okay, show the connection from the apartment. That's from the stairs, right?
There's the entrance to the stairs up from the second level. You go down.
And boom, you're in the big room.
No, you're actually into the entryway. Scroll up one more.
Okay, aren't you good? Because I'm totally good now. Okay,
Getting
now.
better.
Yep. Okay. All right.
Can we take time to reflect upon this
Yes,
application?
I think we have to, what I would suggest to you guys is, I need time to think about this. We've now made sure everybody understands the floor plan. We'll have to keep the seating we have, but everybody was here. Everybody's familiar with the record. And we can close it because we don't have any additional questions outside. And let's just think about it and decide when we decide.
And we do understand the layout now that we have a contiguous 3,800 square foot residential component and a separate recreational component.
I'm still not seeing it that way, Mr. Brower. I see an apartment and I see some big room that you can get to from that apartment, but I also see that it is a big room all by itself. And I don't see that it is strictly part of that apartment. I just see that it has access, that the people in the apartment can get there. I'm just not seeing that. If you showed me this floor plan and you didn't tell me it was a single family house, I would not reach that conclusion.
Well, that's why we have a chance to look at it and
I'm
understand.
trying. Yes, but I'm telling you that if you show it to me now and you don't say it's single family, I still struggle to see it as a dwelling unit in its entirety. The use is not clear in the way these rooms are laid out. I'm trying my best to get my brain around what you're saying, but I'm struggling. And you
Well,
haven't really, all you did was switch around how it's laid out for me, but
No, it didn't change at all. I just
no,
explained.
you clarified it that I was understanding the levels differently because that connecting door was just not clear enough to me. And it seems to not have been clear to our staff either. However, at the end of the day, I don't see it as if you show someone this space and you say, what is this? I don't think they jump to, oh, it's a 3,800 square foot home. I don't think with it happens to have an enormous indoor gym.
Right. So I guess it comes back to the word you were using is use. So if it is used as a single family house, then it is compliant. If it is not used and it's in violation of a permitted use, then it's a violation, which gets back to just because something is odd, you cannot presume a violation.
I'm not saying that it's odd. I'm saying that if you look at it, the use is not clear. Arn Wells, go ahead.
Yeah,
I have to stop talking.
Yeah, no, thank you. Just here's a thought. I would benefit anyway the next time Mr. Barrett comes back.
Well, we weren't going to have him come back. We were going to close.
Oh, we're closing it. Okay.
No, we don't have to
forget
close it. I don't even know when the must close is for this.
I don't know. Let me just.
Tracy, hold on a second. I got to ask
All
Tracy
right.
this.
Yeah.
Tracy, it says must open by 7:05. There's no must close here. So I don't know when the must close is. I think we have time. Oh, Patrick's back.
Hi.
Patrick, you're not supposed to be here.
I'm here and back, but I am.
Okay.
It is 35 days from today. We have to leave it open. So we have another 2 meetings.
No, we opened it at the last meeting.
No, we did not.
We talked about it at the briefing and they postponed. So
Okay.
this is the opening.
It's-
So
Okay,
we have 35 days. I can count to what that's going to
I
be.
could have sworn. Okay.
So can we leave
Mr.
this
Brower,
open?
please don't talk when I'm talking to staff.
Well, and then once you close the hearing, you have 65 days to make a
We
decision.
know that. We're very aware of that.
Can we leave this open?
Yes, we could leave it open. I was suggesting we close it only because nobody has any questions for Mr. Brower at this time.
I have a suggestion, not a question.
Yes, go
Not
ahead.
for
I'm
Mr.
sorry.
Brower. And the suggestion is, could we have the architect that put this together just walk us through the different rooms? I would like to hear from an architect and not have a big debate on these legal points. The legal points are important, but also how is the family going to use it? Obviously, the family spent a lot of time with an architect. This is very unusual, but is there an architect, or did you guys just pull us together on computer design program? Is there an architect involved in this?
Yes, there is an architect, and I would agree that we keep this open. And if there's any question or comment you're thinking about, we would obviously like the opportunity to explain it. I have no problem with the architect presenting this. It would be much more helpful if the plan was drawn at a different scale so you could actually see the entire first floor at the
Agree.
same time.
Agree.
So this is very important. I don't want to drag it out, but think about it, have questions, and
all right. Okay. So come back to us and bring it. Arn, that was a fabulous suggestion. Thank you. Next is Ann Knoll.
So I have a question going back to the landscaping. If we're going to have it come back, does it make sense to show the trees that are actually being removed that we discussed earlier? Because it looks like not all of them that are shown on the plan are being removed.
Good
Maybe some updates to the grading, if that, maybe that's not necessary, but if that's possible, so it more clearly reflects what we got from Mr. Brower's letter earlier today.
I second that.
I agree. It's a great idea because we were asking those questions as well. Mr. LaRoe.
Ms. Jones preempted my question. I was going to put some lists together. If we could get some things addressed in paper, that would be great. So that was one of them, was the tree.
So we want a better explanation of the layout. I think the other, I don't know. I don't think it matters about the turning it into a garage down the road, because what we really have to do is approve a house right now. What else, Patrick? What else have you guys heard us say?
Well, I mean, Mr. Brower, I think you've gone over it when I was stepped away, that there's discussion about how the construction is going to work or whatever. I don't think those necessarily require a plan, so to speak, that identifies it. But I think if for those of you who did not maybe get a chance to read through it or whatever, I think having that into the record helps for the next discussion. And I do appreciate as well the discussion about having somebody walk us through the thought behind the house, because I think maybe that will clarify some of the confusion. I didn't even think about the fact that it's split with the cut line. That's very keen advice. So
yeah, and the scale, I think, to show the floors clearly, the accesses into the rooms clearly, and how it's all connected, because it was impossible to, now that you say it, yeah, I had a totally different notion of it. Okay. Anything else do people want?
No.
All right. Okay, so we're going to leave this open. We shall continue this application. And we were going to go eat dinner now.
Goodbye. When do you want to come back?
Half an hour.
Okay.
I'm doing that on demand from the commission that we have more time to eat.
That was 7:55. See you then.
Bye.
we're not going to round to 8. Okay.
Yeah, we'll probably do that. I'm going to pause the recording so if you
I
guys remember.
will do my best to, I'll put a note to
I
remind.
know 3 of us should be able to remember.
Well, we hope we stand a chance, right?
Mr. Haslam, would you be okay with combining?
Yes, definitely. Yeah.
All right, so we are going to combine the next 2 applications, numbers 9 and 10, 515 East Putnam LLC, for a zoning map amendment to rezone 5 Brook Ridge Drive from the R20 to the R20 HO. And then the associated final site plan and special permit to go with that, which is at 515 East Putnam LLC, to restore and reuse the existing dwelling and construct an addition which would appear to be separate structures and collectively include a total of 6 2-bedroom units with 12 indoor and 4 outdoor parking spaces, etc., at 5 Brook Ridge Drive. And with that, Mr. Haslam, if you would begin.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Chip Haslam for the applicant. With me tonight, and you don't have to raise them to panelists, Madam Chair, in keeping with your previous decision, but they can participate by raising hand if you want them to.
No, sure. So you've got Chris Franco is here. Do you want him?
Yeah.
Okay.
I've
He's
got
quiet, right?
Tony DeAndrea, our engineer.
All right, Mr. DeAndrea has he's called Tony Guest, so someone will have to rename him, maybe. Okay.
Chris Dodaro, who's our architect. It's Chris with a KRIST.
Got it. Somebody else must have gotten that. You get that, Pat?
I did not. He just he
Oh,
raised.
he just jumped. Hold on, I got it now. When the hand goes up, it moves out to the top. Chris Franco doesn't want to be promoted.
Right, that's fine.
In the room.
Oh, he's in the room. No, he's not. There he is. Hello, Chris Franco. It says you were declining. Okay.
And then lastly, Bill Rutherford, who's the landscape architect.
All right. So he's wearing a different hat. There he is.
Thank you.
All right.
So we were actually slated to appear before you a couple months ago, but we ran out of time because the health department was still reviewing aspects of the septic plan. And unfortunately, they approved it about 3 days after we withdrew, so we had to refile again, but it is what it is. This is a project, obviously, to restore an historic home on East Putnam Avenue and then add to it under HO status 6 bedrooms altogether collectively in 3 units, which are subordinate in appearance to the main unit and are meant to not imitate it, the residential house, but to be complementary and to appear subordinate in as much as Mr. McRae said yesterday. You know, you're going to have one which will appear like a barn and the other which will appear like a carriage house, which is in keeping with what would have been normal for this period that this house was built. So I think it's a good plan. The HDC has indicated that they support it. And that's really the first part, which is the HO status. We hope that you find that we comply with the 4 corners of the regulation as to making this an HO to allow us to get the incentives to add more diverse housing to the town's housing stock. The second part really deals with the conversation yesterday that you were having with in the briefing session. One of them was the issue of the curb cut on East Putnam Avenue, which Chris tells me he's more than happy to actually close it after construction. But we want to make sure that Greenwich Fire Department's of the same mind.
Okay, that's perfect. That would be perfect. If you can have, because one of the things you told us originally was at some point you said you didn't have the turning radius and that you needed to have the access from the post road, but they would rather see us reduce the number of curb cuts on Route 1 for the obvious reason. So it would be great. And keeping it during construction, I think then the question is, it's a lot of work. So it's going to impede traffic wherever you are.
Yeah, it might. And after the construction, though, Chris has also indicated that, particularly you, Madam Chair, had indicated look at pathways and what they have by way of lawn in the front or grass coming up with it. We could do something if we talked to GFD about doing a like a grass pave type thing.
Yeah.
That if they're amenable to it.
That's necessary.
Right. So we're willing to work and maybe just work with staff on that issue to resolving that and GFD ultimately.
Yeah, but on the other hand, having seen some of the other projects that Mr. Franco has put forward and what Mr. Rutherford has done, if you have better ideas for the landscaping, I don't think Pathways is a model. I mean, they're an NGO. They have some limitations on what they can do, whereas you can do something really splendid and you can really do a nice job. So but the idea would be that it would look lawn from the street, and if that works, and then you could still have the emergency access if you needed it. I also don't know, I don't know enough about this. I have the idea that pavers may have a weight limitation.
I remember looking into grass pavers 20 years ago when
I thought about that after I said it yesterday.
Yeah, and the first thing I saw, there was a picture of a hook and ladder fire truck in Washington, DC, on the grass pavers and showing them they were strong enough to handle a hook and ladder truck. So I went, okay, file that away.
Perfect. Okay.
Yeah, again, we'll talk to GFD about it and see if they're good with that.
Okay.
But that's a good segue into the landscaping plan. Bill can talk about it in detail, but Conservation did have some comments. Chris did not clear cut the property, as I think.
Yes, no, we know the history. I don't think we need to cover it. It doesn't have to be. Let's take the property as it stands today.
Yep.
And shall we just say it has some stumps?
You're not going to see those. If you look at the landscape plan, again, Bill can talk about it in great depth. You have a significant amount. Yeah. So you've got a ton of, you have 91 trees, 246 shrubs, 88 grasses, et cetera, et cetera. Some of those trees, at least 3 of them, are substantial in height and size. So it really is, as Bill said earlier today when we were talking, it's really a substantial landscape plan. So I think we're really going to beautify that section of East Putnam Avenue, and you're going to be pleased with the result. I mean, obviously, it's in a very kind of public space there that we've all driven by many, many times. So if you want to go into more detail about the landscaping, but that's kind of overview at the moment. Tony can go into hydraulics if you want to get into that, or hydrology. Just there was some comments near the end about the health department and the approval of the septic plan. So as I just indicated previously, we had a pre-approval for the septic over a year ago from the health department. And then when we submitted the plans to you folks, it got circulated to them. They had additional questions about the layout of the floor space, et cetera, and what was included in bedrooms for their purposes versus other uses. And after Chris did a lot of work on the layout of the plans and the floor plans, we were able, after many months, to come to agreement with the health department that we did meet their requirements for the septic system being for 6 bedrooms. That's different than your own way of calculating. You folks calculate bedrooms differently. You say basically that anything that's like a den or study or similar room is considered to be a bedroom for calculating parking under section 155 of your regulations. So that's different. You're both on the same road. Pardon me?
But Patrick, on bedrooms, because what we got into yesterday was that we thought health counted if it's got a closet.
Well, that's what we worked through with them.
A window.
Sorry?
A closet and a window.
Closets, windows, they look at proximity to bathrooms, they look at privacy. There's a lot of things that they look at that you don't, because you just classify anything that looks like a den or a study or similar room as being a bedroom for parking purposes under 6-155. So you're both on the same road, you're just traveling in different lanes.
I'm gonna
And
let Patrick chime in, if you don't mind, because he's got his hand
No,
up.
so we have spoken to the health department, and they have assured us that they believe the system that is approved matches the plans that submitted. But you're right; those things do come into consideration when counting out bedrooms. We, as Mr. Haslam pointed out, we count bedrooms differently for parking purposes, but they don't. The parking number versus the bedroom number for septic is not the same rubric. So.
And thank you, Pat. And based on that too, we actually added parking spaces. Once we thought that there's a possibility you would include some of these spaces that you found questionable as to their uses in the future and possible uses as bedrooms. So we now have 16 parking spaces, whereas 6 would be required. To account for that, it's actually, I think, 15.6 is what would be required, and we're showing 16. So we modified the plans, anticipating that might be an issue for you, and hopefully that resolves that as well. So unless there are any questions on those 3 points, which I think were your big points, I think you might want to talk to.
You've had 2 hands up, so let's see, Mr. Lowe first, and then Mary.
Yeah, going back to, I think the comment was you're going to add 91 trees, and some are of substantial size. I think that was a characterization. Could you define substantial? But I mean, typically what we're seeing is replacement trees of 2 and 3 inch caliber. So what does substantial mean for this particular application?
I'll defer to Bill Rutherford on that, because I think I don't want to misstate what they ever, that Bill's familiar with them. We talked about it earlier. Bill, could you address that?
Yes, we have 3 trees, all native, sugar maples and red maples, and they're 5 to 6 inch caliper, which means they'll have a spread of probably 15 feet, and they'll be up in the 25 to 30 foot range.
At what time? When? How many years out?
That's what we're going to put in the ground. These are big trees,
okay.
5 to 6 inch caliper, and margaritas, all the other deciduous trees are going to be 2.5 to 3 inch caliper. And then we have a whole bunch of evergreen trees as well.
Okay, great. So two more things. To be clear, when Mr. Haslam says you all, meaning we, and as a commission or whatever, just to be clear, we don't have, we're really not to have we're not really supposed to have too many opinions here. We're guided by our regulations. So when you say you all, it's the commission and its regulations, right? With regard to, determining parking spaces, bedrooms, et cetera, right? I just wanted to clarify that.
Yeah, so your regulations lay out how you calculate for parking. And then also the health department has its own set of standards and regulations that it has to meet, but they're not the same necessarily. You're computing two different things.
So when we're looking at those floor plans, this is my last issue. When we're looking at those floor plans and it shows a den and it shows a closet and maybe a window or whatever, is it anticipated that is a kind of will be treated as flex space? It could be a den, it could be a bedroom, it could be this, but you're stating that you will have the required parking because you will have excess parking. If you're only required 6, you've got 16, I think is what you said, right?
Correct.
So what is the anticipation in terms of those spaces that are labeled dens? Is it unknown, or are they real dens, or are they bedrooms, or what?
No, dens, offices, that kind of use, which again, under your regulations, anything other than bedrooms basically marked. You still include as bedrooms if they're like a den or
well, that's right. That's why I asked you in this order. Yeah. Okay. Go ahead.
Mary?
I'm done.
Yeah, just not to kick a dead horse on this one, but I looked at the floor plans, and I was particularly concerned in the carriage house, where you have in each of the 2 units in the carriage house in the attic, you have specifically a study with a closet and a bath, which makes me think that at least with respect to the carriage house, you have 2 3-bedroom units. There were others where it wasn't quite as clear to me. The other one that particularly I thought was striking is the basement gym in the main structure has a closet, and it has a path to a full bath that does not require it to go through a bedroom. So again, of the 2 units in the main house, it would seem to me that you potentially have 1 2-bedroom unit and 1 3-bedroom unit. Assuming for the time being that you have 3 2-bedroom units on this property and 3 3-bedroom units, 16 parking spaces is adequate?
That's how, again, under your regulations, if you calculate it pursuant to section 6-155, you end up at, I think it's 15.6, but we rounded obviously to 16. If you include all those spaces as being bedrooms under your regulation. I can't speak for the health department, but they have fully vetted these plans and have concluded resoundingly that they meet their requirements as a 6-bedroom septic system.
Yeah, obviously they're based on flow rather than floor plans. So the only other thing is that I looked at your declaration of restrictions, and you might just want to update the PLPZ number in your document.
Oh, thank you, because we withdrew right and came back in. Thank you.
Wow.
That's
Wow.
that's to make up for the 3-day, the loss of 3 days on the last application.
Thank you.
Is that it, Mary?
Yes, that's it.
Okay, Dennis?
Yeah, I missed the briefing yesterday, obviously. I had to work with some clients, but I guess there's a couple issues that pop out no one's mentioning, and I'm a little stunned. We deal with these HOs that every one we get seems to have a different twist. This one, I agree the architecture is similar, complementary, but the square foot
when you add both buildings together, is 2.5 times the existing house. So I'm not sure how that's secondary. Now, maybe it was discussed and it's okay. I don't know. I wasn't in the briefing. And number two, we just went through a case where we questioned the amount of the house that's going to be preserved. And I don't see that. So I don't know, am I off base on those two issues or what? I mean, when you look at the plans, I get that it's the two buildings are similar. I'm not sure they're much smaller. They are, although there's no square foot, at least I can see. But this goes from a 6,000 foot house to a 15,000 foot compound. I don't know. Am I missing something or what? I mean, I'm hard pressed to say this is a secondary group of structures. It's a significant addition to the historic house, even though, yeah, it looks compatible. That's good. I don't know how much is actually going to be preserved in the main house.
The main house is.
Am I like out in left field on this or what?
The main house is essentially going to be preserved in toto. There was, as I understand it, a porca share, but Chris, who's the architect, can chime in, or Chris Franco, that has since deteriorated and was long gone. But other than that, they're going to take the house as it is and restore it.
That's good. Good.
Yep. And even though, so you've got with the main house, we calculate the FAR being at 5,800 square feet. The carriage house will be about 4,225 square feet, and the barn will be 5,200 square feet. But they do look subordinate because of their location, because of their design, because of their relationship to the street. And I would suggest too that it was not that unusual in New England to have barns that were quite sizable compared to the main houses, and the same thing with the carriage house. So I think you're going to find that its presentation on the street and on Brookridge as well will very much be subordinate looking to the main house once it's fully restored.
Does the rest of the commission agree with that analysis?
Go ahead, Peter.
You okay?
Yeah.
I was okay, by the way. Thank you for asking. But are you okay?
Yeah. I choked on my tea.
You
Peter,
choked.
go ahead.
Yeah, so Dennis, we did talk about some of this yesterday, and I asked the question about the amount of the quote main house that is to be kept, preserved, what have you, and I was told it was all of it, 100%.
That's very good. That's great.
Yeah, and to the second point, though, there were some drawings, schematics that were put up. Some were just outlines. In one case, we had a look at a representation of the existing house in its restored visual beauty, if you will, and then kind of an outline of the other two structures. And they did not look secondary. So I'm glad you brought this up. And I wonder, just even though they might be complementary in the sense that they'll have a similar look, it's hard to characterize them as being smaller or secondary. So I would second if you made a request, I would second the request to the applicant and representatives to explain how this fits in on this one issue with the HO regulation and its standards and criteria.
Yeah, and Peter, thank you. That helps. And I'm not immediately against anything. I love historical preservation. I see what they're doing. It just occurred to me when I looked at it. By the way, it's more than an outline. If you go back into the plans, they have, I'd call it more than an outline. It's not a rendering.
When I say an outline, I'm referring to a specific representation that included more detail on the main structure, if I remember this correctly. And please, anybody else jump in here and say I'm off base, but that was what I remember. And both in terms of its apparent height, size, bulk, mass, whatever you want to call it, it was those two other buildings were not seemingly secondary in size.
And there's detail in the plans. So again, let me make it clear. It's an attractive group of buildings. It's just a lot of new buildings, and I don't think they're secondary. But on the other hand, every one of these seems to be a special case in the regulations. We wrote the regulations, and now we're finding everybody that submits has a different twist on this.
Right. So I would put the ball in the court of the applicant and his representatives and let them respond. Right.
I think Mr. Dodaro has his hand up. Mr. Dodaro, if you want to go ahead.
Yeah, sure. I'd like, thank you to the board for having us here and taking up this beautiful project. So to address the issues of scale, which are definitely very important, and we welcome these questions because, as an architect around town and having extensive experience on historic buildings and restoration as being a member of the Greenwich Point Conservancy and working on the Harbor House project here in Greenwich, I'm very familiar with this. And I see a lot of projects in town that really do not have a good scale. And that's always been the thrust of this office, to do work that is fitting in scale, contextually responsive to the architecture and the site, and highly contextually responsive to the neighborhood at large. So it strengthens not only that single piece of property, but also extends beyond that to the larger makeup of the suburban or urban fabric. We came before the Historic District Commission. They specifically addressed this issue, and the architect on the board, his name is escaping now, but highly regarded and very accomplished, was extremely complimentary.
Philip Dodd, I would think.
Yeah, Philip Dodd. I was just embarrassed to say I drew a blank on, as an architect. I should know the architect's name on the board, but
well, it's easy for us because there's only two on the board, Mary Shaw and James Philip Dodd.
Yeah, and he is very, very good. Exceptional work, and he was highly complimentary of both the planning, the physical planning in terms of the layout, and of the architecture that went along, creating this sort of campus feel and essentially a dialogue between the buildings.
Could you maybe it'll just help, Tracy or someone, can you throw up A201? I think that's the best, unless Mr. Dodaro thinks differently. I think that's the best.
Tracy, I have it open. So, never mind. She's faster.
Yeah, there you go. She's faster.
This is exactly what I was talking about.
That's showing that's not actually the best one to show. Really, the best one to show is the front elevation of the existing structure. That's the carriage structure in between. So you'd really want to see, looking from the right to the left.
So at A202?
Yeah, just give me a drawing sheet number and I'll find it. It's easier.
You'd have to just flip through it. I don't know what.
I have A201 and A202 as being the best kind of views to give you a sense of it.
Yeah, again, that's not really.
Just scroll down to the next one.
It's page 4 of this deck.
Yeah,
I think.
I don't know what page I'm on this deck. For some reason, I've lost my. Oops.
No,
Sorry,
now
I
you're
lose my side adjustments here. So.
But let me just work through some of the information for you.
Well, Mr. Dodaro, do you have it handy? Do you want to screen share?
I don't. You're going back the other way.
Yep. No, I know. Because I'm trying to count page 4.
Don't go into DeAndrea's drainage plan. No, don't worry about if you're not in the presentation. Keep going.
Well, that's 103. Well, page 4 of the deck was 103.
It's on the main. There you go.
Yeah, it's this one.
Right. So let's stop there for a second.
Yeah.
So
this is the one I was trying to get to.
Right.
Yeah.
So
A201. That's A201. That's the one.
I know, but there's another. Yeah.
Right below this one. Scroll down. Wait.
You're
Scroll
right,
down one more. And that's all you've given us.
That's to the main house, and then you had the other for the carriage house, and then you had the other for the barn house. So they're all in succession. But if you're back to where you were, go the other direction.
Okay. No, then if you go the other direction, oh boy, he was before. Okay.
Yeah, so let me just, keep going.
Yeah, why the
Okay, I
sheets aren't in
found-
order, I have no idea.
Yeah, so
No,
stop
you're
there.
fine.
That would
You're
be
fine,
great. Just-
Tracy.
if we
201
could
and 202.
just 201, please.
Okay, it's where we were before, just saying.
Yes, yeah, somehow that kept moving. So let's just address one thing. Sorry, let's walk through this. When we're talking about, and we follow along with in HO and regulations, we follow along specifically also to the Department of the Interior and what their criteria are. So let's look at this from an architectural standpoint first. We talk about renovating the existing house. It's not just renovating 100% of the existing house. We're going about 110 to 115% of the existing house. So you say, well, how do you come up with that? Well, for one, when you look at the front of this, and this is the view, the top view is from the post road. The porch is on the front of the building, directly in front of the building, and then you see a porte cochere element, and then you see a garage element which is also attached. The porte cochere was removed. The existing porte cochere was removed, and there was not a part of the existing architecture an attached 2-car garage. So we're actually building back more of the house,
Of what it would look like.
of what it actually really was, plus adding the small structure at the end of it, which is a garage. So you start to look at the broad length of the main part, the main body of the house. It's very long. It sits up close to the post road. It has tremendous presence to the site. Your view of what you see something as being primary and secondary and tertiary is also a view from your vantage point. This is right up on the post road. This will appear as the biggest and grandest, so to speak, the detailing on the building, the overall length of the building, the porch is on the front, the porch is on the rear. So let's also not get wrapped up just specifically because you're looking at FAR numbers, which are also not the overall volumetric or the mass or the reading of the building. The footprint of this is 5,800 square feet in the main house, but the main house has a footprint overall area taking up of about 4,500 square feet, where the footprint of the barn house towards the rear is only a footprint of 3,500 square feet. So it's significantly bigger in footprint and its relationship overall where it sits on the property. As well, it's more highly decorated, the materials on it are more sophisticated, and the building is taller. It absolutely has greater grandeur to the site and its location. All of the other buildings, so to speak, or the two other, it is taken as one building, but the other structure is being built new. So if you were to roll down again to the next sheet down, the 202 sheet. That's the side view, and then we could that's the connection. So that's the side view. In both of images, you have the smaller side view of the main house, and then its connection through this tenuous to the next building. Those are all sitting, so to speak, behind this building. So just the fact that they sit behind the building give them far less prominence. And again, on estate houses, at the time, if you look at what was done in Conyers Farm, etc., you would have carriage houses which are connected, which were sympathetic to the architecture. Not as tall, maybe not quite as decorated, sitting back on a less prominent, not as much frontal, not as much face. And then the barn structure, if we were to roll farther down to another one of the elevation drawings, another 201 or a 202, right there, that building, so seeing that one, that's now sitting behind it. And this is sitting the farthest back from Brookridge. So the view, if you were to look at the site plan, this is the farthest building back from Brookridge, and this building is essentially hidden behind the front building, the main house building, which is up on the post road. And then the barn structure to the left, which is outlined, which we could roll through to another one of the elevations.
Yeah, I couldn't find.
So there's the barn structure sitting. This is sitting the farthest away and has the smaller overall small structure. So again, just because you may have even a building that could appear bigger, although these don't, take, for example, the assemblage of the American Vernacular Farm. The barn was the biggest structure to simplified in form, simplified in detailing, as this barn structure is. And as you may have find a converted barn, a barn structure would have been volumetrically even larger, although this is not to the main house. That would have been volumetrically larger than the farmhouse on a property, but yet by form, by detailing, by coloring, by its definition, by its location, all gave it a secondary or supportive structure. And that's what we followed here. And this is what was applauded by the architects on the board, unanimously approved by the HDC, and follows along directly with the Department of the Interior criteria.
Okay, Ann Nolis next, followed by Mary, then Peter Lowe, and then Dennis. And no.
Thank you for that discussion. I do have some further questions regarding that. One is, it would be nice to have, just not in dialogue, but sort of in specifics, for us to see on the form the actual numbers of the square footage and of all of the different buildings separated out. Understand sort of this sort of whole concept, I think, but we have to sort of evaluate whether that is also what makes sense with our regulations. The other thing is, you mentioned in this discussion that you, not only are you adding that porte cochere, but you were doing some other additions to the current house that's there. And I think it would be helpful to us to sort of see what is there versus what is also being added on to make it more, you know, in your view, make it look more sort of the era that it was originally built. I think those were sort of
right. And there are photographs that were supplied which show what the existing structure is, and then the drawings show, you know, what the proposed is to, you know, to that.
Right, but I don't have an understanding of sort of what is, like, for example, the existing building's 5,000 square feet, if you're adding 1,000 square feet of other stuff, or if it's what kind of the picture kind of combining two different forms of views of this building is asking me to sort of make leaps that I don't want to make in evaluating this, that I think sort of really knowing what is going on there would be really helpful for all of us.
Okay,
Thank
well
you.
said. Well said. Mary.
Yeah, can we go back to the things we had up again?
A201.
A201 to start would be great.
I'll look in the OneDrive. I just don't remember
That's the
seeing.
bar. That's the bar.
Yeah, the main house from the
Yeah.
post road view.
But it's where the elevations start, the full elevations start.
That's right.
Yeah. After you've scrolled through, I'm just whining. After you've scrolled through, yeah.
Right, that's the one.
That's the A201 I meant.
Yeah.
That's right.
If I were standing,
It's the reuse of the same sheet number that's a little confusing.
It sure is.
I noticed that as well. If I were standing in front of this, would I be able to see any part of the two structures behind it?
Yes.
No.
I think you would.
The barn structure, really not so much, because that's farther really at the very back of the property. So this is sitting up on the post road.
Right.
But you'd be able to see the garage.
My question is, it obviously this is meant to specifically illustrate the main house. If that were a photograph, the top image, if that were a photograph and I'm standing there and looking at the main house, would I be able to see any of the structures behind it from this perspective?
You would not see the barn structure it farthest at the back. The carriage house that's connecting it, you'd see a small portion of the carriage house.
Okay. I think it would be helpful to see an actual street view, since we treat streetscape as being so important. You know, whether it pencil it in or something, but just to give me a sense of this is very helpful to visualize the main house. But from a streetscape point of view, obviously, if there are other details that would strike me from the streetscape, that would be helpful to see that.
Yeah, that would be right. That'd be a superimposition drawing, which is clearly possible to do. It would obviously have lesser impact and would be, sort of ghosted more because it's moving farther away from you. And I mean, as you know, from from perspective, the farther you push something away from you, the smaller something appears.
I understand. And,
Yeah.
and again, it's helpful to understand what this is helpful for this building. It isn't helpful for me from the streetscape to understand what else I might see. And I totally understand perspective, and we do layered perspective drawings, and that would be kind of helpful. If
Sure. Yeah. Understood.
I'm sorry, please.
Go ahead.
If we can go to the other A201, the one where it's kind of profiles structures of the, I think it's the carriage house one, that one.
Right there is a good one.
Yeah, that's the one. What is this perspective? Is this from Brookside?
That's from Brookridge, and then that's correct, and that's from Brookridge. So you can see, so the far right of the screen, that would be the Post Road, and then you're standing on Brookridge looking back, so you can see, you know, how much farther forward, it's completely forward right up on the Post Road, and how far back, say, the barn structure is, and you can see the prominence of the front building, both with its big primary ridge sitting higher, even higher than the chimney structures to the carriage house. And again, very much estates were developed almost with this head and tail scenario to them, where you would have had carriage houses, so chauffeurs, buildings sitting behind that other building, almost completely occluded, which is the point you're talking about, Mary. We superimpose one over the other, more occluded, sitting on. And again, this building, on the right, where the main house is, as you're standing at Brookridge, the building on the right, the main house portion, also comes much closer to you, because now the carriage house is set farther back towards the other side of the property. So each one with the structures which are secondary are moving them much farther away from you. So the primary structure holds the most prominence, both in its overall length, in its footprint, in its height, in its primary location to the most important road, the Post Road, and it's closer both to Brookridge than all of the other buildings are. So in every respect, it holds the prominent position to the property.
Mr. Dodaro, if you wouldn't mind if everybody just take a deep breath for 2 seconds, I just want to show you guys something, okay? I'm going to bump this share, and I'm going to bring in another share. And this is the Pathways building. This is Brookridge. I'm looking at it from Brookridge. You see the overhang, the connection. Here's the old house, and this is the addition on it. So I'm just throwing out to you guys that this is what a very similar building to the one we're looking at, when it was converted, when it was done, and again, to an NGO, that this is the work that was done. And it's the concepts to me seems similar. So I just wanted to share it so we could compare. It's hard, it's worth driving. Because of the trees, you can't quite see what the impact is from the front of Pathways. I tried to get you a good angle, and I just wasn't able to from the Post Road. So I'll stop my share, Tracy. I'm sorry. I'll let you go back.
If we could I just have one more question. That last one, the profile one.
Yep.
So the carriage house in this case is set back. When you see it in one dimension, it looks like it's all at the same level.
Yeah, we should really pull up the site plan too.
I think we should.
The site plan. That's the issue with looking at conventional 2D drawings and architecture, because there's no understanding of the diminishing perspective view.
I understand that. My problem is that I'm trying to get a sense of the streetscape. And I understand the site plan is going to show me that, but when you're looking at it from a profile, my question was, is the carriage house set back farther off Brookside than the other two houses? Are the barn and the main house closer to Brookridge?
The barn, right, to Brookridge, yes. The barn house and the main house are closer to Brookridge. The carriage house is much farther away.
So even though in that profile thing, it looks like it's dominating the streetscape from.
Not even close to that. Yeah, not even close to that, because that's just the conventional elevation drawing. But we really need the site plan. That would be the landscape site plan, the rendered site plan. This is an engineering site plan. This is not for presentation purposes on architectural or streetscapes. This is showing drainage and Coltech and infiltrators, and none of that would be.
So we
Yeah,
kinda know
sorry, you
that.
got what I could find first.
Yeah, we kind of know that, Mr. Dodaro. Remember?
So is it in your drawing set, that the architectural site plan?
I don't
Yeah, you have to
know.
understand, this is not an application I reviewed, so you've got to give me a little help here as to where stuff is. Hold on, let me go. Oh, no, that's the,
Yeah, no, I
not what I
appreciate it.
wanted. That's
I
not what I
think if
wanted.
you
I know,
scroll down to
get
maybe
it.
the ZLS.
Hold on. Let's see if we got it on. Oh, here we go. Let's use the ZLS. Yep. Boom. Boom.
That's better.
Load this up a little bit.
Yeah, that'll work. I think that's a much better for people.
Great, terrific. Thank you.
I'm sorry, I didn't think about that. Okay.
So Brookridge is up here at the top. And then let me
Right.
So that's a lawn area between the. Okay.
There's East Putnam Avenue is over here on the left.
Right, and the building I just showed you, from where you're standing, you would be looking at that building. The building I just shared with you, just to give you context on the Post Road.
That's
So
all I have.
this is the main house.
Correct.
Moving back from East Putnam is the carriage house, which is also at a 90-degree angle.
And the barn.
And then the barn is, I would say, directly behind the main house, but
That's right.
certainly much further back.
Right,
Yeah,
but you see the part of it that juts out. I'm sorry, Mary, but you see the part that juts out by the parking?
The part of the,
Where the proposed garage, where it says proposed garage, go to the right and up.
oh, right here?
That go to the right, up,
This.
up, go up.
Yes.
Oh, stop. So that, to answer Mary's original question, is what you would see from the Post Road along with the main house. You would see the carport, and you would see the carport there, and then you would see that proposed garage. That's what you'd see from the Post Road.
But
That was your first question. And I believe you then see the carriage house through the carport.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's actually the question I had, is it looked
Yep,
like you
that was
would
your question.
thing on that side of the house, but if the carriage house is high enough, you're going to see some portion of it through.
Yeah.
That's right. You would catch a portion of it, but again, even drawing it in, and I know you know this, Mary, I'm just walking through the park.
I don't necessarily know it, so go ahead.
What's that?
I don't necessarily know it, so please go ahead.
No, your questions are excellent. So you really do know. And I don't try to reiterate anything to say that, people don't know. But when you stand on taking the two vantage points from the Post Road, when you have more of the building being reconstituted of the primary structure with both the porte cochere and then the proposed garage, this is in the bottom left corner, then those both lengthen that primary house and give it greater prominence. Look at the overall length of it. Then with the carriage house behind it, the barn farther back, you'll catch part of the carriage house, but if you're standing in perspective, it's farther away from you. So it will also look smaller scaled, and it's being occluded by first landscaping and then by the primary main house itself with the secondary piece, exactly the same way you would have seen it on an estate that was developed, the sort of tail piece of the main house swinging back and being sympathetic architecturally, but the ridge is lower, the footprint is not as long, it's placed in a less prominent location. And then you'd put the barn really where you would expect the barn, which is the farthest back. It's really tucked in the back corner, so to speak, of the property, getting close to tucked away in that back corner. Very much the farthest, over all of the lawn view, through all of the landscaping, through all the buildings. You know, really being able to see that from the post road and its foreshortening going back in perspective and beyond the other buildings becomes very limited. You'd have to do a 3D computer model and take actual perspective views. Then when you turn around, as you imagine swinging down and coming around Brookridge, up around the left and over the top, again, the primary house gives you all of the view, the beautiful lawn rolling up to the house. Then you turn more down Brookridge coming down, then the big lawn coming in. The carriage house section is the tailpiece, even farther away through landscaping, through the trees, all they're planted, and then the barn at the back, less detailed, lower in scale, stripped down in materials. And quite frankly, if this were a vernacular farm, in the day, if there was a farmhouse here up where the main house is, and this had an apple orchard to it, the barn in the back would have actually been the biggest structure on this building because it was the working engine that powered everything. A big barn for the hay or for animals or for whatever would have been the large, but stripped down the structure. It would have even had something more prominent, would have probably had a silo, a bigger, taller vertical element to it. So
No, not in
all those
not,
components.
But wait, Mr. Dodaro, you're like really sailing far with this. This house would not have had a barn with a silo. This was a suburban, at best a suburban house. It might have been somebody's resort house. I don't know what the history of it is. It would not have had a barn with a silo. I'm good with you having a barn and a
No.
cottage
I'm
and
talking about
a
before
farmhouse. Yes, we've
when
had them, yeah.
when Greenwich had 7 houses to it or 8 houses.
Yeah. There were little houses and big barns. Yep, we've all been in.
There were
Yes, we got it.
Precisely. So
Yeah, we
that's
get
the
that.
development as you build this narrative to over time to build your history again, which is what the HDC loved, with what Philip Dodd loved, and what I heard was also very complimentary to Mr. to Macri, also another very skilled architect. All those very positive, and these are all the things that we work to, and having learned from working on very serious historical buildings in town.
Thank you.
Yeah, I appreciate it.
Okay, anything, then Peter Lowe, then Dennis.
Yeah, thank you. Appreciate all that input, but given that you indicated that from Brookridge, the carriage house would seem farther away, and I get that it's recessed from the perspective of Brookridge, it's recessed farther away from than the main house appears.
Right.
However, if you go out on the post road and look at that, it looks like at least half of that quote carriage house is to the right of the main house. It also looks like if you're looking from the east side of the profile of the 3 structures, that carriage house is arguably appreciably larger. This is a good perspective to look at it. If you're looking at it from the bottom of this image, it certainly looks like that the proposed carriage house is larger than the main house, and then you've added a third structure. And I'm wondering, my first question was, do you have any visual representation of what the original house looked like? And I think you said it had an attendant porte cochere there, or that you are recreating to connect
as far as we know that a porte cochere was there unquestionably, because the foundation is the remnants of the foundation.
Oh, and Pathways, the Pathways house is so similar, and it has a porte cochere. I'm pretty sure it still has it, doesn't it? Chris Franco, do you remember?
Sure. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yes, it does.
It has a porte cochere.
And the house down at 505 East Putnam, the one next to Pathways, which was designed by the same architect, also has a porte cochere.
Yeah, they all do. I mean, I have this memory of seeing the porte cocheres as I drive down. So yeah, I mean, totally consistent that it would have them.
And to just make one more point though, when you're looking from the post road, which is the primary view, you'll see the house, you'll see the porte cochere, which we've added the garage at the end of it. There may or may not have been one there. We've heard that there might have been one there, but we don't have firm evidence of that. But in any case, when you see the carriage house behind it, you'll see a portion of it above, to the extent you can see through the porte cochere, you'll see, some landscaping and a building, and you'll see a little bit of it above. But I think it's going to be a beautiful presentation. And so you'll have the main house with the long porte cochere in front, and then you'll see, layers. As you look back, you'll see like the upper part of the back of the carriage house. And then as the chairman said, you'll see to the left, you'll see the garage portion that's on the barn, but that's a single story. So it'll be low. It's just going to be a very, things are layered and very beautiful, I think.
I understand that. And I appreciate that. And I think that's all great.
Yeah.
One of the arguably unfortunate aspects of our role here is that we have to be very attentive to our regulations. And with regard to an HO, there are some pretty clear criteria and standards that apply. And so one of the standards, number 10, discusses any new additions and exterior alterations and such. And there has to be some conformance to the massing to protect the integrity of the property and its environment. And if you've got, for want of a better term, two ancillary structures that we're adding to this, and even though you're keeping 100% of the main house, you are proposing adding substantial structures, but even though they're behind, which is great, and even though they may be beautiful, but with regard to our regulations, we have to be, as I say, attentive to the massing and the amount of additions that you're creating here. So I think that I totally appreciate everything all of you have said, but when just looking at what's on the screen now, we're adding substantially to the existing structure. And we have to consider that carefully.
So I think from everything you guys have been asked, rather than continue the detail of how this looks, one of the problems is the renderings. We don't really have renderings that are helping the commission. And, we have those elevations and that kind of help, but given what you guys can do on a computer nowadays, maybe you could do something to address these questions that keep coming up, give a better visual for the commission to really be able to assess it.
Yeah, I think we can definitely do that. I would like to just make one other point though, because we did, I personally like to do a lot of historic restoration in town, and I'm pretty familiar with the Department of Interior standards, and our HO regulation and a lot of the HO regulations throughout the country are very much based on Department of Interior standards. And Department of Interior specifically talks about complementary and secondary architecture when you're doing historic restoration and adding to it. And the term secondary doesn't just mean size. That's definitely
it's an accessory, a structure that looks like it's accessory to.
Exactly. They talk about uses, and so these structures were designed to be to appear to be secondary, like accessory structures on a. The chairwoman, I completely understand your point about the barn, because this wouldn't have been a working farm. This would have been a gentleman's property,
exactly,
on the post road, and it very well might have had a carriage house, and it very well might have had a barn. And they would be structures that were accessory structures. They might have been quite substantial, but they would clearly be secondary in use to the main house. So under the Department of Interior standards, it's not just size, but it's the placement, the context of the buildings as they relate to the overall property, what they would have been used for. They specifically talk about use in terms of what the definition of secondary is. So it's but you know, certainly there's another section of the HO code, not section 10, I think it's section C6, that deals with proportion. So proportion definitely is a factor. So I'm not going to dispute that, but these buildings are shorter. They're lower. Each of them is lesser in square footage, and they're intended to read as secondary buildings on a grand property on the Post Road. That said, they still have to be reasonable residences, because we want to have a nice property here that people are going to want to live in.
Yeah,
So
I think you're speaking to what our chairperson was saying, that given the illustrations that you've provided, it's perhaps difficult for us to properly assess exactly how these different elements fit into one another, which is what you're talking when you speak of the Department of Interior and generalized HO's regulations and the like. So I think it would be useful. I second our chairperson's suggestion that we try to get a more realistic, if you will, representation of how this property is going to fit together.
And
the
that's
structures.
not cost burdensome, right, Mr. Franco? I mean, it's just a question of you providing some kind of 360, some
model of some
kind of visual that will help the commission with how it's going to fit together. And again, because there are these other parallel structures on the Post Road, how it's going to me, this is headed to tie into them, and that's what you've been conceiving. But it's also to illustrate that.
Yeah, I think we can definitely do that for you, and it's a good exercise, and I think it'll help illustrate what this property will look like, because I do think it will be an absolutely spectacular project. I pride myself on doing projects that are going to be additive to the town, so I think that and I care very deeply about this one.
Okay. So Peter Lowe, you good with that?
I'm not sure how to interpret that question, but I'm fine with my comments right now. Thank you.
Okay, Dennis is next.
Yeah, I guess we're getting at what I was getting at. Maybe I have a different slant on it. Let me see if I can articulate it. I get what they did in terms of the Post Road. I also drove down Brook Ridge and I see it. I like what I see. On the other hand, our regulations don't say this, but on the other hand, we wrote that regulation with the intent of historically preserving major buildings, and this is certainly one of them. And we wrote how you do that and some conditions, including the secondary. Every one of these cases, we have to make a decision. A judge, I think it comes down to a judgment. Is this secondary or not? I've heard the architect again and again say it's secondary. You could argue both, but I think it's not a pure secondary. It's complementary and it would fit, but I think we're going to have to make a decision whether the judgment here is this is indeed secondary. It's along the intent of what we meant. They are preserving the original building, and we were trying to give them incentives. It's kind of funny. Every one of these we get, someone has come up with another twist. We had one that we're going to preserve the whole building and more. They were going to do 115%, but they were going to build a big cottage, and that's the only thing you could see from the road. We came up with one that ends up, they didn't preserve much at all, and we put conditions on both. Here's a new one. They're proposing kind of what I would call a compound. and it fits the neighborhood, maybe. And yet it doesn't fit our regulations neatly, no way, shape, or form. On the other hand, we'd have to make a judgment call whether we're comfortable, given that we know we're going to have the next application coming in, and they're going to do some other twist on it also at this point in time. But that's where I was going initially. I can see the streetscape mostly from Brook Ridge. I mean, it's going to be it can be covered up by landscaping and make it attractive. I get that. But it on its own, it's a significant add, as I mentioned earlier. It's 2.5 times the size of the original. Well, maybe not 2.5, depends on the portraiture and all that. But it's a big add. On the other hand, isn't this what we wanted when we wrote the regulation, and we're limited by a few words that are maybe hanging us up on this particular application? I don't know. That's kind of where I was going with the whole thing.
Mr. Yeski, if I could,
Go ahead, Mr. Franco. You're
As
really
long
not
as you
supposed
don't
to.
tell me it's secondary.
No, if I could just comment on that, because I appreciate very much what you just said. And I would like to point out that, under the HO reg, which as you all know well, it was designed to provide incentives to preserve and restore historic buildings, which is precisely what we're doing. We're doing a very, very true restoration of the main building. But under that reg, we're also entitled to a 15% bonus on FAR, which we're not taking. But we could build approximately 2,000 feet more here with it under the HR reg, which we're not seeking to do. But just by definition, given the town gave that incentive to folks to do the historic preservation, so that square footage has got to go somewhere. And we're not even taking advantage of all of it. We're not taking any more than we would otherwise be entitled to. And so we feel like we've laid it out in a very sensitive way that is respectful to the provenance of the building, but also to the neighborhood. So I just point out that it seems like we're adding a lot, but we're actually under the HO. If it was given, we're entitled to quite a bit more that we're not taking.
Can we take down this floor plan, because it's not conducive in the discussion? I think it's making us rabbit hole. Okay. I know. So Mr. Yeski, did you want to add anything, Dennis, to what you just said?
No, I think I laid it out. I think we're going to come back to a judgment call, and nevertheless, it's a very attractive project. We're just going to have to go through all the details. The extra streetscapes will help, but I think I know where that's going to end up.
Before we go to a judgment call, I think what we asked the applicant to do to create better visuals for the commission is going to be very helpful, and we should stop working. We're repeating ourselves right now with the concern. We've articulated it and then repeated it. We have said it. People want to understand how it's all going to fit together and get a better visual, because they're having trouble, because we aren't professional architects. So, even though some of us have been on the commission for, it's still not as easy to visualize. Mr. Wells and then Mr. Franco.
You got to fix your mic.
I don't know. Sorry, it fell.
There you go. That's better.
Okay.
Yeah, I heard. Okay.
Did you hear the part about don't rabbit hole?
But you blurred over the part of how long you've been on the commission. Sorry.
Okay, Mr. Wells, go ahead.
Yeah, just to go down a different rabbit hole.
Good.
If Mr. DeAndrea is still on, as he knows, everyone knows, there's flooding in the area downstream, and Hillside Brothers Brook comes together. And I'd be interested in terms of what intensity of storm, 25, 50, or 100, does his or the proposed drainage system reduce peak flow and volume? Now, I understand DPW signed off, so you've done everything you need to, but just as a matter of interest, up to what level of storm do you reduce flows coming off the property?
Okay. Good evening. To answer your question, Mr. Wells, we have reduced the peak rates of discharge through all the storms up through the 100-year event. Your concern about volume, while we're significantly removed by distance from the flooding down at the bridge at Hillside Road, we do have increases on virtually all of the storms. And that's a function of the fact that we don't have infiltration on this property, primarily because of the underlying tight soils that exist. And that contributes also to the grading that we have to lift the ground slightly for the septic system. But in our summary report, we do show that there's an increase. If I go up to the 100-year event, we have less than 0.08% of an increase compared to the volume that's generated under existing conditions. So if you read the chart across at point of concern A, which is the only one we have, which is at the corner of Brook Ridge and East Putnam, we have 80,471 cubic feet expected or anticipated during a 100-year event. After construction, we have 81,094, which is an increase of about 623, a very small percentage. We counter the increase in volume, which is a function of the development on virtually all properties. We counter that by restricting the rate. So when you compare the two, we have a restriction on the rate on all storms up through the 100-year event. And therefore, we account for that increase in volume, which is basically retained on site.
Okay, would you agree though? Yeah, you are some distance from the flooding, but isn't it true the water coming off your property goes into town drainage, which ends up down there, under the bridge at Hillside? Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
A couple of years ago, we did a very intense study of the watershed contributing. If I had thought, I could have brought those numbers with me tonight, but this particular property really is not the contribution of the flooding because of the large watershed upstream. By the time that water in the upper watershed reaches that bridge, our peak has well passed, and we continue to restrict the rate at which it flows. So they're really not related. The only way you can do it is to compare the peaks in the watershed, the large watershed heading to the bridge, and our small watershed, which reaches the downstream side of the bridge well before the peak in the major watershed.
Mr. DeAndrea, I believe that there is some material on this in the record from when this was an 830G application.
I'm going to turn up the volume because I didn't hear the last part of it.
Sorry, it's because they say I move my head too much. I believe in the record for the 830G, you might find that this specific topic got covered, the flooding in the area. I think we discussed it at length, and I think you gave a pretty, I think someone, you had that the application was an 830G, right?
If you're talking about the development proposal on the corner of Hillside and East Putnam.
No, I'm talking about when 5 Brookridge was proposed as an 830G when.
Okay. Oh, all right. Okay. So.
Yes. Okay. And there is on the record when that was discussed, I believe the flooding issue was discussed, vetted, and resolved. So it is worth someone checking that because I have a memory that this has come up before.
Right.
Okay. All right. Just saying, I'm just throwing it out there. Okay. Mr. Franco, you're back on.
Oh, no, I'm.
Oh, you just didn't lower your hand. Okay. I think we've got work to do. I think we're good with everybody. The commission wants to see a better visual. We were still struggling with the whole bedroom thing, but I think staff can talk to the health department. The whole question about fire access, the driveway, whether or not the problem was, no, I'm just giving a recap and then we're going to go to public comment. And I think the issue was that the fire trucks needed to come in through the post road in order, that's what you presented somewhere. I remember seeing this, that they needed to come in through the post road in order to access the eastern side of the structures. That being the case, the pavers might be a solution. We didn't get a chance to go through Mr. Rutherford's landscaping plan, but it's in our records and we can always look at it again. So if you all don't object, I'd like to turn to public comment now. All right. Okay, Mr. Hamilton, you're on, and anybody else who wishes to speak on 515 East Putnam, AKA 5 Brookridge, please raise your virtual hand. Right now, we only have Mr. Hamilton. And somebody who's called iPhone AVH raised their hand as well. That person will be next. If you know how to rename yourself, you can do so to help the court reporter. Mr. Hamilton, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Chairperson, Chairwoman.
Whatever you want.
It's 9 o'clock. I know you guys must be exhausted. I took a
No, we've only been here for 5 hours. No big deal.
Oh, I'll keep it very short. And my concern is that this project is in a sensitive area, and it's basically a rezoning driven development, and that what we're doing by ignoring the section 6109 in terms of the scope of incentives, which, by the way, I think are vaguely outlined, not in any not 25 points. So I can see the challenge from your perspective, because you don't really have the tools to determine whether this particular development is in concert with the section 109, which I would say it's aggressively on the other side of appropriate. But there have been 6 or 7 or 8 other projects done until now in town of this nature. There's no mention anywhere in any of the documentation about these projects, what the scope of the projects, the general range of incentives that were awarded. And I think that would be a very interesting tool to have in your under your control in terms of making decisions like this, where the scale of the property, I'm hypothesizing, is well beyond anything that's happened in town before. So this is R20 zoning. Our Millbrook is R20. Greenwich is an extremely old town with a lot of old houses. My concern or my caution or my worry would be that approving this project as presented is going to set a very dangerous precedent and a very costly precedent around town in terms of the ability to go in. These are all historic, get a historic badge and basically redevelop and build to suit, and with great frequency all over town. So I think that maybe we're opening Pandora's box. You need to be very careful to try to understand and try to follow, if not improve, the guidelines set forth in section 109. So that's it. I wanted
Okay,
to.
so you're thinking that this sets a bad precedent is basically what you're saying.
Yeah, I do.
All right.
And so
I don't know if this clarifies your thinking at all, but I can look up the exact date, but I think this regulation has been on the books for 30 years.
yeah,
give or take.
I think that's right.
So it's
we
more
were
than
doing-
6 or 8 projects. Just the way we work, we don't look at what we approved in a different one. We just apply the regulations when it's submitted to us. But your concern is heard that you think this could set a bad precedent.
Correct, a costly precedent. Right.
All right, thank you, sir. The next speaker is Phone AVH, and that's the only 2 people we have. All right, iPhone AVH, you'll just need to tell the court reporter what your name really is.
Thank you. I'm sorry about that. This is Sandra Heath.
Can you spell your last name?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I lost my voice too. It's Heath.
Heath, and it's perfect. That was fast. Was that Patrick? Nice job. He's very quick at that. Okay, go ahead, Madam Heath.
Thank you. I just wanted to go on the record again as opposing the project. The increase in the impermeable surface combined with the grade, all of that extra water directly affects my property, not
And
just
where
the
do you
creek.
reside, Ms. Heath?
10 Brookridge.
On 10 Brookridge, okay.
So currently, all of the runoff goes right into my pool and my basement and flooding my backyard and the creek along with it. So obviously, any increase
So it
is of
flows across the street to you, across Brookridge.
it does.
And up. It goes to the north, and then when you get stormwater, it flows across the street to you.
Yeah, it all goes downhill towards the creek, so directly across the street.
They should be making that better for you when they put in the new drainage plan that they're putting in, because they will be capturing, and that was what one of the things Mr. Wells was asking. how much
Yeah, I'm
they're
concerned
capturing.
that he did
Okay.
still say that there was an increase even after that,
If,
which
in
is,
heavy storms.
yes, but currently it doesn't take a heavy storm for me to see
Okay.
all of that runoff into my pool and backyard and basement and flooding the creek. It doesn't even take a 100-year storm.
Okay. All right. Thank you. I'm going to ask Mr. DeAndrea to look at that.
Thank you. I appreciate it. And of course, the safety is also a huge concern amongst all of the other concerns already expressed, which I, of course, agree with as well. But I don't remember seeing a reliable traffic study for this property since the middle of COVID, which is not an accurate representation um, of any type of normal traffic plan or flow rather in town. And when you look at the realistic number of occupants that are going to be in each of these and the realistic number of cars that are going to be coming and going, and you have these kids walking to high school, sports teams using the street for practice, and it's just a huge safety concern.
All right. Thank you for that.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so Mr. DeAndrea, if you would just look at her comments in regard to 10 Brookridge, when you guys come back, if you could just talk to us about it. I think we're in good shape. Did I leave anything out in the recap? What we wanted to see, and with the issues you're gonna address, Mr. Haslam, did I leave anything out that we've raised?
No, I don't think so. I had one question on the streetscapes or getting elevations. Do you want us to include the planting plan, incorporate that into this? Sometimes you don't like that because you can't see. Or do
No,
you want us to do both?
No, you know what? I personally don't, because I think everybody here wants to know what the building is going to look like. And if you get the pretty rendering with all the mature trees, they won't be able to tell what the building's going to look like behind it. And they're trying to get their brain around the building. That's what I'm hearing, the structures when they're done. That's what Mary was saying, what Peter Lowe was saying, and what Dennis was saying, and also Ann Knoll to some extent. I believe I got everybody.
Then it only asks that, I mean, you can all read landscape plans too, that you take into consideration that not just the buildings, but the landscape that will be along Brook Ridge and the
And
post.
I think we can look at it top down, the landscaping
Good.
plan.
Okay.
And we know that you're taking the opportunity to do screening. And by the way, Mr. Franco, I did note that conservation makes the comment that this is 100% disturbance because of the previous removal of the trees, but that's not fair to you guys. That removal occurred at a different time. And it is not part of this application. It is already a fact that those trees have been removed. So that conservation comment, I myself have not incorporated it because it's not fair to say you're removing those trees. Those trees are gone. Madam Jenkins.
Yeah, I was just going to say, Mr. Haslam suggested maybe both, and if that can be done with and without trees, that would be
The one with trees, it always all looks so beautiful and oh yeah, it's so great. It's Arcadian, and then it gets built, and you're like, oh, those little, it's better not to see them.
Everybody uses a little Photoshop.
Yeah. So you guys call it whatever works, and we'll see you whenever you're ready to come back. I think you're in good shape with drainage. I think conservation's decent. You've got health, and it's just ironing out these other things. The compliance with the HO regs, I think, is what most people just want to double check that we're good. All right. We'll see you soon. Thank you very much
Good.
for
Thank
joining
you.
us.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you.
Okay, Madam Kelly, so endeth the public hearing. Okay, I'm going to kick the wrong person. Yes, Bill Rutherford, I'm coming to dump you. Hold on.
Okay.
You're gone. Okay. Bye-bye, Kelly.
And thank you.
And thank you. Well, I don't know. I can't get her out of the meeting. Oh, there she goes. I didn't kick out the wrong person or anything, did I? No. Okay. We now go to the discussion items, and our first discussion item is, I have to wait for Mr. Hegney. Mr. Hegney, are you there?
Yes, he's coming in.
Okay.
I think he knows.
You know what? He grumbles when while he's coming into the meeting, I'm announcing it. Okay.
Thank you, Madam.
Our discussion item is Brunswick School Inc. for a pre-application. This is, again, we've heard it once before. This is a discussion that we had about a text amendment in order to enable an educational institution. And in this case, they've now changed it so that you can count land area that's on the other side of the street. And this is at 100 Cliffdale Road and 1275 King. Mr. Hegney.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good evening again, members of the commission. At the last meeting 2 weeks ago, we were discussing how to enable the construction of a practice field on the east side of the campus of Brunswick on King Street. We have 43 acres on the east side, and we have 103 acres on the west side, bordering Westchester Airport. The question that came up at the briefing yesterday was, what's the real reason for putting it on the east side versus the west side? And I went over that with Tom Phillip, the head of school, and Kathleen Harrington. And there were a number of reasons. First is to allow the use of the facility by other groups and schools, which would not be the case if it was on the west side because of a bond issue limitation. But we went over that at the last meeting. Also, it's not going to be visible except from the golf course, particularly not visible from King Street. It's adjacent, it has adjacent to it existing locker rooms, which could be used for it as part of it. It also has unused parking that the school does not currently use and could be used for this facility. There are no wetlands in the area. And it also balances activities and buildings between the two campuses. On the west side, you have 5 school buildings and 10 faculty houses. On the east side, we have the classroom building for the middle school and faculty housing. So the thought was that it really balanced how the school operates from the east side and west side. We also discussed shrinking the building. We talked about whether a variance might be an opportunity to allow for the additional square footage to build this practice facility. Considered an overlay zone. The one that seemed to get the most traction, and the reason that I sent it over to Pat and shared it with you earlier, is transferring of development rights from the west side, where we have significant development rights that have not been used, to the east side, where we're a little wanting in terms of what is what's needed. And the transfer development right amendment to the regulations that we submitted to you required that it had to be an educational use, that it had to be separated by a public, two properties had to be separated by a public street, had to have the same owner, and that it would only be limited to 10% of the potential floor area development. So for example, if you're in the 2-acre zone and you have a 2-acre lot that you bought across the street and you want to use that on your main campus, if you're in that zone, and there are a number of schools that are in the 2-acre zone, the most you could transfer over would be 1,300 square feet of development, even though 13,000 would be permitted on that property under the 0.15, which is in the 2-acre zone. We're certainly open to ideas. We think this is the right place to build this facility. We think it works well. We think the other facilities, add to the ability to locate it here. But there's some urgency in terms of being able to decide how to approach this. And if there is an opportunity to develop a regulation that we could use to build it on the east side, we want to explore that with you. I have certainly no pride of authorship on what we've submitted. And if there's a better way to do it or a different way to say it, we're certainly open to that. But we do want to be able to move ahead if this is a direction worth pursuing. So that's what brings us here this evening.
Commission commentary. Mr. Wells. You're muted.
Thank you for your responsive and being responsive to our briefing. I'm not going to go through them point by point, but I don't find them terribly convincing. I mean, you have more activity on the west side because you've got about 2.5 times as much property. So of course you're going to have more activity on the west side. Visibility is an issue. But the other one, there doesn't seem to be, a knockout blow. There's nothing, I think, preventing you from building on the west side that I've heard. So I'm hearing preferences, whereas we're being asked to change a regulation for the entire town. And so that's my comment. This is a pre-app, so you give opinions, but that's just my quick response.
Anybody else? And nobody else? What? Cat got your tongues? Okay, Dennis.
Yeah, I think we're the ones that suggested that they invite other schools to use this facility, and they've made it clear that they can't do that.
They came in saying that that's why they were proposing it. We never suggested it on this property. It was their opening suggestion, as I remember it. Mr. Hegney, am I wrong?
Yeah, we said that this was one of the reasons we wanted to locate it on the east side.
They came in with that. It's not like they're not responding to a request of ours, in case you were feeling guilty.
No,
okay.
I think that we did say that we would love, well, the quote was, "What's in it for the town?" And they said, well, we'd be happy to share, but we can't do it on the west side. So that excludes the west side. So we got to go back to the east side.
Okay. And no.
The question on the west, you can't do it on the west side because you have these, what is it, the Chifa loans that require all of that to be used for Brunswick activities. But those have 7 more years, am I correct? And after those 7 years, this could then potentially be used, could be shared with other people, other organizations in town.
Yeah, I don't recall the amount of time before the bond is retired, but my recollection is it's somewhere between 7 and 10 years.
Okay. I just thinking, if it was built on the western side, let's just say it's going to take 2 years to get there, and then you have sort of a shorter time frame for when it could potentially be shared or used for other organizations at certain times of years when Brunswick is not using it. So I guess I'm weighing that versus this. What kind of precedent are we setting for being able to do these things all over town?
Mr. Leroux.
Mr. Hegney, Mrs. Harrigan has her hand up. Do you want to bring her in?
Oh, yes, please.
Mrs. Who is this person? Sorry.
Kathleen Harrigan.
Kathleen
Harrington.
Oh, I said Harrington. Jeez. Harrington. Ooh. Apologies.
Okay.
She's COO of Brunswick.
Yeah.
Hello. And okay, hello.
Good evening. Yes, and no problem. Harrigan, Harrington, no
Whatever they want to call you, as long as they call you, right?
That's
Okay.
right. I would just make a comment about the capital structure of the school. And it's 8 years that we have left on this bond offering. But who's to say strategically in our strategic planning, we might look to additional chief of financing in the future. So it's not an all or nothing kind of proposition that this ends, and therefore we're allowed to open up beyond for some more private business use, which is what it's called when you're not using it for your function, your mission.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Clarifying.
Thank you.
Mr. Lowe?
Yeah, so I'm trying to understand this. Other than the quote constraint associated with not being able to offer this to other entities in town, what is the school's deterrent for putting it on the west side?
There is more site work potentially involved. There are wetlands that we'll have to deal with. We don't have the same infrastructure in terms of locker rooms, rather, that we have available on the east side. Parking.
Well, if I can interrupt, in summary, you don't have adequate space to do what you want to do?
No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying that there is infrastructure already existing on the east side of the campus that we think is appropriate to use as part of this facility.
Okay, so
we have essentially one campus. It happens to be separated by King Street. That it's appropriate to treat it as one campus, and this is one way to do it. If there's another way to do it, I'm certainly open to it, but there's a state statute that allows municipalities to adopt regulations that allows to take development rights in one parcel and move it to the other. When we submitted the development plan for or the master plan for the high school at Mar Avenue, we submitted one application for both sides of the street. So it's treated as one campus, even though it has a street in between. And we're looking to be able to treat it as one campus and have a facility that we think is more appropriate on one side, build it there.
No, I understand, but also there's an ask here of making an exception, and I think that the commission is articulating a balk, if you will, at making this exception because of the repercussions of making that exception. Right? Am I hearing this right? Do you agree with that, Mr. Hagney?
No, I see it as when I came with my first idea, which was to increase the FAR for educational uses in the 4-acre zone. The comments that were made were that it was
not fair to all the other schools.
It was not fair to the other schools, and other schools might want to try something similar to that. Here, I'm saying treat it the same way as you would treat any of the other schools that are in a position where they have property across the street and they own it, and they're a nonprofit educational institution, and they would be able to transfer not all of their development rights, up to 10% of what they have from one side of the street to the other. And so I thought that's where our discussion was going last time, that it was not going to be one where we would be treating Brunswick differently than other private schools in town, that they would all have the opportunity to avail themselves of this.
Well, it's not just private schools, is it?
Well, you could do the public schools too. I'm not aware of any that have property on two sides of the street, but I suppose it could.
Could happen. Is that it, Mr. Lowe?
Probably not, but for now, yes.
Okay, Madam Jenkins.
Yeah, I think again, the concern always is that when you take a large step like this, it could apply to others, that you end up with the unintended consequences of something we didn't anticipate, ending up using this as an opportunity. And I have, you'll excuse me for saying, I have a very limited recollection of the previous discussion of this, but it does feel kind of like a variance situation. And I assume the reason you're not doing that is it's the difficulty of arguing a hardship.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
The-
That's
the-
a total
there are
summary.
limitations with that, yes.
Okay, that was my total comment. Thank you, Mr. Hagan.
Anybody else? So the problem is if you leave people alone for 2 weeks, they keep thinking.
I was hoping that,
They
I
would
came
think
up with this
favorably.
idea that actually we just did discuss at the last meeting.
No,
I thought it was one worth pursuing. That's why I spent the
I know.
time.
Okay, so
to submit it to you.
So this is of the, not that the language is perfect at this point. Of the options we've discussed, at least this is uniform across town. And technically, if you did a TDR, you could apply it across town and you're treating everybody the same. What that leaves you with, and this is the pondering I've done in 2 weeks, is that you're bending backwards to change your zoning to accommodate this facility. That's where your starting point is. And so my question is, does the facility have to look like it looks? Why could you not have, and I asked Patrick this and he said, well, they're talking about a text amendment, so not appropriate to ask them, but why couldn't you change the site plan so that it has, say, open walls on one end? So that it is an FAR, you're not using FAR for the entirety of the structure. Then when you have a temperate rainy day, you have the entire facility because you have a roof, but you have open walls and you're not using up your FAR. You can build where you want to build, where you have the FAR limitation, but you don't use up the FAR. Why is it necessary to have it all be FAR utilizing? And might you go back to the school? Ms. Harrington, if you have an opinion already, I'd love to hear it. I see Tom Phillip is checked in, but I'm not sure he's really there. Sometimes people's names are just there.
And you get the bonus, you didn't mention that you get the bonus of natural air conditioning.
But what if you had, the end of the building could open up and it's screened and you could have a much bigger building on temperate days. And when it's super cold, you have a somewhat smaller building. You're within FAR, you're totally cool. And you don't have to change the zoning for all of town to accommodate the proposal. Because no matter what, I see it as we aren't changing zoning for a generalized need or consistent with the comprehensive plan of development. We're changing it, even in the best of cases, we're still only changing it to adapt to a specific application. And man, that makes me squirm. So that would be my question to you guys at this point. I took your, did I actually take the words away from a lawyer? No,
just trying to formulate them so that
well,
it's
Joe,
not in a coherent fashion, that's all.
I mean, you can come back. We can keep having discussion items. If you need time, I would love you to consider the option of, are there design options?
That's one of the things we have looked at, and making it smaller, tearing buildings down that are
Make it the same size, but don't make it use FAR. You can have it be the same size on any day that is above what, 30 degrees? I mean, what weather do they play football in the winter with no heat? I mean, as long as you're sheltered from the weather, you could have a thing that opens up and you could have the same size of structure, but it just doesn't count all for FAR. And I'm sure you can come up with a design that does that.
Madam Chair, are you thinking of it with
only partially walled? 3/4 of it is walled until you run out of FAR, and then you have a sliding door that you can open for the rest of the facility that has a roof and no walls. No walls that count for FAR, which is knee highs. It's knee walls. From knee wall up, above knee wall, it counts for FAR.
I guess the only thing we have that's comparable in terms of our regulations is a carport.
Yeah, but the regulations don't forbid a structure that, I mean, specifically when you're calculating FAR, if you don't have walls on all of a structure, it doesn't count for FAR. I mean, how many, the other structure that I think is more applicable is when people have porches with French doors. It's basically what I'm saying. You have a covered area. It is that gets the temperature of the elements, but it's dry and it's screened. And when if it's super cold out, you close off that area and you don't use it, and you still have what, 80% of the space you'd like to have, or that can be, you don't even have climate control in there now. So you'd actually be better with something that has outdoor ventilation. So you're looking at me and confounding, but I mean, horse rings look like this. That to give you an example where you exercise to train the Olympic, I mean, a riding ring looks like this. It has a roof and it doesn't have walls.
Okay, I'm trying to town that do have walls, but yes, I get
Okay,
you.
yeah, when they're, yeah, but I'm just saying, look at design options that would allow you to have the structure in its entirety, only a portion of it isn't enclosed. I mean, it seems relatively inexpensive to do and avoids this. I mean, the rest of it just feels like a manipulation. I keep getting stuck on manipulation. There's a solution that's structural. It seems easier to me.
There is heat proposed. It's not air conditioned.
So perfect. So you yeah. So on a super cold day, you have how much over FAR are you? You're not that much over the FAR.
We'd need
It's
another
like 10%.
30,000 square feet of FAR.
In a 40,000 square foot building, you could easily have 37,000 closed feet and 3,000 more that you can open up to when you want the full space.
We're
the rest
looking
of
at
the
a
time.
building that would be 74,000.
74,000. I keep getting that number wrong. So it's a huge building and only a teeny bit of override that would be in your open area. And you could comply with FAR without going to any trouble. Okay, everybody's staring at me. I'm not crazy.
It was something we would have
I'm
to.
weird, but I'm not nuts. Well,
I
okay,
think-
Dennis, go ahead, Ms. Harrington, and then Dennis.
I was just going to say that we've envisioned many sports being played in this facility.
Yeah.
And the full football field.
But you would have it 90% of the time, because how many days do you get during the school year that are so cold that you absolutely need to heat?
I would say the whole winter season, which is when we're inside all the time, that's when our water sports go on, basketball.
Yeah, but those are indoor sports. You're
All
using
indoor
this for-
sports.
Yeah, you're using this for outdoor sports. You've made that clear to us. You've told us this is for like things like football. You're using this for an outdoor sport.
All soccer, yeah, all
outdoor sports.
lacrosse, everything.
Those
Yep.
people play in cold weather. It toughens them up. They can go to the Olympics. I mean, I'm just saying, these are outdoor sports. I'm not asking you to play basketball outdoors. You know, I'm just saying these are outdoor sports anyway. Is there a compromise whereby you get the full open space, but it's a flex space? So then you might be able to split it in half and have two uses at the same time. You could have two games going. So, I mean, have you gone out of the box on the design?
We have. That is definitely
All
the
right.
way it's organized to potentially play even 4 sports at one time.
Okay.
That's definitely the way we're thinking about this
So
activity.
can you keep stretching that? I mean, to me, the TDR works the best of anything we've talked about, but you're still fussing with zoning just to get one school's thing. And this is like This is, I always give, and I've given this to Mr. Hegney a million times. One of the first times I choked at the commission was when I found out that a certain hospital had made us put in a regulation that the walk-in emergency medical care couldn't be within, Patrick, 2.5 miles. Yeah.
It's
Of
3.
the hospital. Because they didn't want the competition. I mean, that was a custom written regulation, and it's an example of what's bad zoning.
And that's why I came back with something that would be.
Yeah, I get it. This works. If of anything, the TDR works better. It's not perfect yet. It's got some things that could be edited, but just generally, I feel like it is customizing our zoning in order to help one application.
Yeah, I'm
so
not
that's just,
hearing a lot of support for transfer of development rights.
yeah, I'm not hearing a lot of support either. I mean, I think
I'm not sure that's
Dennis Dennis is the first person to speak on behalf of all private and public schools. He's very in support of education, and he's about to say something, so I'm going to let him do it. Dennis.
No, I think Ms. Harrington answered. I think when I saw this application, what occurred to me was multiple sports, and they do need heat on some. Think about it. If you want to be competitive in baseball, a lot of baseball practice is not hitting home runs, it's pitching and fielding. You need heat, though, in the winter for that. And they need it.
Yeah, but they have 74,000 square feet.
No, I love your idea. No, I love it. But I was going to ask her about other sports, but I think she answered it, which was we anticipate a lot of other sports here. And now they need to go back and see if they can, cut the baby in half and save both babies.
Okay, and I apologize. I was captain of the riding team. It's the only winter sport, and we did it in the Finger Lakes, and we didn't even have a roof, and we rode all winter.
Well, you're hardy.
No, I'm a wuss. Okay, the point is,
and the barn wasn't heated either, right? So it was tough.
Yeah. So I mean, the point is, you might be able to make it work. The TDR is the best. I think Mr. Hegney has given it a great shot here, and that's the closest. I'm not hearing enthusiastic support from my colleagues, however. I was waiting to hear what they said, before I said anything, but it's, can you work it somewhere different? And I know we're being a pain in the neck, but.
Well, the school does want to move this along quickly, and it doesn't sound like coming up with something in a regulation is going to help us with the east side of the property. And the west side has also been looked at as another potential. And I suppose that would now move up to number 1 rather than being a lower alternative.
I want to be supportive of you guys having a great practice facility, of any school having a great practice facility. And I think it's super nice that you're offering to share it. Like I told Mr. Phillip, I think we want to use your rig more, but again, and this is a start if you feel like the commission's endorsing it. I'm not hearing it.
No, I am not as well.
Mm-hmm. I mean, and I waited to say anything because I was trying to, if it was going to work, I was going to stand down.
So we do have another site on the west side, which has been considered, will involve an application to the wetland agency, which this location on the east side would not. And so we'll most likely be considering and pursuing that. Let me ask you this. Would this be considered my pre-app if we were going to the west side, since we've already discussed both sides of the property here?
Yes.
I am going to let staff make that call, because Patrick is the expert on what is and is not. And then Dennis, did you want to add something?
Yeah, I got confused there. Mr. Hegney, you're saying you're giving up on the east side? You're going to the west side?
We will take the chair's suggestion and see if that will work for the program. And if not, we'll go to the west side.
Oh, okay.
And, come back and talk to us. You don't have to, do they have to pay every time they have a discussion item?
No.
Well, I would say if they're changing the discussion, yes.
But they have to pay?
No, there's notices and everything like that.
We don't pay for
Okay.
that.
Okay, so
This is the bargain.
Ms. Harrington, you're welcome to come back anytime you want and talk to us. You don't have to bring Mr. Hagney.
Thank you. We appreciate all the comments. Absolutely. We have a real desire to get this moving.
Yeah, we know that. And
The needs
we
are
want-
there, the
Yeah.
requests from
Yeah,
people
from
in
parents,
town.
and and they don't, and you have a great educational institution and you want to have great practice facilities. Totally get that. And we don't want to stand in your way, but we keep trying to think about the rest of town. So come back anytime.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
And thanks for your candor.
That's a first. All right. Oops. Okay. Is Sound Beach Holdings here?
I don't see anybody related to the project here.
Yeah, me neither. Okay.
Unless
So,
the phone is, sorry.
is Joe's here?
Joe Studio, yep.
Joe Studio, please raise your virtual hand if you're here. Okay, dokie. Looks like we're postponing this discussion item. For a long time, Phil Wharton was here on the Affordable Housing Trust Fund item. We don't really need to discuss it because the commission discussed it yesterday. Bill Finger was aware of that, but he is tuned in right now.
Here.
But basically you guys were fine with whatever the trust what the trust was thinking about. You're fine with their going ahead and let them do the vote, and then the applications are going to have to come back to us for the affordability plans to be revised.
The trust has already got a special meeting next week, so moving ahead.
Perfect. Okay, so I hope we didn't keep Mr. Finger awake.
I think we did, but sorry, Bill.
Well, yeah, but you had let him know, right, that there were no objections to your proposal. And all right, so I'm
Minutes.
now going to put, yeah, I forgot to look up who was at that meeting. Does anybody remember?
Which meeting?
April 8th.
April 8th. Hold on, I'm
Hold on, I
checking
can
it
look
right
it
now.
up.
No,
I
no,
can
no,
look
I'm
it
doing
up.
it right now. I got it. Just, okay, president seated, absent. Nope, everybody was here. I hereby move approval of the April 8th, 2025 minutes. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay. What do you want to do first? Brunswick.
Sure.
Okay. As to the application of the Brunswick School for a final site plan and special permit to modify the commission's 2023 decision and revise the approved faculty housing in buildings 1 and 4 to include 2 additional units and 8 additional bedrooms on a 16.27 acre parcel at 270 Lake Avenue in the RA2. Whereas the applicant is proposing modifications to add 1 bedroom to each of the 2 one-bedroom units in building 4, suspend residential development on the 3rd floor, 2 approved units of building 1, accept utilities, move the 2 units to the 2nd floor and make all units 3-bedroom units, add 2 units to the 1st floor, resulting in a total increase of 2 units and 8 bedrooms from the previously approved plans. Whereas the applicant has represented that other than the proposed unit and bedroom changes, all other zoning statistics would remain the same. Whereas the currently proposed site development plan of 31725 shows some hardscape and landscaping are being revised, specifically the proposed land and lawn and plantings east of building 2. Whereas the applicant has not confirmed that there will be no drainage plan impact as a result of this application. Whereas the commission does not recommend the site plan return to the ARC for further review at this time. Whereas the applicant notes that there would be no additional parking demand for the new 2-bedroom units, the additional demand for the new 3-bedroom units would be 6 spaces. Whereas the traffic and parking study prepared by Kimley Horn dated 11/20/23 indicates 79 surplus parking spaces on the property. Whereas sewer issued comments dated 5/16/25 indicating previous sewer comments still apply. The sewer division noted the applicant has been working with the sewer division to address comments, and there is no objection to P&Z approval for the proposed project. The applicant has submitted the required signed letter acknowledging receipt of the sewer comments prior to obtaining P&Z approval. Therefore, be it resolved that the subject applications are hereby approved with the following conditions. Prior to zoning permit, the applicant is to confirm that the revised site plan will not impact drainage or stormwater management associated with the site, and I think it should be negatively impact. P&Z staff to review and sign off on the revised planting plan. Any outstanding staff comments to be addressed, and all previous conditions of approval remain in effect. Any discussion? Oh no, do I have a second?
Second.
Mr. Wells has seconded. Any discussion?
Madam Chair, the preference for the administrative review is for what again? Sorry, just, I think it was your last sentence.
The administrative review is the planting plan. You have a copy. You'll have a copy of this.
Okay, but you don't want to put in a condition that if certain changes can come back to staff?
And yes, it's, we said that, P&Z staff to review and sign off on a revised planting plan.
No, I meant changes to the, maybe it's just too late.
No, the drainage is actually better because there's less impervious.
I agree. We had talked about in the discussion about possibly letting staff review minor changes to the apartment counts or whatever here. So that's why I was asking if you wanted to add that. That's all.
You guys want to do that? If the apartment numbers change again, do you want to go ahead and have that be by administrative review? We discuss that at the end.
Fine by me.
Okay, so let's add that. Let me just note it before I forget. Staff.
My question would be to the commission here, is it no increase in floor area, no increase in bedroom?
Parking that affects parking by no more than
That's
total parking.
That's a good metric too. Okay.
Parking, because that's really the only thing we cared about here. At the site. Okay, I'm almost done. All right. One more minute.
So I just need a vote or acceptance of that amendment.
One more minute. Mr. Wells, how do you vote?
Aye.
Oh, I was going to check. I want to make sure, just let me check how, it's everybody regular. Okay, so Mr. Wells, how do you vote?
Aye.
Mr. Yeski?
Aye.
Mr. Lowe?
Aye.
And seated for Macri is Jones?
Aye.
And Albin is also aye. And with that, the motion passes 5-0. Okay. As to the application, did I vote? Yes, 5-0. As to the application of the Town of Greenwich, I'm talking as fast as I can. As to the application of the Town of Greenwich Department of Public Works for an alteration and improvement to the Binney Park Loop Scenic Road to install rectangular rapid flashing beacon at the Wescombe Wood Road Bridge pedestrian crossing, additional signage on Arch Street between Wescombe Wood Road and Sound Beach Avenue, and yield marking, striping, and signs at 2 crosswalks across Sound Beach Avenue and the crosswalk at the Wescombe Wood Road Bridge. Whereas the Planning and Zoning Commission approved the designation of the Binney Park Loop as a scenic road on September 9, 2020. Whereas the commission must therefore review any proposed alterations or improvements to the Binney Park Loop Scenic Road utilizing standards set forth in the municipal code.
And it's municipal code.
In the municipal code. Section 11-13 and states that future alterations and improvements to scenic roads shall be carried out so as to preserve to the highest degree possible the scenic characteristics that are indicated in the records of the Planning and Zoning Commission as the basis for designation. Whereas section 11-13D further states that alteration or improvement must be necessary to maintain the scenic road in safe condition. In addition, any alteration or improvement shall be made so as to minimize any adverse impact on the scenic character of the road. Whereas Beta Group, the commission's traffic consultant, issued comments on May 14 supporting the project application. I made a change in this that didn't go in, but okay, we'll fix. Okay, whereas the Inland Wetlands and Watercourses Agency issued a permit need questionnaire dated 4/3/25. Sorry, you guys, I'm keeping you awake. Indicated no impact to wetlands, watercourses, and indicating no permit is required. Whereas after the Commissioner of Public Works holds a public hearing and the project elements have been finalized, the Planning and Zoning staff will review and approve the administrative coastal site plan associated with this application. Whereas the Planning and Zoning Commission recognizes the potential pedestrian safety benefits entailed in the proposal. The Planning and Zoning Commission requests that DPW seek out and incorporate design elements to enable installing RRFBs that are both effective in improving pedestrian safety and consistent with the characteristics of both scenic roads and historic districts. The commission urges that alternatives be pursued, such alternatives be pursued locally. There's no resolution because all we are is advisory. My one hesitation with this is that they never really documented that this was necessary for safety. And when we asked them, they said, oh, we don't have that data. Now, what we're saying is we're asking them to incorporate design elements that are more scenic and improve it. We talked to them about it and we said, go to other towns and get best practices. But the town code does require proof that this is necessary. And although we have Beta supporting it,
Why isn't Beta supporting it
they are.
sufficient?
Well, because they don't say this is necessary. They just say this is a good idea. Do you think it's
Okay.
enough? Do you
It is
guys
for
think
me. I
okay.
mean,
I
based
just
on the
throwing
discussion.
it out there. Mary?
I know. Go ahead, Mary.
Yeah, I'm having attended seminars about pedestrian safety. The issue always is, how many accidents are enough? How many fatalities are enough?
Okay.
The reason you put it in is so that you don't have to give somebody that news that, oh yeah, we talked about it, but it wasn't necessary and we're sorry. So,
Okay. All right. Just a lot of hesitation. I hope the wording is strong enough and what the message was strong enough to them that we really want to see them think about what they can do to maintain the character. But I agree, the pedestrian safety issues are significant. Okay, so yeah.
No, I'm just to make a personal observation. I've come around 180 degrees on this.
Okay.
So,
which is what?
Which is that I'm in support of what they're proposing. I went out and looked at these things. I saw them, and who here on this commission wants to hear about
a kid that got killed?
I mean, really?
Yeah,
so,
I know. And it's the crossing to Parat. It's crossing Sound Beach to Parat that worries me the most.
I know.
I wasn't as enthusiastic about Westcombe or Arch.
Yeah, I just don't. I didn't see it that it was warranted. But you know what? It's something like this. It's not. I no longer think that it is as intrusive as I once did, and I didn't know about the voice warning and all that. But I don't. I think this is a no-brainer. That's come around.
So Mr. Lowe has seconded.
Yes, I agree.
Okay.
I was going to second it if there was such a thing.
All right. So, Mr. Wells, how do you vote?
Aye.
Madam Jones?
Aye.
Yeski?
Aye.
And Albin is also aye, and with that.
And Lowe is an aye.
Oh, and Lowe is an aye. I was still. You said you supported it. I was,
Yeah.
5-0.
Interpreting those words, right?
Yeah.
I asked Patrick to look up some case law for us to see if there's anything. It's good we didn't close Cherry Valley. I asked them
Recording
to see if they could
stopped.
find anything that relates at all to Cherry Valley to see if it helps us think it through.
Yeah,
So-
and I was going to suggest that we have somebody maybe in our legal department just take the old fine tooth comb and make sure that we've examined everything.
Yep.
We will,
Okay. So we'll see you guys. You have less than what, 18, no, 16. How many hours do you have off now?
not,
You have
Not
14 hours
24.
now.
not 24.
You have 14 hours off now, guys. Use them wisely.
Oh, we have more than
OMG.
that.
Good night.
We have
Bye.
16 hours off.